of $3,122,500. That is just a decrease of about $100,000. The Statutory Authorities Service Commission will get an allocation of $5,959,370, and that is an increase of $799,000. The Elections and Boundaries Commission will be getting an allocation of $143 million, $143,189,800, and that is an increase of $50,970,540 over the 2024 figure. And the final head of expenditure to be examined today will be the Integrity Commission, and they will be getting an allocation of $9,865,470, and that'll be an increase of $2,285,182. So we will be going into 5 days of examination of the heads of expenditure. Again, we have 41 heads of expenditure. Each day we expect to examine maybe about 8 to 9 ministries and heads of expenditure, and the time allocated for the Standing Finance Committee during the 5 days will be, we start at 10 a.m. and we hope to end at around 8 p.m. each day. So we will be going into our first head of expenditure. That will be the Ministry of Health. Of course, $6,704,077,000. The Speaker of the House, who during the Standing Finance Committee is referred to as the chair of the committee, will be making her way to the chamber at this time.
Meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will now resume. The documents referred. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Orders 81.2 and 81.8, the estimates containing the details of the financial requirements, along with the appropriation bill, have been referred to this committee for consideration. The documents before the committee therefore include the draft estimates, details of estimates of recurrent expenditure, draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, draft estimates of development program, and the appropriation financial year 2025 Bill 2024. In accordance with Standing Order 85.1, the consideration of the clauses of the bill will be postponed until after the consideration of the schedule, which lists the heads of expenditure to be approved. The heads will be considered in the order submitted by the Leader of the Opposition. Proposed work schedule. Honorable members, you are reminded that the committee agreed to meet as follows. Friday, October 11th, 2024 at 10 a.m. Monday, October 14th, 2024 at 10 a.m. Tuesday, October 15th, 2024 at 10 a.m. Wednesday, October 16th, 2024 at 10 a.m. and Thursday, October 17th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. Honorable members are also reminded that the committee must consider a minimum of 8 heads of expenditure today in order to complete its work program in the 5 days allotted. Procedure for each head. Honorable members, you are reminded that the procedure for each head of expenditure shall be as follows. 1, the head and the amount to be appropriated will be announced by me as chairman. The minister will then be given the option to make a brief opening statement. The chairman will then propose the question that the sum proposed stand part of the schedule. For each head of expenditure, for each head of expenditure, the chairman will call the subhead followed by the item. I will not call the sub-items. Discussions can ensue on the item called or the relevant sub-item and clarification sought. Once the committee moves to another subhead, questions from a previous subhead will not be entertained. 5. The chairman will repeat the procedure for the development program. 6. Once this is concluded, the chairman will then put the question that the sum stand part of the schedule. 7. The procedure will be repeated for each head of expenditure. Speaking time. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 45-1, the speaking time in Standing Finance Committee shall not exceed 5 minutes on each intervention. We have invited accounting officers and technocrats who will arrive at specific times during the day. Therefore, we must adhere to the agreed schedule. So we start. Head 28, Ministry of Health. Head 28, Ministry of Health, $6,704,077,000. I now invite the Minister of Health to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister of Health.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to members of the Standing Finance Committee, and a very good morning to all those viewing and listening. Madam Chair, responsibility for the provision of healthcare services in Trinidad and Tobago was devolved from the Ministry of Health to the regional health authorities with the passing of the Regional Health Authorities Act number 5 in 1994. The RHAs are autonomous bodies that own and operate health facilities in their respective regions. There are currently 5 RHAs which deliver public healthcare services to the population, which include the Eastern Regional Health Authority, the North Central Regional Health Authority, the Northwest Regional Health Authority, the Southwest Regional Health Authority, and the Tobago Regional Health Authority. The Tobago Regional Health Authority falls under the purview of the Tobago House of Assembly. While the Ministry of Health does not directly run the health facilities, it is required to play a key role in ensuring they are properly run by setting policies, goals, and targets for regions based on assessment of real health needs. It is because of this mandate to set policies, one of the key pillars we are now driving for fiscal that started in fiscal 2024 and will continue is the adoption of technology across the RHAs, from artificial intelligence to high-tech solutions to low-tech solutions like hotlines. Madam Speaker, I assure you that we are doing the very best we can to fulfill the mandate that we have under the rubric of universal health coverage. And may I thank all 21,777 healthcare workers who provide daily healthcare needs and coverage to the population. I am now available for questions.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $6,704,077,000 for Head 28, Ministry of Health, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $6,704,077,000 for Head 28, Ministry of Health, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, and we are at page 189. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Faisabad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Minister, colleagues, members of the Ministry of Health. Minister, if I may draw your attention to item 14 on page 180, the remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. Can you indicate which cabinet-appointed committees will be covered by this allocation in fiscal 2025?
Yes, this will include mainly the Pesticide and Toxic Chemicals Board. That's the main one under this heading. Any others? Also, the Clinical Assessment Committee, sorry. The Clinical Assessment Committee is a committee headed by the Chief Medical Officer that recommends patients for oncology treatment and radiotherapy and so on. So those two boards.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My next question, Minister, will actually speak, and if we could we could start on page 190, and it will speak across the 4 RHAs with regards to 01 salaries and cost of living allowance. And it will speak to increases of different sums, but in each RHA.
What?
I'm sorry.
We at item 001, General Administration. Is that on page 190? I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Madam.
You have anything else on item 001?
No, thank you.
Yes?
No.
Okay, member for Kamuta Mansanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the Honorable Minister. I just want to revert to 06. This is remuneration to board members. There were no increases. Can the minister indicate why the same figure for 2024 was kept?
Yes, so there was no significant increase to be had. This caters to the Private Hospitals Board, which is fairly stable, and the Psychiatric Hospital Tribunal. This amount is going to be sufficient. Thank you.
Item 004, Vertical Services, member for Faisabad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Minister, I was going to connect the increase on the salaries and cost of living allowance across the 4 RHAs, which is 01. It will be 005, 01, but it's going across the 4 RHAs. And I'm seeing in the explanation that it indicates provision for vacant posts with incumbents.
Just now, we're dealing with 01 under 004. Yes? Vertical Services? Yes.
So this would be 005, Northwest Regional Health Authority.
No, we haven't reached 005 as yet. Sorry, member for Faisabad. We are at 004, Vertical Services. I really appreciate you trying to carry us light years away. We do need that. Okay? No, all right, so Kamuta Mansanella, 004.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, 04 allowances, monthly paid officers. The revised estimate for 2024 was $754,200. The 2025 estimated figures was $800,000. There was an increase of $45,800. Honourable Minister, how many monthly paid officers will be paid for overtime for this allocation?
I am being advised that 04 is not for overtime, member. Yeah. That's why it took so long to answer. That is not for overtime.
Just curious. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, item 005, Northwest Regional Health Authority, member for Faisabad. This is where you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I'm now at the right item, Madam Chair. So, Minister, I can just start with 01 salaries and cost of living allowance, and to note the increase of 250,000, and the explanatory note says includes provision for vacant posts with incumbents. And I just wanted to extend that item to all the 4 RHAs, and if you can give an indication of what these vacant posts that might be covered in this financial year?
Some of these vacant posts will be um, under this head. We will pay for increments as well as outstanding acting and incremental payments to officers across the RHAs for those people who are actually in post. Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Member for Point of Pear.
Minister, same on line item 0100,005 Northwest. That figure of 17,250,000 for 2025. That doesn't relate. I'm asking a general question. Does it relate to the salaries for doctors also? No.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Item 006, North Central Regional Health Authority. Item 007, Eastern Regional Health Authority. Item 008, Southwest Regional Health Authority. Item 009, National Alcohol and Drug Abuse Prevention. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. We are at page 193. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Here again, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Member for St. Joseph, I refer to line item 05, telephones, $4.5 million, which is an increase of $2.4 million from 2024. I humbly ask what portion of this allocation will be spent on internet charges and on repairs to telephone equipment.
So this is not for repairs, member. This is just to, an allocation to provide for actual telephone service and internet services. Both are the Ministry of Health admin building, the pharmacy solution called SALMI, the perinatal information system, and the diabetes and pregnancy initiative.
Thank you.
Member for Caroni East.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Madam Speaker, line item 16, contract employment. Minister, in the 2024 estimates, we have a figure of $111 million. And in the 2024 revised estimate, we have a figure of 102 million, which would be an estimate, of course. So my question is, what was the $9 million difference between the estimate and the revised estimate, and what did you intend to do and what didn't you do?
So you use the correct word. These are just estimates at the time of publishing. Under this vote, we seek to fill certain vacancies. Example, in our mental health department, our international desk, our blood bank, our ICT unit, our facilities management unit. We also use this vote, member, to pay our medical interns and our foreign medical recruitment doctors and nurses. So it's an estimate. So if there's any problem, we always come back to the media review, or you could via funds.
Member for Kamuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honorable Member for St. Joseph, I refer to line item 08, rent, lease, office accommodation, storage. Can you clarify the 13,061,700 decrease as per accommodation storage facilities?
So you may recall, member, the Ministry of Health moved into its new admin building at, I think, 5 Queen's Park East around September, October 2023. So we no longer rent a multiplicity of sites around Port of Spain and out of Port of Spain. In the last fiscal, coinciding with that move, we would have paid 5 quarterly payments. This year, we only have to pay 4. So that is why you will see that decrease.
Item 004, Vertical Services. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Line item 39, drugs and other related materials and supplies. So the 2023 actual was 372 million. we have a 2024 estimate of 574 million, and the 2024 revised estimate was only 350 million. We are now seeing a 2025 estimate, another huge sum of 625 million. And previously, we were told this line item included loan financing, drugs, CDAP, HIV test kits, and vaccines. So my question is, given that the 2024 estimate was 574 million, but the 2024 revised estimate was only 350 million, why should we believe that the 2025 million of estimate of 625 million would be an accurate estimate for this year when you have consistently come in much lower than the estimates?
Regrettable that you conflated loan financing under this heading. Honorable member, may I respectfully suggest that in reading the totality of the documents, you will see separate items, separate lines for loan financing. So may I simply put that on the record. It's also a pity that you couch your question in terms of can you believe? We provide pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals under this heading. For example, vaccines, influenza vaccines, HPV vaccines, HIV test kits, pharmaceuticals, non-pharmaceuticals, and expenses for CDAP. So that is what this vote is used for. So,
Minister,
yes?
the question is that given that there's an increase in the budget allocation of 275 million, do you foresee that the Ministry of Health would be using or has allocated $625 million worth of purchases this fiscal year?
Possible.
Now, Minister Finance.
Yeah, just let me clarify. The cost of pharmaceuticals is getting up to almost $1 billion a year. We have two ways of funding that. We can put it into the appropriation bill and appropriate a certain amount. And we also borrow money to finance the difference. We made a decision this year that we would put an appropriation of 625 million. We will still have to borrow. What would have happened in 2024 is that loan financing would have dealt with quite a bit of the invoices coming from the suppliers, and therefore using general revenues is not required. But the drugs are still purchased and they still have to be paid for. So that the correct question is what was the liability, for 2024. Okay.
And thank you, Minister. And that was part of my initial question to the Minister of Health.
Member for Faizaban.
Chair, my question was asked and answered.
Member for Kumutu Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the honorable member for St. Joseph. Line item 21, repairs and maintenance. I see the 2024 estimate and the revised estimate was quite a significant drop, and the 2025 estimate is 2 million. Can you explain what happened in 2024 for the revised estimate?
21? Under?
Right, 21, yes, sorry, 21, line item 21.
So I am seeing 2025 estimates 1.5 million with an increase for 50,000.
But what I have here in line 20 is 2,602,000. That's the 2024 estimate, and the revised estimate is 600,000. And for 2025 estimate is 2 million. So I'm just wondering what happened in 2024.
What item are we, a sub item are we under? Because my recollection is said 21. But yeah, I'm seeing different figures. This is on page 194.
Yeah, it's line 21. Yeah, you see 600,000, that was the revised estimate. I'm just curious as why so little was spent. That's the question.
Madam Chair, if you could assist me, I am not seeing those figures.
I'm unable to assist you. I'm seeing different figures.
Yes, I am
myself.
seeing totally different figures,
Yeah.
member,
Well, I do apologize then,
doctor.
because the book that I have here says differently.
You show you on page 194.
Yes, 193.
No, we're on page 194.
Oh,
That's what happened.
that's why.
Okay?
I apologize.
That's all right. So can we move on? Item, yes, sorry, member for point of view. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 39, drugs and other related materials and supplies, an increase of 275 million. I know in the budget statement, there is a fiscal measure for blood pressure kits to be distributed. Is this taken into account here? Or it's already distributed? No, I mean, to be distributed, all right, in the budget statement. This amount of increase of 275 million takes into account that you had the Minister of Finance promised to the country.
I'll check in. Go ahead now.
So if I may assist, we have already distributed 5,000 blood pressure monitors to the country, which we got as a gift from the People's Republic of China. And we had that launch at the San Fernando General Hospital some months ago. So that's already done.
So, Madam Chairman, if you'll allow me, for the record, as I correctly said, those were already distributed, and I made no promise going forward into 2025, as you have inaccurately alleged.
Item 005, Northwest Regional Authority. Item 006, North Central Regional Health Authority. Item 007, Eastern Regional Health Authority. Item 008, Southwest Regional Health Authority. Item 009, National Alcohol and Drug Abuse Prevention. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, we are at page 196. Item 001, General Administration. Item 004, Vertical Services. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, we are at page 197. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to the contribution to non-profit institutions, are you in a position to give a breakdown of the actual allocations for each of these non-profit organizations?
So there are 18 NGOs that we help fund under this head. Number 1, Christ Child Convalescent Home, 700,000. Diabetes Association, 600,000. Cancer Society, 1.75 million. National Council on Alcoholism, 300,000. Living Water and New Life Ministries, 2.6 million. The Just Because Foundation, 300,000. HEAL, which has to do with drug addiction, 220,000. Rebirth House and Oasis Drop-In Center, again, drug addiction, 935,000. Serenity Place Empowerment Center for Women, 200,000. Medical Research Foundation for Trinidad and Tobago, HIV/AIDS, 6.2 million. Breastfeeding Association, 275,000. Trinidad and Tobago Heart Foundation, 150,000. Heartbeat International, 865,000. Society for Inherited and Severe Blood Disorders, 100,000. Autistic Society of Trinidad and Tobago, 600,000. Horses Helping Humans, 500,000. Cotton Tree Foundation, $385,300. Mamatoto Resource and Birth Center, 275,000.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, at the end of the financial year, is there a process where each of these organizations is required to produce a report outlining what activities would have taken place?
In order for these funds to be reassessed and paid in the following contractual period, they have to produce the audited financial statements for the last 3 years. They must tell us what is their strategic plan working forward. They must present audited financial statements. So the answer is yes.
Last question on this item, Minister. In terms of a new or different organization seeking this kind of assistance from the Ministry of Health, is there a process? And if there is, can you explain the process?
Yes. So any new organization submitting a proposal, first they must show that their aims and objectives align to one of the ministry's strategic goals. It must align with something that we cannot do in the public healthcare system, and they could provide that sort of synergy for us. But it doesn't mean that the line item may be automatically extended. It's not totally elastic.
Thank you, Minister.
You're welcome.
Item 007, households, member for Kamucha Mantinella.
No.
Item, we on 007, okay. Item 009, other transfers, member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 01, Regional Health Authority, we see the 2023 actual is roughly 406 million, and the 2025 estimate is 245 million, which is roughly 160 million less. Could you please account for why such a drastic decrease in the funding to the Regional Health Authority?
So you on 2023?
The 2023 actual is 406 million on line item 01,
Right.
Regional Health Authority, and the 2025 estimate is 245 million. So there's, from 2023 actual to what is estimated for 2025 is 160 million. So within a short period of a couple of years, the Ministry of Health is saying they need $160 million less. Could you please account?
Yeah. So you have to understand what the vote is used for in the first place. So one of the uses of this vote is for legal settlements. So if there are less legal settlements, you're going to have a much lower figure. Also, some arrears may have been paid in the last fiscal, therefore we may require less in this fiscal. But again, you could always via funds and come back in the mid-year review if you need additional funding.
And Minister,
Sure.
as you were speaking about legal settlement, under the notes number 4, legal settlement, there's $15 million for legal settlements. Could you indicate how many cases were settled with this fund or will be settled with this fund?
One.
One case.
Yes.
And number 3 is other, 6.28 million, which you have indicated in previous years are usually ex gratia payments. Is that so this year as well?
This is to pay for allowance for monthly paid officers. Allowance for monthly paid officers.
Okay, thank you.
And member for Kamucha Mantinella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honorable Minister, line item 09, School Health Program for Audio Testing, Hearing Aid Service and Eyeglasses. It may have gone to another heading, but I just want to ask the Honorable Minister, 2024 revised estimate is 0 and 2025 is 0 as well.
The reason for that is that the school health program was decentralized to the RHAs in 2024. So it doesn't mean that it is not happening. It is just happening under the RHAs. So for example, in the ERHA, number of schools visited 83, North Central 94, Northwest 179, Southwest 210. So it has been decentralized, which is, I think you can appreciate, it makes for a much more agile system.
Member for Faisabad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was asked and answered.
Carrier Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, I'm on 01 with respect to the well, the item legal settlement at Roman 4, 15 million. Minister, through you, of course, Madam Chair, can you give us a breakdown of the attorneys that were retained by each of the RHA in the last fiscal year and the fees that were paid to each of the attorneys?
If I remember answer to a question asked, I think by Carney East, we were told that this is for one matter. Yes, this is what we were told.
Then can I find out who is the attorney that was retained on behalf of the RHA and how much they were paid for this matter?
Information
Can-
here. And also, it is a matter engaging the Attorney General under FOIA.
Can that information be provided to us?
I will have to confer with the Attorney General. As I just said, it is a matter attracting the attention of the Honorable Attorney General.
Minister, are you confirming that $15 million is in respect to a legal settlement for an FYA?
I am saying to you that the issue of who is the attorney and the actual fees, I don't have that. And also, it is a matter engaging the Attorney General.
Okay. This $15 million was the matter completed?
Was the matter what?
Was the matter completed?
I don't have that information here.
Just 1 minute. Is this a settlement figure or is this fees?
Yeah.
Settlement.
Okay, so remember, I
So,
won't allow that
So if
further
the-
questioning because this is settlement, not fees.
Okay, so then I can ask in this slide, Madam Speaker, if it's a settlement, which one of the RHA this $15 million was paid out to? Which RHA was engaged?
Yeah. So as I indicated, it's an allocation. And under this allocation, there was one settlement. That's the information I have.
So you're not prepared to give us which RHA paid out this
I
15
don't
million?
have that information here.
Can you provide it to me in writing afterwards?
Okay. Yes,
Yes?
confer with the PS and we will get that for you.
Thank you very much.
Member for Faisabad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, with regards to items 02, 03, 04, and 05, just taking these cumulatively, Minister, there's an overall decrease of
Okay, so 1 minute. This member has a very soft voice and somebody else is speaking. Okay, so, I say somebody because I don't want to believe it's an offending device, but I know it's a device. So the person who has the device, if they can go out, get their device under control, and they're certainly welcome back in. Okay? Apparently the device left on its own. Yes. Sorry, member for Faisal.
Yeah, that's all right, Madam Chair. I certainly cannot compete with a device in the chamber here, Madam Chair. So, Minister, with regards to, I'll just take 02, 03, 04, and 05 together. And if we look, there's a decrease when we tabulate of almost 183 million compared to 2024 in terms of the allocation to the RHAs. Minister, can you provide an explanation for that?
Go back to the 2023. What you will observe is that in fiscal 2024, all the RHAs got allocations even over their original 2023 allocations. So I think that's the explanation there that you can agree with as a former chairman of a RHA.
I'll leave it there for the time.
Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, one more.
Member for
One more.
Faisal. Yes.
Minister, with regards to 09, the school health program, audio test hearing aid service and eye services, I see that there's no allocation in 2024 and 2025. Can you explain?
So,
Answer that.
yeah, that question has been asked and answered. Okay? So remember, maybe if you check the recording, you would get the response.
My apologies.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 06, Children's Life Fund Authority. we are seeing that there's a decrease in allocation of $815,000, and the 2025 estimate is for 3.1 million. Could you please explain why it was chosen to have a $815,000 decrease in allocation to the Children's Life Fund?
It has to do with um, administrative costs. This vote is to actually cover the general operating costs of the Children's Life Fund, and also to pay stipends to board members. So as you flesh out the authority, there may be vacancies, you may hire more people. So we have case managers, case officers, BOA tools. So basically it's to cover administrative costs, increase administrative costs.
So, Minister, as there's a 815,000 decrease in administrative costs, is it that there are less persons employed at the authority?
No, it may not be less persons employed. It may be in the last fiscal, they fleshed out the organizational chart, so there may be no need to hire more people this year.
Okay. Item 010, other transfers abroad. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. And we go to page 195 of the relevant book. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 14, the Princess Elizabeth Home for Handicapped Children. Sub-item 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program. We at pages 7, we start at page 75. Item 004, social infrastructure. E, special education. Member for Miaro, I think I saw your hand.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, jumped ahead too quickly.
Right. A, hospitals. D, other services. Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, under line item 002, special program, treatment of adult cardiac disease, under the PSIP, it states that it's designed to provide timely and advanced cardiac care by leveraging private institutions. My question, Minister, is what measures are in place to ensure that this allocation of $20 million is used efficiently and effectively across all of these private healthcare institutions that are involved in the treatment of these diseases?
So at the Ministry of Health, under our policy department, we engage in a very rigorous monitoring and evaluation of all our external providers across the board. So that is done here, also under this vote.
Minister, can the ministry provide data on the success rates of these procedures and if there are quality control measures that you put in place to monitor these outcomes?
Under the monitoring and evaluation, but what I can tell you for fiscal 2024, we processed 1,281 cardiac procedures, 588 angiograms, 193 angioplasties, cabbage 357. So all of these things are actually monitored, but the outcome, whether a patient lives or dies, is multifactorial, as you know.
And finally, Madam Chair, Minister, is there an idea of the current backlog in terms of what is outstanding? Because from time to time, folks will come to the MP's office saying that, I get a schedule for next year. Any idea of providing what type of backlog?
So you have to understand these patients, just like in an accident and emergency, are triaged, and we attend to the most urgent, life-threatening cases first.
Okay,
Right.
thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, same line item 002, treatment of adult cardiac disease. Could you list the institutions that facilitate this allocation and the amounts that were paid in the last fiscal year?
We don't have that detail here, but that can easily be gotten, and we will endeavor to provide it.
Okay. A second question, line item 003, renal dialysis. The 2023 actual is $88 million, right? The 2025 estimate is $150 million, almost twice. Could you give us an account of why there's almost a doubling in the figure? And if possible, the institutions that provide this service and the amount paid to each institution?
Sure. So we can provide that list of the institutions. As to the amount paid, we can also endeavor to provide that. Why the increase? Because of the explosion of non-communicable diseases in Trinidad and Tobago and worldwide. In this case, this is for people suffering from renal disease, especially end-stage renal disease.
Minister, could I do another one, ma'am? Line item 023, medical research and development. In 2024, the revised estimate was 100,000. The 2025 estimate is zero. In last fiscal year, in the last standing finance committee, you told me this was on studies for COVID-19, an amputation study, a national NCD study. My question is, which may be quite straightforward, have these studies been completed, and when can we have access to them?
Yes, so the actual studies, especially diabetic foot care study, was completed. And because it was completed and the recommendations instituted, I can tell the country that we are now seeing a 16% decrease in lower major limb amputations in Trinidad and Tobago. So we have 41 people actually walking around now that before this study and before our intervention on NCDs would have lost their major limbs. So the study has been completed, and we are very encouraged. I would have told this chamber that our goal after 2 years was a 25% reduction in major lower limb amputations. In year one, we are down to 16%. So we are encouraged by these results.
And any data on the national NCD study?
Yes, so the data collection phase is completed, and we did put out ads in the newspapers and radio to tell the population that the data collection phase is completed. What we are doing now, as we say in IT parlance, is crunching the data and come up with a report. And as soon as that report is available, I am eagerly looking to make it public.
And the COVID-19 study?
The COVID-19 study, I will have to find out what is the status of that.
Faizaban.
Ask and answer.
Member for Kumucha Mansanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Forgive me for the physician and me, Honorable Member for St. Joseph. Regarding line item 007, waiting list for surgery, is this part of the external patient program, or is this regular surgery?
So this is part of the EPP program. We cover two main types of surgeries here. One, vitreoretinal surgeries, which you will agree and know is difficult to perform in the public sector, and also joint replacements. But on the issue of joint replacements, we are moving more of that back into the public system now.
Just 1 minute. Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, under line item 022, which is the President's Emergency Program for AIDS Relief, can you give us a brief description or explanation of how that 4 million allocation will be distributed between, I would think, the prevention efforts, treatment programs, community outreach? If you can just give a brief explanation of how that is going to work.
So the issue of HIV/AIDS is one, as you say, requires a lot of outreach programs. What we are doing, we are also stepping up our bilingual communication services because under our non-national policy, HIV is one that HIV treatment and detection is one that non-nationals can, in fact, access. So we do it for both English-speaking citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and our guests to our shores who may not be speaking English. So we have communications and surveillance material. We have purchased 6,500 HIV self-kits, which is what people can take in the privacy of their homes and do a kit. So that way we help reduce stigma, right? Stigma is one of the big issues in HIV/AIDS. We do recency testing to try to determine when an HIV infection took place. Then we do tracing. So if we know somebody who is positive, we then try to do contact tracing to their partners and so on. We are also using some of this funding because a very important aspect of HIV is drug resistance. You don't want the person with HIV to become resistant to the drugs that we are using. And data is important in managing HIV. So we have a lot of support for data management, data entry clerks, and so on. And we also use this for our social workers, as I said, our patient tracers, our counseling nurses, our pharmacists, our phlebotomists, our medical research clerks, and our HIV rapid testers. So it's prevention, it's communications, it's intervention, it's treatment.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Carinese.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, just quickly, 007, could we get a listing of the institutions and the amounts paid to each institution, please? If you have it on you now or in writing.
No, I will try to.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. C, Member for Miaro, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam. Minister, under line item 240, information systems, equipment and software, there's a...
Foreign and technical assistance.
Sorry.
Yeah, so there's nobody under A. So can A, I'm sorry. Barataria Sano.
Thank you very much. 003, that's National Health Information System. Minister, I noticed that there was a large allocation of $8 million for this line item, but the spend was only about $500,000, $500,000. Can you give me the answer to two things? One, what is the purpose of this line item? And two, why there was an underspend based on the allocation given?
So as I indicated in my opening statement, we are moving the health sector towards adopting technology more and more, both high-tech and low-tech. This vote was simply to evaluate a proposal. However, the actual meat and bones of the program, you will see coming under another heading very soon, heading 240. So I don't want to jump ahead too much.
So just to confirm, the $500,000 was to pay persons to evaluate a tender or
Sorry?
The $500,000 is the payment for professional fees really for the evaluation of a tender?
So if you look at the column, it's actually an estimate. It doesn't say it was spent.
Revised estimate normally means that that would have been spent from the original allocation.
No, it was not spent.
So this is incorrect. It should be zero then.
I will have to check with the people at budgets, but I am advised by the PS it was not spent.
Okay.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 240, information systems.
So C, I'm sorry, C, foreign and technical assistance. Member for Miaro.
Thank you. Sorry again, Madam Speaker. 240, information systems, equipment and software. There's an allocation of $25 million. Minister, again, from the PSIP, it has identified this particular allocation to advance digital infrastructure in the healthcare services across Trinidad and Tobago. I have two questions emanating out of the issue around the cyber attack that would have happened earlier on at the Southwest Regional Health Authority. The question is, what portion of this 25 million is being focused or allocated to the cyber security component of protecting our digital infrastructure in the healthcare services? And the second part of it, in terms of monitoring and ensuring continuous monitoring, upgrading of these protocols, what do you plan to put in place to make sure that these types of records are not hindered or accessed illegally over, in the future?
So the issue of cybersecurity and how we plan to manage that is two-pronged. Both our initiatives under the Ministry of Health, but also we are guided by the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And we are piggybacking on their cybersecurity backbone. So out of this 25 million, cybersecurity systems, secondary data and data recovery is 1.4 million. But as I said, we are also working together with the Ministry of Digital Transformation on cybersecurity. So there are two sources of funding, for want of a better word.
One follow-up question. Minister, would you be in a position to give us an update in terms of what has happened since the last attack? Have we recovered sufficiently in terms of the data? Did we, what was the impact? If it can be done under this heading, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. Sorry.
The thing about it is that while I know it's an important question, remember this is a financial exercise, and I'm sure you'll have another opportunity to ask that very important question. Okay, so F public buildings, member for Shogunas East.
Carney.
Carney East, I'm sorry, Carney East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, line item 003, refurbishment, equipping, and institutional strengthening of the insect vector control division. So we see in 2023, the actual spend was roughly $407,000. In 2024, the estimate was 4.5 million. The 2024 revised estimate is 3 million. And now we have the 2025 estimate of 2 million, which is basically more than 50% less than the 2024 estimate. Given what has happened in the last year with regards to dengue in Trinidad and Tobago, is $2 million sufficient as an estimate, given that 3 million was spent in 2024 and many citizens have complained about the insect vector control division of the Ministry of Health?
Thank you. So I am both happy and saddened that you have asked this question. Saddened because yesterday a very unfortunate statement was made by Faisabad. And I have to put this on the record because it's directly related to this. In 2024, we purchased 6 new vehicles. And it was unfortunate that the member said, if you want a cheap vehicle to buy, go down there and for $2,000 you get a vehicle. That, Madam Speaker, is heaping scorn on the good people who operate these 6 new vehicles that we bought in fiscal 2024. We don't have to buy 6 new vehicles again, right? For 2025, we have to replace 2 vehicles. So that is why you will see a seesawing of the amounts. So we bought 6 new vehicles in 2024, which were used in the fight against dengue.
Minister, can you give us a description of these 6 vehicles? Like what type of vehicles are they? Are they trucks? Are they station wagons, tiers?
Pickups, which we put the foggers on the tray to move around the communities. 6 new vehicles.
Aren't we under F, which is public buildings? Yeah?
Vehicles comes under the setting.
Yeah, but I haven't called G as yet. I've called.
No, we
I
on
think
F003.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Minister really caught me a little by surprise here because we're talking about buildings.
No, but the vote
Yes,
F003 is
yes,
under F. I haven't gone to G.
yes, but refurbishment, equipment, and institutional strengthening.
Yeah, so the
Vehicles come-
institutional strengthening is the vehicles.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Minister, to continue on 003, could you give us an idea of how these 6 vehicles are spread around Trinidad and Tobago?
Madam Speaker, may I ask for ruling on that? We are just here to discuss the financial, the use of monies, not the deployment of vehicles.
Poland. Yeah, member. Member, I'm sure you'll get an opportunity to ask that on another occasion. All right, so member for Faisaban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to 001, that 500 allocation for refurbishment and improvement accommodation, can you indicate which vertical division that money is going to?
So it was used for Trinidad Public Health Lab. And for 2025, we want to upgrade the main Hansen's disease unit. We want to do some work on the National Blood Transfusion Center, and also to help refurbish again the TPH building at Federation Park.
I want to reverse back to Honorable Minister 003. Would institutional strengthening mean maybe on another head, recruitment of more perifocal operators?
That does not fall under this head.
It doesn't fall?
No.
Thank you.
Member for Barachara San Juan.
Thank you very much. Minister, you said you all purchased, 003 insect vector control. You said the division purchased 6 vehicles in 2024. And for 2025, there will be 2 additional vehicles to be purchased. So that gives us about 8 vehicles by the end of 2025. Are there any additional or other vehicles in this division?
So I was speaking about new vehicles. In addition, the existing vehicles which are operational, it amounts to 26.
26.
26.
And out of the 26, how many are operational?
All, yeah, I'm being
All-
told all, yeah.
All are,
That's
and-
what I'm being told.
Okay. And how many of the fogging machines are available at the IBCD as at present?
Sure. So the number of handheld foggers, 47, and ULV machines, 8.
Okay. And would you be purchasing any more in this new fiscal year?
Yes, so we are going to be purchasing 20 blowers and 4 ULV machines.
Okay.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 003 again. Taking into consideration this $2 million allocation, we are in an era of reduced budgets. Looking at the issues around climate change, the increase in vector-borne types of diseases, is any part of this allocation being used in investing or investigating new technology in terms of mosquito control as we go forward into the future?
The Ministry of Health, through the IBCD, has already been engaged with novel methods of mosquito control. One of the methods we have looked at was something called the N2 care traps, which is I don't know how to describe it, but it's a non-chemical trap that we put around public buildings and schools. And I think Kumuto Manzanella knows about it. That is a non-chemical method of controlling the mosquito population. We are also working with CARFA, because this is important. I'm glad you raised it, to have an idea of what is happening under institutional strengthening here. Do the mosquitoes in Trinidad and Tobago, have they in fact built up resistance to the chemicals? So that is some work that we are also doing. Thank you.
Item, yes, sorry, member for Shigona Seas.
Madam Speaker, item 003 IVCD. I heard the minister gave a response of vehicles being operational. One of the things I learned in local government is vehicles are operational, but it's not functioning on the road. So, Minister, you gave a number for how many vehicles are operational. How many of these vehicles are actually out on the road, assisting in areas that may have cases of dengue?
I am advised it is 26. That's what my advice is, yes.
Okay, so G, equipment and vehicles. Infrastructure Development Fund, item 004, social infrastructure. We now go to page 200. F, health facilities. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, which is at page 201. F, public buildings. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $6,704,077,000 for head 28, Ministry of Health, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $6,704,077,000 for head 28, Ministry of Health, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS. Thank you, technocrats. So you want us to suspend? Okay, so honorable members, I really want to congratulate you all for your efficiencies. They always say, when you wait till it ends well, but I really have to commend you all at this stage. We a little ahead of time. They here. Look, yeah. Check on. Well, let's hope what we gain on the straight road, right? We don't lose too much of it on the roundabout. So, members, might I suggest that we suspend to 11:20. We suspend to 11:20. Okay, so we will suspend to 11:20. We'll resume at 11:20. We'll do our best efforts to ensure that the relevant persons are here. Okay?
I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and only mass bands. Them say I'm mad and I'm mad. I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. As I Trini, as I Trini, Popo Trini, I Trini. Cause they know what Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they like Trini woman walk. And we make good company. Yeah, and we make good company. And we make good company. See me done. We just dictate all the place for now. We just represent for we so cars. We just sell out all the strong liquor. We just represent for we so cars. Them say we mad and we bad. I'm telling you where we from. We're from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Popo Trini, a Trini. Oh, cause they love how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they love Trini woman walk. And we make good company. And we make good company. And we make good company. See me done. Boy, a party until it rain. I dressing up in my red, white and black. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done there. Plus I know all artists and only mass bands. Them say I'm mad and I'm mad. I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Popo Trini, a Trini. Oh, cause they love how Trini does look. And they love how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they love Trini woman walk. And we make good company. And we make good company. And we make good company. We just dictate all the place for now. We just represent for we so now. We just sell out all the strong liquor. We just represent for we so now.
Me lover, I have to mention in my confession to you, me lover, and must discuss what we should and shouldn't do. As a me lover, a good relation is a relation based on trust. Me lover, we too jealous and suspicious, it's outrageous. true. Me lover. It's so amusing to hear abusing and accusing. It's so confusing. I know they're messing up in mind. Oh, oh, oh. I know they're messing up in mind. Me lover, me lover, me lover, me lover, me lover, me lover. Oh, let's have a good, good time. No, no, me lover. Let's have a good, good time. Me lover. Let's have a good, good time. Me darling, no, no. Let's have a good, good time. I said, me lover, your love too precious and too delicious to lose. Me lover, and you too vital and too special to abuse. Me lover, what good for ram goat is good for gander and goosey too. Me lover, you must remember, me baby lover, when you out yonder, protect me pleasure and don't go messing up my mind. No, 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 don't go messing up my mind. Me darling, no. Me lover, let's have a good, good time. No, 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 no. Me lover, me lover, me lover. Let's have a good, good time. Me lover, me lover, good, good time. Oh. Me darling, no. Let's have a good, good time. The Standing Finance Committee meeting is now resumed. Morning, everyone. Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, 2,598,277,200. I will now invite the Minister of National Security to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you and good morning to esteemed members of our Standing Finance Committee, distinguished colleagues and all stakeholders present and observing these proceedings. Today, we discuss yet again the vital matter of the national security in and of Trinidad and Tobago. As we of national security navigate the complex landscape marked by challenges such as crime, violence, and emerging threats, it is essential that the Ministry of National Security prioritize our efforts to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our citizens. As we review the elements of the 2024 to 25 budget as it affects us in national security, we believe it is imperative that we not only focus on the financial allocations, but also examine the strategic initiatives that will underpin all of our national security efforts. It is crucial that we effectively allocate resources to enhance law enforcement capabilities, to improve community safety and to improve the programs that we design and apply in the context of community safety, public safety, and as well to invest in technology and training that is necessary to empower our law enforcement force services. And today we are in Head 64 to examine those matters in relation to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. We have here Minister in the Ministry of National Security, of course, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Services leader, Commissioner Christopher, and of course the team from the police service, and we are ready to deal with the matters in front of us. Thank you very warmly, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,598,277,200 for Head 64 Trinidad and Tobago Police Service stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $2,598,277,200 for Head 64 Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, subhead 01, personal expenditure. We are at page 293, item 001, police service. Member for Naparimo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I welcome the Honorable Minister, or may I say ministers, and the Commissioner of Police. I note, Madam Chair, that you said that the last session went very quickly, efficiently, and I intend to play my part in making sure that this segment continues in the same vein. So I only have two questions. Item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. And I see that there is a decrease in the allocation by 85 million. And I note the Minister of Finance has indicated in page 102 of the budget speech that the TTPS has affirmed its commitment to improving the capabilities of our law enforcement agencies by not only increasing resources and manpower. So the simple question is, in the context of an increase in manpower, could the Minister explain the decrease in allocation?
This has to do with relatively recent negotiations with the CPO, increases in salaries and allowances to officers of the police service, including, of course, special reserve police officers, and allocations were made to account for the arrears that would have accrued to them during fiscal 23-24. Those would have been largely dealt with, and therefore we are back to normal runnings on the new terms.
Yes, member for Naparimo.
03, overtime. I note that there is a decrease, but the figure is 400 million, the allocation, which is 1/3 roughly of salaries and COLA. And in the context of the fact that where some have indicated that we have, say, 7,000 sanctioned strength of the police service and 3,000 SRPs, making it 10,000, which on a per capita basis is roughly 4 times that of the city of Toronto. Could the minister just indicate why this significant allocation for overtime? Bearing in mind that I note the decrease, which I think is an excellent idea.
Observe, member, that decrease because the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, under the directive of the Minister of National Security, the Ministry of National Security, and the government, by further extension, has been making consistent and sustained efforts to reduce the overtime bill. That implies an attempt implicitly and at the same time to gain more effort and more productivity during regular work time from the men and women of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So the decrease is thus explained, and the effort is ongoing to continue to bring it down as we maximize productivity in usual normal working hours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am on 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. And good morning, Minister, and good morning to the Commissioner of Police. Thank you for joining us. With respect to the allocation being given for 2024 to 2025, there's, as the member for Naparima indicated, a decrease. Minister, can you indicate as of now, in terms of recent figures, what is the actual strength as compared to the sanction strength?
I would say the actual strength of the police service is 6,450 personnel.
And the sanction?
The sanction strength is 7,884.
Great.
But the operational strength, as we have identified, meaning persons who are not on like long leave and sustained sick leave and that sort of thing, is 5,000, just about 5,065.
Minister, in the last budget, and we're looking at the 2024 allocation, the government indicated its intention to have recruited 1,000 additional officers of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Based on the figures reflected here, it seems as though that was not done. For the last fiscal year, can you indicate to this committee how many new recruits have been passed out into the TTPS?
Well, so let me step back a wee bit. The Commissioner of Police indicated to the government the shortfall between the sanctioned strength and the actual strength, as I have hitherto explained. And therefore, it was on that basis that the government mandated that 1,000 police officers be recruited in fiscal 23-24. I am pleased to inform you that that process was properly and swiftly undertaken, and thus far, 1,007 persons have been inducted into the service and have been undergoing training. Of course, it is being done in different batches. Some have passed out already, and others are at different stages of their training, but all are expected to be sworn as full-fledged police officers in March of 2025.
For the last...
So it has been quite successful, okay. And I can tell you a lot more about the difficulties that were encountered along that path. So it was a really great achievement on the part of the police service.
For the last fiscal year, can you just give me the number of how many were passed out and sworn?
Getting that. Roughly 300 police officers.
So we did
and
not...
the others are, as I indicated to you, at different levels of their training.
Okay. This line item also, Minister, covers SRP's salaries.
It does.
Is there any indication whether or not some of the SRPs will be absorbed as regular police officers?
Well, before I venture an answer to that, I must tell you that we have 2,330 active full-time SRPs. We have 443 active part-time SRPs. Contracted full-time SRPs, 221. And we have a category we call returnees as contracted part-time. They would have completed their regular service and came back to lend particular assistance in particular occasions or circumstances. And there are 10 of them at this juncture, altogether 3,004. And of course, your question was
if we can absorb some of them, because there's a
the question of
disparity in their
absorption. The question of
remuneration.
absorption is one that is in the contemplation of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the Ministry of National Security.
The reason I asked the question, Minister, is in light of the disparity in the salaries between the SRPs and regulars.
Yeah, just 1 minute. So the absorption issue, I will not allow us to go down the road there. I think the minister has really expanded a lot for the questions that have been asked. Do you have something else? Yes, please. Yes.
I want to move on to 03, Madam Chair, which is overtime in terms of the monthly paid officers. Minister, tying the overtime bill to the already high salaries bill, I mean, we have to understand what is being accounted for such a high overtime bill. Can you give us a breakdown in terms of the various divisions in which the overtime is paid and how much overtime were paid for those divisions?
That can be provided
in writing
by
subsequently?
division.
Yes. Minister, do you believe, since there's about 418 million that was allocated and the full amount was in fact spent in the last fiscal year, now we have a reduction? I heard your answer earlier that you're trying to increase productivity during normal working hours to absorb the 18 million so that the 18 million don't have to be paid in additional overtime. Is it that with the new officers having been recruited, as you said, next year, 2025 or so, whether this bill will in fact also decrease, having more actual officers in the service, will it decrease the overtime bill?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Minister of National Security has permitted me to get involved. Firstly, member for Barataria, you have to understand that every year, through natural attrition, police officers would leave the service. Correct. The retirement age is subject to correction. For the lower ranks, it's 45?
55.
55, 55. Okay? So that naturally you're going to have attrition. That's actually the Army's 45. You'll have natural attrition. So you have to keep bringing in people to keep the level at the same level, the strength at the same level. Additionally, if you look at the overtime bill for 2023, which is actual,
377.
It's less than what has been appropriated or what is to be appropriated this year. The 418 revised estimate is not actual. There are three different types of estimates. There's original, there's revised, and there's actual. So next year, one may very well see that the expenditure on overtime for 2024 might be 399,000, for example. So these are very small variations. The difference between the 2025 allocation and the revised estimate for 2024 is only 4%. So really, there's very little that you can read into these numbers. Very little. Certainly, in my view, you cannot arrive at the conclusions that you are arriving at, that with this reduction, is this an appropriate reduction and so on. It's only 4%.
No, what I can ask you, Minister, is this. The books were printed way much in advance before the Commissioner would have gotten here. 418 is the revised estimate. Can the Minister through the Commissioner, the Commissioner through the Minister, give us what may have been the closing figure for 2024?
That's impossible. And these books are only printed 1 week before the budget is delivered.
So this is the closest figure we'll get.
That's impossible at this point in time because remember, this year's budget statement was delivered on the 30th of September, but the books would have been printed on the 23rd of September. Normally, we don't get accurate figures for a month, so that it's only by the end of this month or even into November would the Ministry of Finance or even the Commissioner herself be aware of what the actual spend for 2024 would be.
I have a request inside already with the breakdown, so I will get that afterwards.
Okay.
When officers are transferred to certain specialist sections of the police service, like the CID and the special branch and such specialist units, they are entitled to what is called a commuted allowance, which is in lieu of overtime. It's a standard payment, and that figure is included in this as well. In addition to that, there's another element at work in here, the demands of the Minister of National Security and the demands of the society for more and more on the part of the police. So there's a confluence of all of these elements inside of there, but the work is ongoing. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the honorable ministers. Now, Madam Chair, in light of the emphasis placed in the substantive budget debate by the honorable minister in relation to productivity and an issue and problem concerning productivity in the workforce, my question really arises under item 03, overtime. Do you anticipate, or would this decrease of 18 million in overtime affect the morale of the police officers now that you are seeing a reduction? Some of them may have felt that this is something that officers would work towards, and they anticipate that they would somehow supplement their income from time to time, having access to overtime.
First of all, my comments in the course of the debate would have been comments of general applicability, meaning it would have been from my own observations as a public servant about the workforce in our country as a whole. I have always held the view, I've long held the view that we can do more, achieve more, if as a workforce, as you indicated, we were more productive. And efforts have been, and efforts continue to be on the way to improving the productivity of the workforce of Trinidad and Tobago, public, private, all of us, the entire workforce. But more specifically, I don't anticipate that this will tax or affect adversely the morale of the officers of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. I, of course, ask that in the context of the culture that prevails and your specific reference to productivity. In relation to 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, based on what I have heard as the reasons, or as to the reasons given for the decrease of this substantial amount, can we have an assurance, Minister? Would you give an assurance that this reduction in this sum of money, it will not affect the police's ability to police effectively? That this sum of money, they are now not going to have access to this sum, and you have said it is solely on account of the fact that there may have been over budgeting on the previous occasion, having to do with paying of additional negotiated sums.
I do not recall suggesting that it was over budgeting. I am simply saying that the commissioner is mandated to rearrange the affairs of the deployment and the shifts and all that she must do as leader of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to gain more from the officers in their normal working hours so as to suppress and to reduce the need for overtime, notwithstanding the fact that they are called upon as a unit, as a police service, to provide more to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That's the mandate of the commissioner, and she has set about it, and she is to be applauded and encouraged. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, may I come in? Yes, I really have to address what appears to me on the face of it to be an attempt at mischief. The back pay to the police officers for accepting the 4% wage increase was well over $100 million. May very well have been more than that. So if you see a decrease of $85 million in salaries and cost of living allowance, that is less than what the provision would have been in 2024 for back pay. And therefore, there is no decrease in salaries and wages, normal salaries and wages. There is no back pay to be paid in 2025. So it is just, I'm afraid, some form of political mischief to say there has been a decrease in salaries and wages when the member knows very well that there is no back pay to be paid in 2025. I know.
Or
I know
which
it.
West?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. I have one question with regards to sub-item 05, government's contribution to NIS. I note a $500,000 increase projected for fiscal 2025. My question is whether this will fully compensate for all NIS contributions for fiscal 2025, and whether this includes any provision for arrears of NIS.
Is of NIS?
Two questions, whether this will meet existing requirements and whether this also factors in arrears.
Both counts I'm advised is yes.
So there are arrears to NIS or?
No, I'm sorry. The answer to your first question, whether it will meet the need, is yes, but there are no arrears of NIS as I am being advised.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. 01, just returning to the response given by Minister of Finance in conjunction with the Ministers in National Security. There is no political mischief. It is simply an assurance that the reduction that we are seeing here will not affect the police's ability to police effectively. That was all the question was. I mean, and the minister answered that. So is it that the Minister of Finance is suggesting that there is political mischief in ensuring on behalf of the public that the reduction will not ensure that there's effective policing is somehow political mischief?
Madam Chairman, I will speak very briefly with your permission. The allocation for salaries and wages of officers in place in the strength of the police force has not been reduced. What has been taken out is an allocation for an item that does not occur in 2025. And therefore, the insinuation that this item that has been taken out would somehow affect the serving members of the police force, in my opinion, is political mischief, because it's common sense. If no back pay has to be paid this year, then clearly there has to be a reduction in the allocation for salaries and wages.
Yes, please. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, Police Service, Trinidad. Member for Couva North, that's where you are?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this opportunity to contribute. A pleasant good morning to Commissioner, Minister, and members of our viewing audience. Madam, I would like to go to item 13, maintenance of vehicles. Honorable Minister, this line item, the actual spend in 2023 was $33 million. What we are seeing estimated for 2025 is $22 million. The $50 million that was allocated for 2024 in the 2024 estimate, the $50 million for the estimate of maintenance of vehicles was significantly underutilized, where only $21 million was used to maintain the police vehicles. Can you provide us with an explanation as to why?
Member, the police service, just let me share some details with you as to put it in context. The police service at the moment has a total fleet of 2,219 vehicles. At the moment, 546 of them require some level of repair. ranging from small to not so small. So there are quite a few vehicles in the atmosphere here. And what was utilized in 2024, as you say, 21 million actual expenditure. The revised figure, 21.5, and of course, an allocation on this occasion for $22 million to deal with repairs on an ongoing basis as it becomes necessary.
Honorable Minister, with the greatest of respect, the question which you failed to answer is, can you tell us why it is that this 50 million that was allocated for the maintenance of vehicles was not utilized to maintain these vehicles? And what you are hearing now from you is that there's 546 vehicles that require maintenance. That's a significant amount of police vehicles, especially when persons contact police stations and the police station's response is that they don't have sufficient vehicles to respond accordingly. Can you provide the viewing public with a reasonable explanation?
I think it would be appropriate for me to say the Minister of Finance would have announced that the police service is mandated to acquire 2,000 additional vehicles between the next or for the next 2 years, 2025 and 2026. That would increase the number of vehicles in their fleet substantially. And therefore, in addition to 197 vehicles that were recently ordered, some already delivered to the police service, and an additional 50 vehicles that were delivered prior to that. The question to the public, as you have invited me to do, as to whether the police would not have vehicles and would report to the public that they don't have. If that is so, it ought not to be, and certainly from the mandates that we have, it is unlikely to be so into the foreseeable future.
Honorable Minister, out of the 2,219 vehicles, subtracting the 546 that requires repair, can you tell us how many of that 2,219 has been written off as non-operational, cannot be repaired, derelict, and how much is actually functioning?
Math?
Yes.
And what did you get? Okay. Okay.
Just, we've come out of a really robust period, and I really would like that this period has a different tone. So, yes, please.
126 vehicles on simple math.
Is it 826 operational or 826 to be written off?
But I indicated to you that the operational vehicles are 1,393. I indicated to you that
No,
546 require some repair. You asked a question and I told you 826. So those are vehicles that are beyond repair.
All right, you now give us a figure of 1,393. You had given us 2,219 vehicles initially. So thank you for the information, Mrs. Minister.
For Naparima.
I have two questions. One related to item 10, office stationery and supplies. And I asked that question in the context of statements by the president of the Police Service Social and Welfare Association, ASP Gideon Dixon, who speaks repeatedly about a shortage of stationery and equipment at police stations. But yet, when I look at the allocation in 2023, the actual was 5.2 million. And the allocation in 2025, notwithstanding inflation, increase in cost of buying stationery and whatnot, is approximately 700,000 less, $4.5 million. Could the minister explain whether this allocation will address the concerns of persons like the ASP Dixon?
Question is yes.
And the second question is related to item 13, maintenance of vehicles. And we see that an increase of $500,000 when the Minister of Finance indicated that there would be 2,000 new vehicles, of which 500 would be in the first phase. So if you talk about 500 vehicles and it's 500,000 increase, it's a relatively 1,000 per vehicle. Is this adequate? And secondly, there's a concern based on anecdotal evidence that the police vehicles are not adequately maintained. You see, you drive and you see vehicles PDPE apparently in a scrapyard. And the question is there a robust maintenance system in the TTPS such that the 2,000 vehicles would last a period of time that is consistent with international practices?
Anticipate that the answer to your question is yes, and just to reflect that this allocation is for maintenance. And if you are expecting an influx of new vehicles, logically, maintenance costs would be lower in its earlier existence. In addition to that, the government has mandated that a specialized agency, GORTT, be the agency that will deal with the maintenance of police vehicles, and that is the path that is now adopted.
Okay, I won't debate, but a new vehicle, 1,000 each time you go 5,000 miles, the maintenance, regular maintenance is more than $1,000, but I wouldn't pursue that. Next.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I'm seeing a new line item, 07 house rates. It's a new sub-item. What's that about?
You want to know what that is?
Well, that's what I asked.
So-called, but this is to deal with issues of building taxes and that sort of thing.
So the TTPS has to pay property tax?
Taxes on buildings.
Property, is it property
Well, of
tax?
course, if the TTPS is renting a building and the landlord imposes, if the TTPS is renting a building and the landlord imposes some request or demand, I expect it will be met.
So you're allocating $5,000 for property tax for the entire TTPS.
I did not say
and
that.
Someone who has a very small home has to pay about $3,000 or $4,000.
I did not say that.
So the TTPS has to only pay $5,000 in property tax.
I'm saying this is the allocation.
$5,000.
This I'm saying is the allocation, and if it requires more than that, adjustments will be made to treat with it.
Okay.
Coach West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, I want to return to sub-items 1.3, maintenance of vehicles. You just indicated that the Minister has advised that GORTT now will be the agency which would undertake primarily the repairs of police vehicles. Can you advise whether there are any outstanding bills for going into fiscal 2025 for goods and services provided for undertaking the repairs of these vehicles?
Says yes.
Can you quantify it? Can you give us a figure?
Not immediately, but that can be provided.
Can you also provide an indication as to which supplier those various costs will be identified, will be specific to?
Okay, that would be provided.
Thank you very much. And I'm assuming that the Honorable Minister of Finance will agree to provide that prior to the wrap-up of this Standing Finance Committee next week.
What did you ask? Excuse me.
It's
Madam
a
Chair.
question with regards to the outstanding arrears for goods and services provided in the repair of the vehicles.
And you want me to provide that?
Well, I want the assurance to
No,
you, sir.
speak to the minister, please.
Well, Minister, would you provide the assurance that that information will be provided to the Honorable Committee before the wind up of the Standing Finance Committee
I
debate?
give the assurance that it will be provided.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Member for Orpuch East.
Good morning to all, and apologies for being a bit late with the horrendous traffic to get here. Madam Chair, I just want to ask a word on clarification on matter. Let me get back my glasses. 07 house rates. This new item called house rates. The minister alluded a few moments ago that this may well be the property tax matter that the police may be renting from private landowners and have to pay. Could I ask the minister to indicate whether, through the minister and the commissioner actually can assist, a proper assessment has been done of the buildings occupied by agencies of the police, the TTPS, and an estimate of property taxes, if this is property taxes, because we were told earlier that the property tax would not be imposed at this time on commercial properties, but only residential. So there is again some doubt as to this new item, as to what exactly it would be, that has an allocation of only 500,000.
There is no doubt, but the Minister of Finance will answer the particular matter you have raised.
And the member for, is he sitting in the right seat? Orpuch East is a very educated man and an expert on property tax, and would know that in section 16(1) F of the Property Tax Act, it is made crystal clear in the English language, the language of this parliament, that land belonging to and in occupation of the state or its servants is exempt. And therefore, there is no property tax to be paid on police stations and so on. I am advised,
contradicting the minister.
I am not finished, I am advised by the budget division that this is a residual tax owed from long ago. Because as you would see, it's house rates. House rates and property tax are not the same thing. This is something from way back when. Okay.
So you're clarifying that it is something owed long time ago.
Long ago.
And so long that is $500,000 owed by $5,000.
Yes, it's a very
owed by the
small
TTPS.
amount.
That would have
Very
been
small
that would have been long before your time that it would be so small.
Well, possibly.
Madam Speaker, my next.
But you understand
my
now
next,
that police stations are exempt from property tax, as I am certain you know.
even if they're on private property, they're exempt.
It says lands belonging to or occupied by the
occupied
state or
by
its
state.
servants. Or its servants.
And to be 100% clear, because this is an interesting point here, in the event that the police station or a police department, police entity, law enforcement, is it currently renting property from a private owner, that private owner is exempt from paying property tax
No.
because it is the police station or the TTPS is an occupation
No.
of a private property.
No.
So
That
therefore,
person
that
is liable
private
to pay
property
the tax.
must pay property
The
tax.
owner is liable to pay the tax.
And the owner is liable to transfer that fee to the TTPS.
That is a matter between
the
the
landlord
landlord
and tenant.
and the TTPS.
And the tenant.
That is a
Thank
matter
you.
whether the landlord decides to absorb the tax or to pass it on. That's a matter for them.
Madam Speaker, just to put on record, the Minister of National Security confirmed a few moments ago that it was indeed property tax. But I will move on to a related issue. Madam Speaker, on the
Well,
maintenance of vehicles.
Just now, I am not certain. I heard the minister repeatedly say building taxes. The record will see whether we all heard, who heard correctly. But I don't think your recollection is quite accurate.
No.
Yes?
You only had that.
You have anything else, Purchase? Yes?
Ma'am, I heard earlier one thing. If you are saying it was not so, then I accept your
As I said, the record
statement.
will,
The
will
record is
say
there.
which one of us heard.
Could I,
Yes.
on another question, item 1.3, colleagues have asked several questions that I
Yes.
had in mind, but one issue I wanted to raise here for clarity as well, maintenance of vehicle. We were informed some time ago that vehicles purchased from a company, Lifestyle Motors, I believe, for use by the TT. What did the Minister of Finance say? Oh. Vehicles purchased by the TTPS from Lifestyle Motors, we were told that those vehicles were proven to be unusable or dysfunctional or some challenge with the TTPS installations and usage and so on. Could you confirm whether or not that is so? Or if it is not so, are those vehicles, could you tell us how many vehicles were purchased from Lifestyle Motors and the cost?
But
And,
and
whether they're in need of maintenance,
of vehicles.
and whether or not those vehicles are in need of maintenance.
So I'm not going to allow the question about the number of vehicles purchased from Lifestyle Motors because this is maintenance of vehicles.
Okay, could you
So what's the
indicate
question?
whether the 50 vehicles purchased from Lifestyle Motors are indeed vehicles that are in need of maintenance?
Vehicles were not purchased from Lifestyle Motors, whoever that is or they are.
But you don't know how much were.
We'll get it.
But for point of pair.
Chair, I want to come back to that line item, maintenance of vehicles 13. Madam Chair, in 2020, last year when you were here for the 2024 budget, and 50 million was estimated to be utilized in the last fiscal, the government and the Minister of National Security defended that figure. And I want to say, I have no problem with the figure. And I thought that in 2024 revised estimate, you would have seen something closer to the $50 million. Because what it tells me is that they had an aggressive maintenance plan, which was told to us last year. And I have no problem with that because it shows that the vehicles will be on the road properly maintained, Madam Speaker. So my question is, why that figure, the revised figure for 2024, was literally half of the amount budgeted in 2024 at the beginning, and only 2022 million is being estimated for 2025. And I say that in context, Madam Chair, that for St. Margaret's Police Station by me, we had one vehicle for the longest while. We had two vehicles. One was laid up because of lack of maintenance due to a mechanical engine defect, and it could have been easily repaired. So that is why I was hoping that this figure would have been closer to the 50 million budgeted last year. And what has happened for that whole maintenance program to collapse? And I use the word collapse respectfully.
Not collapsed. The actual turnout, the revised allocation, it turns out for 2024 was $21 million. And of course, an allocation on this year, closer to that, $22 million. The maintenance program has not collapsed. The vehicles are being maintained. And as I said, a very robust arrangement has been put in place with VEMCOT to ensure that they do it and turn it over very swiftly. So we are looking for the outturn from that.
Comment here. In many items, pharmaceuticals are a case in point, we spoke about previously. Funding is arranged in two ways, through an appropriation in the estimates and also through loan financing. If the police are able to manage the procurement in the manner that I hope they are, 500 vehicles will cost about $100 million. Let's take an average cost because taxes are not liable and due and liable on vehicles belonging to the state. So let's say $200,000 is a duty-free price for a vehicle, I just guess it. And you multiply that by 500, you get 100 million. So the police, within the estimates, you're not going to see $100 million for the acquisition of vehicles. And what I will do as Minister of Finance, once the police has mobilized its procurement system is arrange loan financing through a state enterprise, VEMCOT, for example, to procure the vehicles for them. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to... Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 96, fuel and lubricants. Madam Speaker, this is on page 294. Fuel and lubricants actual spend for 2023 was 26,997,000. However, Madam Speaker, what we saw in 2024, the estimate was cut down to 20 million, which was utilized by the revised estimate. And we are seeing for 2025, the same figure of $20 million has been allocated for fuel and lubricants, which actual spend in 2023 was 26.9 million. Now, we heard the Honorable Minister speak about an additional 50 vehicles, 197 recently ordered, 2,000 additional next 2 years, and I will address that as we go forward. But can the Honorable Minister advise us what kind of maths was utilized by his administration to come up with these additional vehicles? How in 2025 the estimate is going to be far less than what was actually spent in 2023?
Minister.
The allocation of 20 million is that which we were allowed by the Ministry of Finance. If the circumstances warrant additional monies, we are sure that that would be dealt with. Yes, it will be made available one way or the other, either by way of violence or perhaps in the midterm review. So it's just an allocation, but we'll deal with it as the need arises.
Well, Honorable Minister, the purpose of this budget and all budgets is to allocate resources for results. And I'm sure by now we would know for a fact that the allocation for this line item should be more than $20 million, taking into consideration how the crime rate in this country has consistently been increasing under your administration. So to cut this allocation from 2023 actual spend of 26.9 million down to 20 million, I would really like to know what kind of maths that you use to come up with this figure, because your maths is not mathsing.
As I said, it is an allocation, and adjustments will be made to accommodate any new needs that would arise. But I must also tell you, I'm advised that when the allocation was done for the last fiscal, it anticipated paying off some arrears, and that would have been treated with.
Well, if it is in the last fiscal, it involved paying out arrears.
Some of it.
Then, again, from moving from 26.9 million down to 20 million leaves us to wonder a little more in terms of what those arrears were and how much of that was actually utilized for this line item, fuel and lubricant, for the financial year of 2024.
Minister of Finance.
Yes, Madam Chairman. I don't think the member should wonder. If the member wishes to know, simply ask.
Okay.
How much of that was arrears?
So no, let's put it this way. I think the member is using to ask. We are not going to here conduct an exercise in looking at the dictionary. That's his way of asking. That's it. And this is what this platform is about.
He didn't ask.
Okay?
He didn't ask.
So I think the question has been asked, and either you or the minister may wish to answer.
Madam
Or
Speaker,
respond.
your skills at interpretation and translation know no boundaries.
Pause.
Honestly, Madam Speaker.
Member, could you rephrase the question?
Ma'am, I will ask in another place, and we can move on.
Okay, sure.
We can move on.
You have another question?
Yeah, I have another question. and I will treat with that for a written response for the minister as we move on. However, I want to refer the minister's attention to line item 17.
17.
Under training, which I believe should be extended not just for members of the TTPS, but perhaps the ministers as well, to utilize this vote. In
Okay,
2023.
So I just want us to set the tone, okay? We've turned a new page today with a new exercise. We had a very high level of civility this morning. But in the first head, I really hope that we could, while I understand the little bantering, I really hope we could, Minister, I'm speaking. I'm really hoping that we could continue with that level of civility that the Ministry of Health examination displayed today. I think it did well for all our mental health. So let's try to continue in that vein. Yes, member.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair, for such guidance as we move on to line item 17, training. Madam Chair, this line item, training in 2023, we saw an actual spend of 2.5 million in 2023. However, in 2024, it was allocated the same 2.5, but it was not utilized. From what we are seeing here in the revised estimate, it was only 1.2. We are seeing a similar estimate for 2025 of 1.3. Can the minister provide us with some explanation why there has been cuts in training for the TTPS, please?
I do not concede that there have been any cuts in training. As you might be aware, some training is done locally, largely at the police academy. Some training is done abroad. A lot of training is offered by international partners and agencies at no additional cost to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And this training, of course, involves crime scene analysis and investigations, forensic investigations, fraud detection, bomb detection, domestic violence and control, child protection strategies, leadership and management. And there is a very impressive list and numbers of the training programs that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service would have undertaken and dispensed among its members in 2024, and it is expected that this allocation will treat with those matters as I have described.
Yeah. Member for Chaguanas West.
Madam Speaker, I think my questions at the time I had raised my hand related to the new sub-item which Member for Barataria Sawa and Oropuch East had dealt with, but I will just register this, that I, for myself, in response to Member for Barataria Sawan, had heard the minister say property tax. And even if I am wrong in that, Madam Speaker, and the Minister of Finance is saying it is land and building taxes, it means, Madam Speaker, that they are referring to a period of time prior to 2009, that they are now seeking to get $5,000 under a new line item in 2024. Madam Speaker, it does not make any sense to me, so I just leave it at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. Member for Naparima.
Minister, I assume that the TTPS conducts audits of vehicles, usage, and damage, such that we know we should have a sense of the average lifespan of how long a vehicle entrusted in the police service is expected to last. And if that is so, is the minister in a position to tell us what is the average lifespan of a police vehicle in active service?
What would you say? Have we calculated the average? I am advised that there is no immediately available answer to that question, in the sense that there's been no assessment of how long, but they are aged vehicles, and therefore it can be measured.
Will the minister promise, and this is in the interest of, usage of funds?
Yeah, member, could you put us in the context of the line item.
Yes, in the context of the line item, will the minister?
Which one are we on?
Line,
That's what I'm
line
asking.
item 30, maintenance of vehicle.
Yeah.
The minister, promised that such an audit would exist, such that next year, when I'm not here, right, persons would be able to know the expected lifespan of a police vehicle, so that we will know if we're getting value for money, if it is consistent with what happens in other countries, other jurisdictions, so that, so that we'll have a thorough a review and analysis of our expenditures on this line item.
Please, Minister of Finance.
Madam Chairman, can I get a ruling from you or good self? This is page 293, sub-item 02, goods and services, sub-item 13, maintenance of vehicles, and there's an amount. I think I want to ask you, Madam Chairman, should not the questioning and the dialogue be limited to the amount and whether it's adequate and so on, and not go into all sorts of other things, a sort of a parliamentary adventure into all sorts of things? Could I ask for a ruling whether the questions should simply be on the adequacy of the appropriation and what it's going to be used for and so on and so on?
So what I would say is this. Because I'm here only to facilitate the conversation, if a question is asked and it's outside and the member is willing to answer, I generally allow it. Okay? So I've asked the member already to put it in the context of a line item, which he's done. I agree with respect to the issue of promising for next year when he's not here. I think that is really outside the ambit of what we're doing. Okay? All right, so I do say I am somewhat maybe sympathetic to the member because he keeps, flagging a particular departure. But I will still hold you, member,
Yes.
to the original foundation that you laid.
Yes.
That you will do all in your power to ensure that we are as efficient under this head as we were under the earlier head.
All the ministers to do so say yes, they're going to do the audit.
Okay, so do you have another question?
And I
though?
move on. No,
okay,
I move
thank
on.
you. Member for Oropuch West. Member for Oropuch West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister, I refer you to line item 16, contract employment. Would the minister be in a position to provide a breakdown of the nature of this contract employment, the names of the individuals, the purposes for which that contract employment had, which now fetches an estimate for 2025 of $74 million?
The nature of the contracts?
Yes, sir. What positions are now intended to be funded by $74 million under the heading Contract Employment 16?
I'll have to seek advice.
So is the positions?
Yes.
The positions? Yes.
Or the position?
Yes.
Okay, well, that can be made available.
Can I also continue, Madam Speaker? Sorry, Madam Chair. Line item 23, fees. Is the minister in a position to provide a breakdown, disaggregated breakdown for the components of these fees?
Yes. There's the licenses and so on. Yes, thank you very much. The police service has a mandate, and as I announced in the budget, it's the government's position that technology should be utilized as far as possible, all aimed at advancing the efficiency of the operations of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. In those circumstances, a number of technology-driven tools are available to the police. They don't come cheap. There's a cost, and very often there are licenses that surround them. These would include the GPS system. There's a license for body-worn cameras, data analytics software, and such things. So there are a whole lot of licenses that surround some of the technology, and it is in those circumstances that fees are payable.
So these specific fees, Minister, are for licensing arrangements as they exist now with the TTPS.
And of course, other fees, including legal fees, translation and interpreting, wrecking fees, motorcycle instructors where applicable, examination markers, and that sort of thing.
So, Minister, would you be able to be in a position to give itemized breakdown by value? So you said some of these fees are GPS, body cameras, those sorts of fees, but you also indicated some are legal fees. So what I'm asking for you to provide to the committee is a breakdown of to which particular component and what particular value of these fees.
Okay, for example, I could say legal and a figure, medical a figure, licenses a figure.
Yes, thank you.
Most certainly.
Thank you. I know that my colleague will probably want to ask for a breakdown of the attorneys that would have been hired under the legal fees component as well.
We are seeking legal advice on that.
Minister, just with regards to the same item, 23 fees, I noted that in 2024 you had estimated a $26 million spend, but you've only spent
Which
15.
line? Which line?
Same line item, 23 fees.
Yeah.
So in 2024 fiscal, you had projected a $26 million spend, but you spent only 15. Your revised estimate is 15, and even now you've only gone to 17. What particular fees did you consider in 2024 that you are no longer considering in 2025 fiscal?
Well, there would be an increase in the application of some of the technologies I've told you. We are bringing on new officers, so there would probably be an increase in the need for medical fees and all of the things that I've just described.
Yes, sir, but
We
you're
anticipate-
speaking about, I'm assuming you are referring to the $2 million increase, but I'm referring to the 2024 estimate where you initially had a projection that you were going to do several things. That is the projection that you came last year during the budget presentation and during this very same Standing Finance Committee when we approved the $26 million spend last year. But your revised estimate suggests that you've only spent 15, not the 26 that was projected at SFC last year. So my question then is, and even now your increase is only to 17. So in 2024, 1 year ago when you were here at SFC, you indicated an intention to spend $26 million under this head. You only spent 15 and you only projected to spend 17. So my question then is, what in 2024 last year when you were here, you are no longer you're pursuing this year with this allocation?
I think that could be explained with, yes, efficiencies of scale and prudent management of the public.
Sir, you are suggesting that there's an $11 million efficiency.
Yes,
Efficiency,
yes,
really?
Yes.
Under fees. Excellent. Can the minister then provide clarification as to what, under which heads these efficiencies emerge so that you are now spending substantially less money on fees?
Well, you have already made such a request and it will be forthcoming.
No, that request was for the disaggregation of the $17 million. I am asking you now, you said you've made substantial savings, upwards of, in fact, it's $9 million worth of savings based on efficiency. I'm suggesting that based on your comments, your presentation here, that you advise under which heads, what heads you improve your efficiency significantly to the $9
Madam
million.
Chairman, the member cannot answer a multiple choice question about multiple heads when we're dealing with one line.
Of course I can.
You
No,
cannot.
I am asking
That's
under
not
the
the rules.
fees. I am asking under fees, Minister. It's a single line item. No, single line item, sir.
I will provide the various categories
multiple choice
and the spend on each for your perusal.
I will accept that, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Member for Barter, son one.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to briefly ask for some information in writing with respect to line item 13, maintenance of vehicles. 013, yeah. If the minister can just, in writing, provide to us a breakdown of all of the suppliers that were paid in the last fiscal year and those that are still owed. With respect to 16 contract employment, um, I just want the minister to confirm whether or not this also involves consultancy services or that will fall under fees. We had gotten that information in the past,
Yes, 16. Does that involve consent?
so I'll know.
That it does not include consultancy services per se. And
23 will be consultancy services.
and I would provide the list that the contractors and the amounts paid to them.
Yes.
I will provide that as promised.
I thank you very much.
Member for Old Fuchs West.
So I refer you to line item 40, food at institutions. I know that your actual spend in fiscal 2023 was 20 million. You are now proposing to spend 12 million in the context of an increased police service. Would the minister wish to clarify why there seems to be a little bit of a difference or concern there for me? The question, Minister, is that in fiscal 2023, your actual spend for food at institutions, which is line item 40, was 20 million. You're proposing to spend 12 million in fiscal 2025, but in the context of an increased police service. Can the minister indicate how we can have a decrease in food at institutions, but we have an increase in the number of persons who would benefit under this head?
I think it might help if you understand that this is an allocation that caters to the provision of meals for persons in police custody, and of course for police officers who are out on specific exercises, where they cater to them by virtue of the length of time that they are out there and the need for refreshments.
Excellent.
That is what this allocation is all about.
Thank you for your clarification, but that just emphasizes the need for an explanation as to why it has dropped. I'm assuming, based on what the minister said in his budget presentation as well, that he's going to extend the amount of investigations and so on outside. So therefore, there should be an increased spend on this head.
This is the allocation, and I give you the assurance, give the public the assurance that once there's a need for an adjustment, that adjustment could be done quite easily and will be done.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you kindly.
Subhead, item 002, Police Service, Tobago. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to quickly refer the minister's attention to line item 10, office, stationery and supplies. The actual spend of 2023 of 521,000. The revised estimate for 2024, 250,000. We have seen a decline there of close to half of what was actually estimated in 2024 and from what is revised in 2024. Can the minister advise if sufficient releases was received by this division to ensure that office stationery and supplies was adequately provided to the various offices?
To me, the answer is yes.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want an all-encapsulating response from the minister with regards to sub-item 04, 05, and 06, that is electricity, telephones, and water and sewage rates. Minister, can you advise whether this allocation that you have for fiscal 2025 is sufficient to meet all existing needs and pay off any arrears at this point, or does the current allocation include provisions so that we will end up with arrears at the end of fiscal?
I simply say that this is the allocation, and again, once the need arises and it requires adjustments, those adjustments will be promptly effected.
Thank you very much, Minister. But just for clarification, does this allocation for fiscal 2025 then include provision for arrears?
I'm advised that there are no arrears, that they are current in respect of those matters.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, police service Trinidad, member for Oropouche East.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on this matter of equipment purchases, minor equipment purchases, I'm at 01 vehicles. I just wanted the minister to clarify that in the last year, according to the budget documents, public sector investment program, at page 87, we were told that in the last fiscal, there were no vehicles procured by the TTPS. Uh, could then the minister explain what this money was used for, exactly what was purchased?
Madam Chairman, could I just get clarification because I know my honorable friend very well. What page of the PSIP are you reading from?
Page 87 of a document you supplied us with.
What's it called?
Part 1, delivering goods, governance service, law enforcement.
No, what's the name of the document?
I stated that before.
Public Sector Investment Program?
Yes.
Page 81?
87.
87? Okay.
Could I ask why you're inquiring?
Well, I don't think you want an answer to that.
I'm asking the minister,
Because
could
I
you
don't
please,
trust you.
in the context that no vehicles were purchased, that is why the health area was so calm, he was not here. I'm Minister of National Security. Whether I was here or not is irrelevant. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, to the Minister, could you just indicate to us in fiscal 24, the $51 million or so, what was it used for in the context that no vehicle was purchased, no vehicles were procured in that fiscal year for the police, for the TTPS?
That vehicles were purchased.
But then it would have been an error in the public sector investment program 2025. These documents were misleading and inaccurate and they ought to be shelved. But having said that, is a matter not for you specifically, Minister. This is a matter for the Ministry of Finance. It speaks to the credibility of the information from the Ministry of Finance. I want to get to the related point because I want to return to what we have to our business. On vehicles, you have decreased, not you, but of course in the document, the amount of monies for vehicles, that monies have been decreased by over $36 million. Yet there was a fanfare announcement of the purchase of 2,000 vehicles in the coming period. So could I ask, why would you decrease by $36 million your allocation for vehicles, but still announce that you want to purchase 2,000 odd vehicles? How would this mesh?
The Minister of Finance took pains to explain a while ago that there are circumstances where in large-scale purchases of that nature, special arrangements, financing arrangements have been and can be arranged to treat with those.
Okay. Well, presumably these are small-scale arrangements. So could you indicate now, for this, the estimates that you are making here, 15 million now, a decrease of 36 million, what you predict, what is this for? What would the $15 million be used? What vehicles? What type of vehicles? What agency of the law enforcement division would be supplied with vehicles from this 15 million, assuming, as you said, the other monies will be sourced elsewhere for the purchase of vehicles for the TTPS?
There are 197 vehicles or 92? 100. There are
We are
on
purchasing
order.
73 additional. We 166, we got 93, and we have 73.
Right. The aim is to purchase
166.
the police is out of their
166.
yes, purchasing 166 vehicles. You have received 93 so far, and we have received 93 so far. So the anticipation is that they'll be paying for the difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You may have provided a little direction based on what you just indicated with regards to the same sub-item 01 vehicles. You would have spent in fiscal 2024 an estimated $51.6 million. And based on what you said, you received, I believe, 163 in fiscal. Is it that 163 vehicles cost the taxpayer of Trinidad and Tobago $51.7 million?
It may or may not.
Minister, would you be able to provide specifics to advise the population
As to the
that
cost.
for this 51 point, yes, the cost of vehicles, because here you are suggesting that for fiscal 2024, you would have bought 163 vehicles at $51.6 million.
That can quite easily be done.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 002, Police Service Tobago. Member for Oropouche West.
Minister, again, in fiscal 2024, you estimated you were going to spend $5.5 million on vehicles for Tobago, but you spent none. Can you advise, and in fiscal 2025, you're only projecting to spend $1 million. So in fiscal 2024, last time you were here, 1 year ago at Standing Finance, you indicated a desire to spend, to purchase a certain number of vehicles for Tobago. You spent none, you're now proposing to spend substantially less. Can the minister indicate whether circumstances in Tobago have changed so that the desire for vehicles for the police service in 2024 is not the same level of urgency as in fiscal 2025?
I would not say that. While Tobago has its separate account, as you could see here,
yes.
It is not uncommon. It's one Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and vehicles for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service are assigned to the Tobago Division.
So just to
and
be
it is
very
anticipated
specific,
that will continue.
I accept that, Minister, and I want to be very specific with it. So is the minister saying then that vehicles from Trinidad were taken to Tobago to supply the requirements, and therefore that is the reason why there was no spend on new vehicles for Tobago last year?
In this account, I'm saying to you, what I'm saying is, of the vehicles purchased as we already traversed, some of them would have been assigned to the Tobago Division of the Police Service.
Is the minister in a position to advise then the vehicular strength of Tobago at this point?
That can be made available quite easily, actually.
Thank you very much, Minister. I look forward to it.
Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 004, international bodies. Member for Kuvanawa? No?
Next.
Item 005, non-profit institutions. Member for Kuvanawa.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I would like to refer the Honorable Minister's attention to line item 01, the Police Youth Club. Madam Speaker, this organization, the Police Youth Club, has really been doing a lot of work across the country, where I understand we have over 11,000 plus members of the Police Youth Club across the country. And I want to congratulate the officers attached to the Police Youth Club for what they have been doing, along with those in the community policing unit for what they have been doing to assist our young men and women in these at-risk areas. Madam Speaker, when we look at this line item 01, Police Youth Club, what we seeing before us here for 2024, the revised estimate of $850,000, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it's really sad to know that this line item, which would have received a funding of 3.5 million and above in 2015, has now reached down to 850 in 2024. For the 2025 estimate, it is only at 1.3 million, far less from what was estimated in 2024. And can the minister explain why it is that the Police Youth Club allocation continues to decline under his watch, please?
Sir, the Police Youth Clubs, as the member fleetingly alluded to, are engaged with the youth of the nation under the disciplined and organized guiding hand of the members of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, some of whom are specialized in dealing with youth, managing and treating with youth and youth challenges on behalf of all of us. They are engaged in agricultural programs, for example, a hydroponics program at St. Mary's in Roxborough, in LaBrea, in Matlot, grow box programs, DigiCell's Go Green and Eat Clean aquaponics system program, an apiary culture initiative. They are involved in social programs as well, where they engage the children in social activities, largely involving the IATF's Hearts and Minds. They have homework centers, that sort of thing. They're engaged in cultural and sporting programs, entrepreneurship programs, and such like. This allocation meets a very enthusiastic Trinidad and Tobago police leadership. I am assured by the leadership of the police service that they are extremely enthusiastic about this program and makes resources available to them to conduct these very important affairs. In addition to that, of course, these police youth clubs are authorized by the police commissioner to receive assistance, support, donations from private and corporate citizens, and there are many very willing contributors in that regard, and to keep a register of same and to have their affairs audited on an ongoing basis. So the allocation that has been fixed is what that is, and as we have indicated earlier, if there is need for an adjustment in this regard, one can be assured that it will be met one way or the other.
Thank you most kindly, Honorable Minister, for that explanation provided. And you see, Madam Chair, this club here, this police youth club, has gotten a lot of support from corporate sponsors, from even colleagues. My colleague MP for Shogunas East does so much work in helping the police youth clubs and corporate community, corporate TNT assist in helping the police youth clubs. And I want to congratulate some of our officers like Officer Derek Shabadi, like Subhash Ramkilawan, and even right in Couva North, Madam Speaker, we have Officer Cumberbatch, Officer Kanhai, Sergeant Small, and others who working with these children. There is a building in the Couva North constituency which we have made available for the Waterloo Police Youth Club. It was constructed by the People's Partnership Administration and the electricity, which I would have raised previously to the Minister and the Commissioner, that there's an outstanding bill, electricity bill, to have that building reconnected, because these children are operating in that building without electricity. That's one. And also, I would have also brought to the attention of the Commissioner previously an accident that took place that caused damage to the St. James, the bus that the St. James Police Youth Club utilized to take these children to the St. James Police Youth Club venue and back to their homes, etc., to help. This Police Youth Club needs significant help. And what we're seeing here is for 2024, an allocation of 1.5 was not fully utilized, only 850,000 we're seeing in this revised estimate. And I'm hoping, Honorable Minister, that consideration will be given in this 2025 estimate of 1.5 million. That consideration will be given to ensure that that bus at the St. James Police Youth Club is repaired and functioning to assist the St. James Police Youth Club, and also that the arrears and the electricity at that Waterloo Empowerment Center that has now become the home for the Waterloo Police Youth Club, that we can have a proper electricity connection to that building so that we can continue with the kind of work that we are doing to assist these at-risk youths. I really ask for your help, sir.
I give you the assurance that once any matter touching and concerning the affairs of the youth club is elevated up to the administration led by the commissioner, they are given and will continue to be given enthusiastic support.
Member for St. Augustine.
Minister, in the last exercise we had like this, I had raised the Oropun Police Youth Club, who has been doing, Kevin Greenidge and other officers, they have been doing wonderful service with very little funding and support. And at the time, I had asked for you to consider part of your funding going towards establishing a similar police youth club in the St. Augustine South area. And in particular, since we were facing that series of murders and increasing crime in the train line area and the St. Augustine South and so on, they have not been successful in that venture, and a big part of it is lack of funding. So I am asking you, please, if you could put some attention towards establishing a police youth club in the St. Augustine South area. We do have many corporate sponsors who are willing to come aboard. There are some willing officers in the St. Joseph and Tunapuna station who have been doing some social work with us, but they really need to be firmly established. So I am pleading with you to please put part of your allocation towards supporting the establishment of a police youth club in the St. Augustine South area and giving additional support to the Oropun Police Youth Club.
Admiring and recognizing your rather passionate plea, I would suggest that an appropriate application be forwarded by way of some modicum of formality to the police commissioner, who is present and would have heard what you had to say, and I'm sure it would be given useful consideration.
A letter will be dispatched immediately from my office, sir. Thank you very much.
In other words,
All right, okay. Urupuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to endorse what was said by my two colleagues before, that the police youth clubs are doing a phenomenal job, and especially based on the comment by the minister before about the amount of activities that the youth clubs are undertaking. The impact in the national community has been substantial. Therefore, it is of grave concern for us on this side that the level of applicable funding, the level of funding actually received has been as low as it is. So I also want to join with my colleagues to appeal to the minister to provide additional resources so that this very useful and effective police youth club item will benefit from greater funding and therefore greater ability to do a lot more. Thank you.
Households, member for Baratarisano.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am on 02, compensation to the estates of members of the protective services. Minister, I noticed that there was a spend of $1 million or so in 2024. Can you indicate how many officers, well, the estates would have benefited from that allocation?
That I take it to be the promise on the part of the government, the police service, to make a $1 million payment to officers' estates where they would have died in active police duty. This would have this reflects just one payment. Some of these applications, some of these payments do take some time because you have issues of settling the estates and that kind of thing, letters of administration, or the probate of the will if one is applicable. But once they come and they meet the expectations of the law, they will be paid.
So one was paid off?
Yes, for that particular fiscal, and they will be paid as they come in accordance with the law.
Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon.
Yes, horrendous traffic as usual between Chase Village and Chagonas. So, well, we'll deal with that at the appropriate time. Just a follow-up on my colleague, Minister, 02, the compensation to estates. I heard you said that your matters from a legal point of view and so on. Are there, could you inform the meeting how many matters are pending? That is there any?
Do we have any pending matters in that regard? No, I am not able to disclose that.
But taxpayers' monies are being expended. I don't want to know the names and so on. Is it 5, 0? How many pending?
I'm unable to answer that.
Would you be cooperative in terms of providing that information before the meeting ends?
I'm unable to answer that.
All right, well, you seem to be
But
very
I just would like to
uncooperative.
add for the benefit of the member, we pay 3 months' salary to a police officer who dies ordinarily. All right, I'll leave that alone. Leave that alone.
So can we move on?
Yes.
Item 009, other transfers. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, Item 004, Social Infrastructure, B, Police Service, page 130. Member for Opuchis.
Much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just have a couple small questions. The at 001 improvement works at police stations and buildings. I'm noticing here the estimate for 2024, 2.5 million, with a possible spend of 500,000. Could the minister indicate the reason why the entire allocation, which by itself is small, could not have been spent to improve the conditions at police stations and related buildings?
Well,
I have a couple other questions I can ask after.
Well, of course, as the member would know, improvement in police buildings is an ongoing affair. There's a procurement process to be undertaken, and then the works are embarked upon. And there are several stations that are under attention in varying stages of completion. But this allocation demonstrates on this occasion for fiscal 2025 a focus on the Maloney Police Station, the Faizabad Police Station, Maracas Police Station, Rio Claro, and Cuba Police Stations. This allocation will focus on those in particular, and there are some projects that are underway and expected to be completed as well in this fiscal. So some payment would have been made, part payments, and finalized.
Sure. So there may be some outstanding bills to come in the new fiscal based upon ongoing works that may have started in the last fiscal.
And this is the allocation. And again, if there's need for adjustments
Sure.
will be effected.
Minister, I can move on to 046, purchase of vehicles for police service. Yeah, this topical issue of purchase for vehicles. There was an actual spend of 7.4 million in 2023, an estimate of 25 million that was then revised downward to 2 million, and now another estimate of 25 million. Could you indicate again what would have been the problems associated with this drastic reduction in the estimate? Clearly, the estimate was made because there was a program to purchase vehicles, and it could not have been fully implemented. Could you indicate the reasons again why there were no, because we still have that outstanding matter where in the PSIP, we have a statement from the Ministry of Finance that no vehicle was purchased in the last fiscal. I dare say whether or not the Ministry of Finance, to use a term popularized by Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, whether fraudulent documents were tendered by the Ministry of Finance to this Finance Committee. And that would be clarified, I imagine, in the hours to come. But Madam Speaker, could the Minister indicate why in this case, $23 million could not be spent on the purchase of vehicles, given that this is such an urgent matter before the TTPS?
Well, as the member would have gathered in these deliberations earlier, 50 vehicles were purchased for the police service, another 166 on order, and the minister has now announced that the government intends to make another 2,000 vehicles available over the next 2 years. So this allocation, of course, is to
Sure, thank you. And the final question, because my colleagues would have other questions, one that is dear to my heart. The St. Madeleine Police Station is the village I was born in. Is this in relation, Mr. Minister? Yes, ma'am. Is this in relation, Mr. Minister, and you can consult the commissioner, to what is commonly called the old St. Madeleine Police Station?
There isn't any allocation under this, if I am seeing correctly?
This is the reason I'm raising the issue now, whether or not there is some plan, there is some works to be undertaken, and why not an allocation
Yeah, but
to
wait.
do any work at all
But
at
wait,
the old police station.
in 2024, there was no allocation, if I'm seeing correctly. And the revised estimates for 2024, which would have come with the media review, there was no allocation, and now there's no allocation. So,
But my first question
yes.
was whether this is the old or new facility we are talking about. It is not clear here whether this is the new police station in St. Madeleine or the old police station. So that's the first issue.
But I allow that question.
I think the commissioner should be familiar with with both sides. The commissioner may well have to investigate this fraudulent document that was tendered to the finance
Remember I
committee.
said,
Okay, yes.
we in a different, atmosphere today. And, you know fraud is a particular term.
yes.
So if you want to say erroneous, I'll allow it.
Erroneous.
Yes, thank you.
Whether this was an erroneous document.
Could I just get clarity on which
We had
exactly what?
we had 07.
007
Not
St.
in the
Madeleine Police
infrastructure
Station.
development fund.
We had a development program,
Are we in
consolidated
Page
fund.
150,
We
Minister.
haven't reached the infrastructure development.
No.
Well,
Minister,
may I be allowed to point out that in the infrastructure development fund, there is an allocation for work to be done at the St. Madeleine Police
No,
Station?
so it's a
That's
simple
not the
question.
issue.
Is this the old one or the new one?
It's a question I'm just asking. The minister will not know that because with great
This
respect,
is
he
the
don't know
only
that part of the
question I'll
country.
allow on this because there's no allocation.
The minister won't know past the lighthouse, so I don't expect him to answer.
Okay, so
but-
let's have one conversation. I
Yeah.
believe the minister is answering.
On the same old police station.
It's paid 130.
Yes.
Right. I am advised that the existing station, the St. Madeleine station, is under the attention now for some upgrade and additional space to accommodate two particular units of the police service.
That is the existing police
The
station.
existing
Okay,
station,
fine. That would be
upgrade and some expansion.
fine.
And that is actively under contemplation.
But could I ask a follow-up question based on the minister's statement? If that is actively under consideration, why no allocation for 2025?
It is taken up in the idea.
Fine.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the minister's attention to line item 47, purchase of equipment for the police service. Honorable Minister, this line item was allocated in 2024, 67 million. However, the revised estimate is only 18 million. Can you advise why this allocation of 67 million was not utilized for this line item, was not fully utilized?
Yeah, I am told that there was the need to restart the process on the basis of the introduction of the new procurement law and system.
Thank you for that explanation, Honorable Minister. However, has the introduction of that procurement legislation caused some kind of coupon or discount that the ministry will be enjoying? Because what I'm seeing here is for the same line item, which the funding was not utilized, is now being allocated 20 million. So we've moved from 67 million down to 20 million, but we only use 18. So can you explain the disparity there?
What is the explanation? You want to know?
Page 1.
Yes.
But I already did that. Madam Chairman, may I come in here? Just to clear up what appears to be, using the politest word, a misunderstanding on the part of members opposite. Vehicles are procured for the police service under both recurrent expenditure and under the development program, so that you will see an allocation we spoke about earlier for vehicles under recurrent expenditure. Now you see an allocation under development program. And I made it very clear
very, very clear that once the police service mobilizes its procurement apparatus, we will be assisting them to procure those 500 vehicles in this year. And it will be a combination of recurrent and development program and loan financing.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the response from the Honorable Minister of Finance clearly was not related to the question asked line item 47. So
Minister answered that.
line item 47 was with respect to the equipment for the police service, and he was still referring to previous questions asked for line item 46, vehicles. So I'm waiting on the Honorable Minister of National Security to provide us with some explanation for the disparity.
Minister?
Is that the allocation of which the member spoke for in the 2024 estimate was intended to pay a substantial amount of arrears to a state agency, and that process is under review.
And that arrears is under the development program, or would that be under recurring?
That is under the development program.
Is it?
Chairman, that question, with respect, makes no sense. We are discussing the development program. The members ask a question about the development program. We can only deal with the development program in this session. How can you ask whether it's under recurrent or development? We're talking the development here. That question makes no sense.
An allocation. You don't make sense, Minister of Finance. You're the one who don't make sense here.
Don't go down that road. Member, I think the member wants to know if arrears comes under, should rightly come under development program or should rightly come under recurrent.
Thank you most kindly, Madam
can
Speaker.
answer that, Madam
And
Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
I'll answer that. If the item was to be procured under development, then the arrears will be due under development. If the item was to be procured under recurrent, then the arrears will be due under recurrent, obviously.
Member for
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister of National Security, for the 2024 estimates that we are examining of the $67 million, can you tell us how much out of that 67 million was actually allocated for arrears and how much was allocated for purchase of equipment for the police service? Can you provide it in writing?
Yes, we can.
And out of this 20.5 million for 2025, can you advise us if any of this 20 million is being allocated to pay arrears for this line item?
I will so advise.
So you don't have the answer now. Okay,
so
thanks.
advise.
Okay.
Member for Barachari one.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I want to take you to a line item 62, the establishment of a coastal and riverine patrol unit. This is a reactivated project, Madam Chair, and there has been many years where this project was 62 years, 62. Many years where this project was in fact shelved. We are now seeing an allocation of $1.5 million for this unit. Can the minister indicate what this $1.5 million will be used for?
Madam Chairman, I crave your indulgence. Allow me to come in here. What the members are not doing is looking at the infrastructure development fund, because there are similar items, sometimes identical items covered under the infrastructure development fund, just like the St. Madeleine Police Station. If you go to the IDF, you'll see $20 million for the establishment of a river.
But this has this has
And
$1.5
hold
million.
on, wait, certain types of expenditure would be covered under the Consolidated Fund Development Program, and other types of expenditure would be covered under the Infrastructure Development Fund. And it is necessary for me, for yet another time, to explain to members opposite the purpose of each type of funding. The Infrastructure Development Fund is for items procured through a state enterprise. The Consolidated Fund is for items procured directly by the public body. So under the development program, the item you are querying that would be expenditure directly by the police service. Under the IDF, that would be through a state enterprise. And there's 20 million there for the same item.
There's a, Madam Chair, there's a $1.5 million allocation from the consolidated fund. Therefore, the minister must account for what this $1.5 million from the consolidated fund is about. When we reach the IDF, I will then ask what that $20 million is for under the IDF, and that is the exercise we engaged in. Simple.
The
Not simple.
unit is looking at the acquisition of new vessels, and this is to facilitate their visiting and traveling to those locations to conduct that exercise. That is what this is allocated for in particular.
And how many vessels are going to be acquired?
At the moment, they are contemplating 2 new vessels.
2 vessels. And the line item 63, the establishment of the virtual courts. Can you tell us the location of these courts where they will be established?
Virtual courts.
63.
63.
Yes. This this is the TTPS establishing virtual access rooms throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And it is geared towards the launching of the TTPS and the justice system into the 21st century with the use of technology.
Where these virtual access centers will be?
I am not able to tell you that at this juncture, but
there's an allocation.
Throughout the divisions of the police service.
So we're not sure where we're establishing them, but there's an allocation for 1 million.
Yes, and it will be, the police administration will determine where precisely they will be.
Okay.
But they are to be located throughout the 10 divisions of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
And line item 83, which will be on the other page, establishment of Special Operations Counter Home and Business Invasion Task Force. Minister, this is a very serious issue in Trinidad and Tobago with respect to home invasions and robberies in particular areas of Trinidad and Tobago, which is of serious concern to our citizens. And I am only seeing, and this is a new project, a very small allocation of $225,000. What is that allocation for?
It is the establishment of a task force to deal specifically with that problem in response to the criminals in this country who have been traumatizing citizens by way of home invasions. And it is to be populated with serving police officers. They are putting things together and they would need some items of equipment, and it is anticipated that this would be adequate to deal with that.
So
but the key issue is the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service's response to a burgeoning and threatening problem, and it is to be applauded and supported.
So $225 for equipment to deal with home and business invasion?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I don't know if it's deliberate or it's tiredness or an inability to read. The item Counter Home and Business Invasion Task Force is 083, which has an allocation of $1.5 million.
Where you seen that?
It's below.
You cannot read. That is $225,000.
Go straight across. Go straight across.
That is improvement works the police station and buildings. You cannot read. You want a ruler? You must take a ruler, place it on the book, and cross the line item, and you will see it is $225,000. Yes. You have lost your bearings.
Give him some advice there, Madam Speaker. Give him some advice.
So if we can have some order now.
I think this is a special task force to supplement and to work alongside the existing units of the police service in response to this particular problem.
One more question, Madam Chair. Line item 87. The TTPS is now going to establish a seismic.
Excuse me.
Line item 87, the establishment of the Seismic Fusion Center. What is the TTPS establishing a Seismic Fusion Center for? This is $3 million.
In respect of the state's response to disasters, the police has a substantial role to play. And this is to put them in a place where they will have intelligence, and in some cases advanced intelligence, in order to be able to prepare and to respond to disasters as they emerge.
So this $3 million is to buy equipment to monitor earthquakes.
No, this is a center that will house persons who will gather this information and, along with other elements of national security, respond to emergencies of that and other nature.
So, but it says only seismic.
That's just the name that has been chosen.
Is it a misdescription?
It is a
No.
Member for
I just want to
Member for Oakridge West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I refer to line item 078, construction and installation of aeration treatment units for TTPS facilities. There was a budget of $2 million last year. Line item
078, page
078.
130.
So there was a
Which one, Madam Chair?
078.
The construction.
And installation of aeration treatment units for TTPS facilities. That figure of $2 million, there was there was a revised proposed spend of only $500,000 in fiscal 2024. So you spent a quarter of what you had proposed to spend, but there's no allocation for fiscal 2025. Can the minister indicate if this project has been cancelled, if there's no need for it anymore, or whether that $500,000 was sufficient to meet the obligations that they had identified in fiscal 2024?
The matter is under review, and where necessary, arrangements will be made to fund it as we develop the thought.
But given that the matter is under review, can the minister indicate why the matter is under review? Because you have made no spend at all, no proposed spend for fiscal 2025, but you have spent $500,000.
Yes, there has been
some work was done.
There has been some technical advice and opinion that is now under review before we advance the project.
Does this have anything to do with procurement legislation, or is it outside of that?
No, not from the information available to me.
Thank you. If I may move on to sub-item 086, the Mouska Vehicle Maintenance Garage. This is a new item, and there's a $4.5 million proposed spend in fiscal 2025. But even today, you indicated that VEMCOT would be the agency that will be responsible for the maintenance of police vehicles. Is this allocation to be a branch of the VEMCOT for vehicle maintenance? What is the purpose for this $4.5 million proposed spend on this line item 086?
There are some occasions where you have very, very minor same-day fix issues that this might be able to address, but the matter is under review because the VEMCOT facility is in place, and therefore this is a contemplation for some same-day now-for-now issues that can be treated with. So, and working in conjunction with VEMCOT. So this is really the thought for the time being.
So this $4.5 million is to actually create or construct a physical building under the aegis and guidance of
These
VEMCOT.
matters are under review, as I said.
Thank you, Minister.
Member from Miaru.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, if I were to draw your attention back to line 047, equipment for police service. Minister, the PSIP is quite clear in terms of what this allocation of $20.5 million is for. And it quickly states for the body-worn cameras, the establishment of a secondary data center and a networking tool called a storage area network. The question that I have, Minister, in terms of the body-worn cameras, there has been some information bandied about in the public domain recently about a contract awarded for body-worn cameras. I think it's about $25 million. Taking into consideration that information, and this allocation here has two additional components of developmental expenditure. Do you see this allocation delivering on the requirements of those body cameras for the TTPS, plus the other two items which is mentioned in the PSIP? And what, if not, what provisions that you may put in place to ensure that all three items are delivered in this fiscal year?
The answer is yes.
So in terms of the body-worn camera, you do expect it to be executed in this fiscal year and get operational?
Yes. We do
Minister, I just want to go on to line item 062 under the Coastal Riverine Patrol. Again, Madam Chair, the PSIP was very, very clear in terms of what this project is going to be. 1.5 million allocation specifically with the procurement of 2 vessels and the construction of the Carenage jetty. Taking into consideration those 2 items, is the 1.5 allocation sufficient for the procurement and construction? And if it is so, do you expect it to be delivered in this fiscal year?
Clearly, if you are talking about a jetty, a pier to berth the vessels owned by the Riverine, the Coastal and Riverine Unit, this will not be adequate, but the preliminary work is now being ramped up, and certainly a funding mechanism will be put in place at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Chair, one last question on the
Madam
item.
Chair, I can deal with that. If you go in the IDF, you'll see an allocation of 20 million for that riverine unit in Carenage, and that's for the jetty. Okay? When you reach there, you'll see it.
Okay.
20 million under coastal and riverine.
Okay. Madam Chair, one last question on that.
And that's the funding mechanism.
In the PSIP?
Well, it may not be, but it is in our contemplation. And as I said, once additional funding becomes necessary, arrangements will be made to treat with it.
Thank you.
Member for Point of Peer. Member for St. Augustine.
No. I am very concerned.
Is this a question?
Yeah. I wanted clarity on something. I'm concerned about the seismic center. Seismic. Yeah. I had raised my hand at that moment. ODPM falls under the Ministry of National Security. The Ministry of National Security doesn't even have a hold on disaster response. They are going to spend $3 million on this seismic thing. And I'm asking if that or how that will play a role in responding, because we do have earthquakes from time to time, but that is not one of the more pressing or frequent disasters. So I am very concerned that you're going to spend $3 million there. And when we have flooding, when we have major disasters, ODPM responds 3 and 4 days after. The Ministry of National Security doesn't have the level of coordination it should have with the first responders. There are numerous agencies out on the ground, and what previously was the NOC has been dismantled. and you're going now to establish another center, the math's not mathing, and I'm speaking from a perspective of a personal representative who is usually on the ground when in a time of disaster.
Chair, the National Operations Center has not been dismantled. It is in place and functional. That's one. Two, the ODPM, which is under the Ministry of National Security, does execute its mandate with great efficiency in our view, always striving for more and for improvement, but it does carry out its function with great efficiency, and it is to be supported and encouraged in that regard. And in respect to this intelligence unit, I indicated to your colleague, it is only a name.
Well, I will appreciate if you could explain what the function of that.
But you know, remember, maybe
because
what happened is you were in
I
your
was listening
anxiety.
intently.
No, maybe in your anxiety to ask your question and so on. You may have missed part of the discussion because one, we were told it was seismic wasn't just earthquakes. Okay, that was just a word. It's really a fusion center.
Madam Chair, I can assist.
And not,
I
I
was
don't want
not-
any long discussion on this. Huh?
I was not
Okay?
satisfied with the explanation of the
Madam
minister.
Speaker, I can assist.
If you don't want to ask this man.
Like the whole of government minister here. Maybe we could get a better answer from the Minister of Finance.
No, 1 minute. I'm going to allow the minister to answer because I believe this has been asked and answered. Okay, and then I'm going to ask everybody. I know it might be approaching lunchtime for some people. If people need to go and refresh themselves so that they can come back with the level of attention, I will ask them to please do so.
I will take less than 1 minute, a few seconds actually. A fusion center is an effective and efficient mechanism to exchange information and intelligence, maximize resources, streamline operations, and improve the ability to fight crime and terrorism by merging data from a variety of sources. So that I am told that the word seismic was simply added before the words fusion center. It was just a name selected by the police for this particular fusion center. But this fusion center would obviously be a center for sharing information, intelligence, planning strategies, and bringing all various arms of the intelligence community and so on together to deal with crime. And I believe the word seismic is simply to give it that potency. It's an earth-shattering fusion center.
The fact that the minister could not explain what the center is a serious concern that this government should take note of. The Minister of National Security cannot explain what you just explained, and it tells us what we have been telling you all the time. You need a new Minister of National Security.
All right, so member for Oropuch E.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Can return to some silence.
Madam Chair, on this matter of the establishment of a special anti-crime operations unit, could I ask the minister for a semblance of clarity? It has been in the public domain that the special anti-crime unit was either disbanded or fused into something called the National Operations Task Force. Are we suggesting by this allocation a return of a unit called the Special Anti-Crime Unit? Is that returning in favor, or are you fusing that as well, since fusion? I am at 082.
082, thank you.
Establishment of a Special Anti-Crime Operation Unit.
Thank you.
So I'm just asking in the context of the current operations of the National Operations Task Force that replace the Special Anti-Crime Unit, is this unit returning in some form or fashion to work alongside the National Operations Task Force, or are they
Again, is this also a fusion of some sort?
All the way this thing works, all units of the police service, as required, as the circumstances may require, will, when the occasion arises, the application of the use of the National Operations Task Force will occur. And this item in 87 is internal to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. The National Operations Task Force consists of elements of the police service and other elements of national security.
So we are looking at a return of the special anti-crime unit?
No.
Just an operation unit of the special
An
anti-crime?
intelligence unit within the Trinidad.
Oh, another intelligence unit.
Operations.
Operations.
Driven by intelligence inside of the police.
Okay, fine.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Speaker, to 046, the purchase of vehicles for the police service. We know of the horrendous number of murders, home invasions, and so on, Madam Speaker. And we continue to hear
46.
When citizens call police stations throughout the country, there's not a police vehicle, it won out on patrol and so on. With the $25 million that is being projected to be spent for fiscal 2025, and it is out in the public domain, I think that 166 vehicles will be procured and so on. Could they, through you, Minister, could we be apprised of how these 166 vehicles will be distributed amongst the 10 police divisions in Trinidad and Tobago?
Indicate that the idea, the practice, to the extent that it still exists, where police officers receiving reports from members of the public indicate that this is the wrong station and go to another station, and indicating that we don't have vehicles, that is to be abhorred. That is to be deprecated. That is not the policy of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Its mandate is to
Is the
respond.
response that
Its
members
mandate,
of the
Madam
public
Speaker,
get?
Madam Chair, its mandate is to respond to all calls in a timely manner to bring peace and protection and safety to the citizens of the Republic. You may have, in truth, you may have circumstances where police officers, perhaps at the time unsupervised, may behave in a particular way, respond in a particular way. But I give you the assurance that is not the mandate of, it is not the policy of, and ought not to be the practice of or within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And therefore, the acquisition of vehicles is to create further and better mobility so that the police can function more effectively in responding to trouble calls. And in terms of where these vehicles will be allocated, that is entirely a matter for the Commissioner of Police, whose mandate it is to deploy the resources made available to the police service in the way the Commissioner thinks fit.
From a Tobago's point of view, we created a national record of 24 plus murders. So I hope Tobago will get its fair share of vehicles.
Couva North. Yes.
To respond?
Yes.
In respect of Tobago, yes, there was manifest an upsurge in very serious crimes, including murder within recent times, and the police service acted in relation to that. Different units of the police service were deployed in Tobago. Different techniques were put in place, some of which I wouldn't reveal, having learned them from the police service. And of course, you would have seen within the past few days, a major drug find was effected on the island of Tobago. And I am assured by the Commissioner of Police that in response to that burgeoning crime circumstance that you spoke about, the police service has reacted and are dealing with the matter with a view of curtailing or obliterating same.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to refer the Minister attention to line item 075. Work to the mounted and canine branch, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and I ask this question with the backdrop of what would have happened to Kangaroo Jack at the zoo, where the kangaroo at the zoo passed on earlier this year, and it was a cover-up. And based on that, Madam Speaker, I want to ask why it is that the $1.9 million allocated in 2024 for this project with works at the Mounted and Canine Branch, only 200,000 was utilized, taking into consideration the care and the attention that is needed for the animals at this unit. Honorable Minister, can you advise us why this full allocation was not utilized?
Of which you speak is identified under the Police Services Strategic Area 2, Public Safety, and has been done on a phased basis over the last 4 years. It continues to be of great importance to the police service, and the work is continuing on a phased basis. So what the allocation you see and the outturn for last year would have reflected that level of development in respect of it, but it's an ongoing project for upgrade and refurbishment.
And taking into consideration the underutilization of the funds that were made available for 2024, can you give us the assurance that all the animals at this unit are being provided with the relevant care and attention and sufficient space to operate in a very decent manner?
Certainly, as minister, I have not had any complaint or any suggestion of any issue around the care and maintenance of the animals at the mounted branch and canine section. As a matter of fact, all of the reports I have had are very, very positive, including some of the community work that the canine branch and the mounted branch does with the police youth clubs and other events all around Trinidad and Tobago. In short, there is no issue around the care and maintenance of the animals thereat.
Madam Chairman, I'm a little confused. It takes someone with tremendous skill and experience to understand the workings of some of the thought processes of members of opposition. But what does the kangaroo and the zoo have to do with this? I want to know.
I can provide some explanation to the Honorable Minister, because while he may think this is a laughing issue, this is a serious issue, Madam Speaker.
No, this is a line item matter. This is a line item matter.
All right.
This is mounted branch, canine
kangaroo at the
branch.
zoo was
This has
ill-treated.
nothing to do with the
Kangaroo
zoo.
at the zoo was
All right,
suffering.
okay, all right. So, I guess what you wanted to ask is about the treatment of the animals. Okay, because of course the kangaroo at the zoo would come under agriculture, I believe, and not under TTPS. Okay, so now that we've got some clarification, member for Oropuch East, I guess it's been asked and answered.
Yes.
Oropuch East?
No, I was going to ask something, but I'm not sure if you reached there at multi-sectoral and other services.
No, we now we're there. So I'll call it item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, A, administrative services, member for Oropuch East.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister on item 003, if the Minister can just make a statement as to the nature of this new police surveillance and training support system, upgrade of CCTV systems that would incur a $1.5 million allocation. You should have learned about speaking in undertones by now. You should have learned about speaking in undertones.
I now welcome the member for Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's West, and good afternoon. But I'd just like you to know that today we are operating with a different level of civility. We've turned and efficiency. So we've turned a page, okay? And we hope that all members who come here will buy into our approach. Thank you. Structural.
Yes, Madam Chair, this allocation is aimed at improving our CCTV coverage, which is an integral element in real-time policing, with significant investments in improving and expanding the network. So it involves as well training personnel and providing them with the necessary equipment to function as a command and control center or in a command and control center, and to provide operational support and produce evidence when prosecutions flow from the policing activity.
Right. So we now go on to Infrastructure Development Fund, item 004, Social Infrastructure, we at page 227B, Police Service. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,598,277,200 for head 64 Trinidad and Tobago Police Service stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,598,277,200 for head 64 Trinidad and Tobago Police Service now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, members of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. I think, Minister, you all are still here. Yes? Yeah, we did it. Head 22, Ministry of National Security. Head 22, Ministry of National Security, $2,327,539,400. I now invite the Minister of National Security to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, we gather at this Standing Finance Committee to discuss the very critical matter of the national security of Trinidad and Tobago in a landscape characterized by severe challenges, particularly in respect of crime and antisocial behavior, a large chunk of that, high levels of violence. Madam Chair, it is in recognition of that and other circumstances that we have designed a number of strategic initiatives that will underpin our national security efforts. And it is critical that we effectively allocate resources in order to fund and to support these efforts, in particular as it relates to law enforcement capabilities, improve community safety, and to invest and to apply and to use the technology and the training that is necessary in this modern environment to respond to these emerging threats. It is on this basis that Minister Scotland, Minister in the Ministry, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, and a number of the heads of various divisions and branches of the Ministry of National Security are here with us to treat with the issues of the estimates in relation to the proposals for fiscal 2024 to 2025. Madam Chair, we are with you.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,327,539,400 for head 22, Ministry of National Security, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $2,327,539,400 for head 22, Ministry of National Security, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, we are at page 127, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Item 002, fire service. Item member for Cuba South. Item 002, fire service.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, I see that with respect to line item remuneration to the auxiliary fire unit, it has been decreased by $2,768,100. Could you tell us what is responsible for that decrease?
Right. Madam Chair, the decrease of 4% over the period the 4% increase over the period January the 1st, 2014 to December the 31st, 2019 was paid in fiscal 2024, 2% 2016 and 2% 2019. Hence the decrease of 2.768 million.
And if I could ask, Minister, is there any move on the part of the government from a policy point of view to absorb the auxiliary fire unit officers into the established fire services unit?
This is a matter of the policy position of the government. Offers and advice would come from time to time, but it is always in the contemplation of the government.
It's always in the contemplation. Are you aware that there are auxiliary fire unit officers who have been working in the establishment on a continuous basis for more than 10 years, and they have been petitioning the Ministry of National Security to get into the established unit?
Yeah, I allowed you a little leeway with the first question. Remember what this exercise is about. Okay, so could you ask another question that is within the ambit of this exercise?
Thank you.
Yes. Good. Item 004, Prison Service. Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. I noticed that we have had a substantial difference between your revised figure of 525.7 million in 2024 to 435 million in 2025 provisional. That's a drop of over 90.7, well, it's a drop of actual 90.7 million. Can you indicate what would have caused this significant drop in the allocation for salaries and cost of living allowances for the prison service?
Yes, it is explained in the same context as my earlier explanation in terms of the increase by 4%, and we are now returning to normalcy, so to speak.
So, Minister, this is not for provision for any additional increase in prison officers, in the number of prison officers?
No.
Minister, can you then identify whether or not the prison services has its full complement of officers for effective functioning of their duties?
Well, like all the other agencies of national security, recruitment and induction is an ongoing process and is manifest in that way.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you.
Item 005, Regiment. Member for Urupuch West.
Line item 01. I don't know if it will be covered under this line item, Minister. It's open for correction. The Honorable Prime Minister had earlier this year indicated an intention of awarding $100 million to the regiment, I believe it was, for the purpose of, their engagement in crime prevention. I don't know if the Minister is aware of that or if he recalls that. The Prime Minister did in fact make a pronouncement, a public pronouncement, which was reported in the media. But I'm not seeing this $100 million factored anywhere. Would the Minister be able to clarify? I believe it was.
Are you asking that under 01?
Yes, ma'am.
If it's factored in here?
In 01 or anywhere under 005, Regiment.
Well, you have to ask us in respect to a particular item.
Yes, ma'am. Well, then
Okay,
under 01.
Yes.
Is it then, ma'am, under 024, allowances, direct charges? Is it under 02, wages on COLA, or 05, or 020, or 23? Is it in any one of those items, ma'am? Minister, sorry.
I'm not seeing that in any of those items.
Thank you very much.
Guard. Item 00.
Ma'am, if I may go back to Coast Guard, please.
1 minute. Cubas North. You are in Coast Guard? Yes. And then we take you.
To the Honourable Minister, line item 23, can you provide us with an explanation for the decrease of 7.3 million in this line item? Yes.
Yes. What is the question?
Can you, Honourable Minister, line item 23, salaries, direct charges.
Yeah.
There's a decrease of 7.3 million in that allocation. Can you provide us with an explanation for that decrease, please?
Right. These direct charges would be for commissioned officers of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, and the majority of those officers were paid their arrears, salary and back pay, for salary and the back pay in September 2023. The remaining officers were paid in fiscal 24. So we are back, hence the decrease that you recognize.
Member for Urupuch West. Item 007, Immigration. Item 008, Probation Service. Item 009, Forensic Science Center. Item 012, Lifeguard Service. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm looking at the line item 01 and 02. With respect to these both line item, Honorable Minister, for 2024 estimate and revised estimates, we are seeing a disparity there with what was estimated and what was in the revised estimate, where the revised estimates is a little lower than the actual estimates under this line item for salaries and for wages with respect to lifeguard. And I make reference to article by Khalid Hussein in the newspaper on the 1st of August, where no lifeguards at beaches where drowning occur. In Las Cuevas, lifeguards take a beating after teen drown. In the Express, also in the Newsday, Balandra drowning victims' relatives, no lifeguard to save him. And I'm wondering, Honorable Minister, that is it that there is some problem with us having lifeguards at these public beaches where the services is really needed? Does that reduction between the estimate and the revised estimates in some way influence a reduction in the lifeguard services that is being provided to the public? Can you explain the differences here?
I'm not sure about what the question.
The question
really
is basically with respect to the 710,000 versus the 592,000 on the salaries and the 15 million versus the 14.5 million in line item 2. Can you explain the disparities? And if it is that this is translating into lifeguards not being present at our public beaches where these drowning occur?
As far as 01, that there has been a decrease.
Not a decrease, Honorable Chair.
You said
yeah,
that
I'll explain it here. What I'm saying in 2024 estimate, when we look at the revised estimate, the entire estimate was not utilized based on what is before us. And also, the estimate of the 15 million was not fully utilized in 2024's estimate, that there was a little shortfall there. And I'm asking the Honorable Minister if he can explain if this little difference that we are seeing between the estimates and revised estimates in any way is translating in the lack of presence of Coast Guards at our public beaches or
lifeguards.
Lifeguards at the public beach. And if it is that we also need to look at increasing this figure as we go forward so that we can have more lifeguard presence out there at our nation beaches.
It is extremely unfortunate when one reads or one learns that a citizen or even a visitor would have lost his or her life on the beach. We do have a lifeguard service, and it is the Ministry of Tourism and the Arts that determines which are the beaches, the public beaches, that would carry lifeguards. Lifeguards are not at all the beaches in Trinidad and Tobago. And where they are, they operate on a certain time schedule consistent with an understanding of when people typically visit or otherwise. In respect of the very busy weekends like Easter and so on, when more lifeguards are obviously needed, the ministry makes it a practice, a habit, to call out all of the lifeguards to cope with like carnival weekends and carnival days and Easter weekends and so on. But one must publicly admit that there are some serious issues around that arrangement. Sometimes when you call out all, they do not all come out. And they come late, a whole lot of stuff. And they are fortified by a collective bargaining agreement, which creates its own challenges, to put it quite frankly. So the ministry, recognizing this, where problems arise as a result of that, have embarked upon a program to correct this situation, and that program is underway.
Item 015 Cadet Force. Item 016 Air Guard. Subhead 02 Goods and Services. Item 001 General Administration, Member for Barrett Harris Sanwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am on item number 36, extraordinary expenditure. That's at page 133. There's a very large allocation here in the sum of $70 million for extraordinary expenditure under the Ministry of National Security. Can the minister indicate what this expenditure is for?
Nothing more than to say that this expenditure treats with very sensitive issues of national security.
Madam Chair, previously, the minister is on record as saying that this money can be allocated to covert operations by the Ministry of National Security. Will this be expended for covert operations? I didn't get the answer.
Some aspect of it.
So is the minister now confirming that the administrative body of national security is undertaking investigative matters that should be the responsibility
No,
of law
providing,
enforcement?
no, providing resources.
So why is the money is not allocated to the TTPS or the other investigative bodies, intelligence agencies, instead of
Some
the
aspects,
political
some
arm?
aspects are, and all we do is provide resources.
Is this $70 million for personnel or equipment?
This is not a matter that I propose to treat with at this stage, and I have indicated to you this touches some very sensitive issues, and I could say no more, would say no more.
Item. Yes, sorry, Member for Couva North.
Ma'am, I would like to bring to the minister attention line item 16, contract employment.
16?
We see a decrease in this line item of 7.8 million in contract employment at the Ministry of National Security. And I would like if the honorable minister can kindly provide an explanation for the decrease of 7.8 million in this line item.
One anticipates that this allocation may not be sufficient to carry us through the entirety of the year, but I give you the assurance that where adjustments are necessary, they will be effected in a timely manner to ensure that there is no difficulty in this realm.
And Honorable Minister, are there any contracts positioned? Because I'm seeing the actual spend for this line item in 2023 was 33 million, but it's estimated for in 2025 at 25.2 million. Can you identify if there are any contracts positioned within the Ministry of National Security that the ministry intends to discontinue those contract positions for this upcoming fiscal term?
Not that I'm aware of.
So it's a clear case of under budgeting for this line item.
I would
Because
not
if it's the
say-
same,
I would not say under budgeting. I'm saying this is the allocation, and I give the assurance that where more is required, adjustments will be made.
Much, Madam Speaker, just to ask a couple of questions on item as well, item 36. To the minister, is the minister saying that the $70 million allocated to the ministry under the authority of the minister, permanent secretary, and others is an unaccountable $70 million whereby the parliament, the taxpayer, and the people cannot know in general terms what it is spent on apart from the disguise of national security? Madam Speaker, formerly national security ministers have indicated to the House whether or not this expenditure would be for rental of cars and other such usage, obtaining equipment for some purpose or the other. But I'm just asking the minister, is this an unaccountable figure that the ministry
Madam Chair,
is
the answer
putting
to
on the
that-
House?
The answer to that is absolutely no. This includes payments for salaries and certain operational costs. It has to do with our radar system. It has to do with the activities of the counter trafficking unit, which is under the Ministry of National Security, and that kind of thing. Thank you very much. Can't say anymore.
But thank you. That's what we asked in the first place.
Item 002, Fire Service, Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm on line item 12, materials and supplies. And as we know, this item covers materials and supplies for the fire service in the form of hazmat suits, breathing apparatus, and so on. Can the minister give us a breakdown of how many breathing apparatus is available to the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service?
At the moment,
Page
want to know, Madam Chair?
Can the minister tell us of how many breathing apparatus is available to the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service? And when you're giving the breakdown, Minister, can you give us what are operational and what are not operational?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. With respect to line item 13,
I'll
maintenance.
also tell you about the 225 that have been ordered and paid for and will be delivered in the early 2025.
No, but I want to know about now.
I'll tell you about it too.
Yeah. So you have what available in 2025, but you don't have what available in 2024.
I but just told you, why are you so disingenuous? I just
No,
told
no. You're
I
not
just
telling me.
told you I
No.
would provide.
Let's have a little order. All right. We know we've been doing this for maybe a little 4 hours. So let's, pull ourselves together and get back on track. Member for
Thank you very much.
Sanwan. I think you're
13,
Yes.
yes. Maintenance of vehicles. And this could also tie into 15 also, I believe, repairs and maintenance equipment. Madam Chair, I asked this question in the context, how many vehicles are, again, operational for the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service as opposed to those that are not operational?
Madam Speaker, the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service hosts 290 vehicles altogether, of which 109 are operational and 111 are to be repaired, different levels of repair. And of course, among them, there are 70 vehicles that are beyond repair and to be disposed of. But I can tell the member that of the 25 fire stations that respond to emergency calls in the protection of the society, 23 as we speak are set with vehicles for that purpose. 2 of them are, from information available to me at this time, without. Even in those circumstances, arrangements are in place for neighboring divisions, stations as it will, to respond to any emergency call within that particular district if a situation occurs. But I must also add that as we speak, there is on order and 50% down payment paid for 5 water tenders, such emergency vehicles, and they are expected in delivery in 2025. Paid for, deposit made, order made, and they are being as specialized vehicles, custom built for our needs as requested in Trinidad and Tobago. So that is the state of affairs in relation to that.
Madam Chair, can I ask the Minister, out of the 290 vehicles, how many of those vehicles are fire tenders?
I'm sorry?
How many of the vehicles out of the 290 figure you gave? You gave an overall figure of vehicles of 290.
Yeah.
How many of those are fire tenders?
Just now. That can be provided.
So you don't have that information
That
now?
can be provided.
Okay.
And I just wanted to add, since you raised the question of fire tenders, the leadership of the fire service has identified in advance, and admirably so, that there are a number of frontline vehicles that are approaching and aging, and therefore an arrangement is now being put in place to, they're operational, but an arrangement is being put in place to replace 6 of them in short order,
Minister,
strengthening the efficiency of the fleet and the operators thereat.
with respect to the Piaco fire station, are you aware or can you confirm whether or not, due to a privately parked vehicle in that fire station that exploded, it damaged a fire tender and the building?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
Can I ask how is that coming into this item?
One of the fire tenders was damaged, so it will fall under the maintenance of
So
vehicles.
what you want, what is the question?
Whether he's aware that a fire tender has been damaged in the Piaco fire station.
Certainly, I would certainly take action to find out more about that.
Sure.
But I'm not aware.
South.
Thank you. Very quickly again, Madam Speaker. Minister, with respect to some of the answers that you have provided to my colleague from Sawa Barataria, are you satisfied that when I look at 13 and 15, it will total to a sum of approximately $5.5 million to be spent in fiscal 2025. And you said that 111 vehicles are to be repaired. Is that a satisfactory sum in the context of public safety and dealing with the number of, we want to avoid deaths, we want to avoid tragic situations and so on.
Those vehicles that I described in answer to your friend's question are emergency response or water tenders or fire tenders. And therefore, your question is sort of amorphous, I would say. In addition to that, vehicles, as you must know, like all other things, like assets, they suffer wear and tear, and repair and maintenance is a natural and normal process in this regard. And that is an ongoing business. But just to hark back to the question that was raised by the member for Barataria San Juan, I am just advised that a report of the incident to which he alluded was directed to my office. But of course, having spent all of the time we spent around here, I haven't had sight of that correspondence as yet. But I can assure the member, it was an officer's private motorbike that had some difficulty and did minor superficial damage to the back of one of the vehicles on the compound. So you can be comforted. You can be comforted, and that vehicle is already being repaired.
Right, member for Kuva South and then Kuva North.
And Minister, in your commitment to ensure that there is priority with respect to public safety and response and so on, you know, in recent times, the Bronto skylift equipment within the fire service failed. And could you give the public, the listening public, an assurance that priority will be given to the repair of these specialized fire tenders in the context of fighting fires and saving lives?
Right. There are 2 such lifts in the asset base of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. One is quite efficient and operational, and the other one has been repaired. A report on the matter to which you just referred was made available to us at the ministry. An investigation had been undertaken, and that process is underway.
Member for Kuva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and following from my colleague for Barataria Sawa and the Minister's commitment to provide the list of the vehicles, the 200 plus vehicles under this department and how many are fire tenders, if the Honorable Minister can also provide us with a breakdown of the various fire stations and the fire tenders assigned to those fire stations. The number of fire tenders assigned to those various stations.
Information. Maintenance of
Yes,
vehicles.
13 maintenance of vehicles.
And So you want to know the number of vehicles to be repaired in those respective fire stations? Is that what you're asking?
I can help him now. I can help you now.
Thank you.
In respect of Tobago, Scarborough is outfitted with an efficient working and operational vehicle. Roxborough, similarly. Crown Point, similarly. Chaguanas, similarly. Couva, yes, similarly. Savanetta, similarly. Piaco, yes. Chagaramas, that is one that is required, it requires repair. Four roads, yes. Woodbrook Fire Station, that is one of the stations for which money has been paid and an order is out for production of a vehicle in 2025. Ryson Road, outfitted with a vehicle and ready. Belmont, similarly. Mova, one of those that are without a vehicle, as I told you earlier today, and arrangements made to respond in certain circumstances. And these deployment processes are undertaken by the Chief Fire Officer, not the Minister of National Security. As for Sanwa, Santa Cruz, Tunapuna, Arima, Sangre Grande, Toco, Monrepo, San Fernando, Separia, Pinal, Point Fortin, Princestown, Rio Claro, and Mayaro. Every one of them is with an operational vehicle ready for an emergency response.
Is?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to raise a very important matter and come to me a critical question. Regrettably, I may take my entire 5 minutes to do so. This matter of maintenance of vehicles, I'm on 1-3. From the data the minister presented a few moments ago, the minister informs us that the fire service would have 290 vehicles as belonging to the fire service, but 101 of those vehicles are in a state of disrepair and 70 are derelict. So phenomenally, 109 vehicles are operational, which is less than half the amount of vehicles belonging to the fire service. Now, I wanted to ask the minister, given this crisis, is there some problem with the fire service that you can put your finger on in terms of the institutional capacity, facilities, whether private or public, that is creating, that allows this to happen without fixing and repairing and making available vehicles in a timely manner? Because it cannot be satisfactory that less than 50% of the vehicles belonging to a service would not be operational and available. And Minister, I tie that into the issue raised by the member for Barataria a few moments ago. We have had the opportunity to look at the pictures of that explosion of the motorbike at Piaco, and far from the damage to the appliance being minor and superficial, that looks like third-degree burns. It looks as the fire appliance has been properly damaged and so on and will not be fixed in a short-term manner. So I wanted, my really big issue is, what is the problem that results in less than 50% of the vehicle, the fleet, being non-functional, not in operation, in a critical, essential service as fire? And what solutions, what recommendations, what are you looking, what is the ministry looking at to rectify that matter, whether through institutional change, whether through, outsourcing some service or some type of, new process to repair vehicles? That would be the question.
And member, regrettably, and I think it's a very important question, I'm not sure that question could be answered in this exercise. You may be able to get some of the information you want in another, phrasing it in another way, but I'm not going to allow that in this exercise. You have another question? Item 004, prison service. Item 005, regiment. Item 006, Coast Guard. Item 007, immigration. Item 008, probation service. Item 009, forensic science center. Item 010, fire service Tobago. Item 011, prison service Tobago. Item 012, lifeguard service, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to the Honorable Minister, underline item 17 for training of lifeguards. This line item was allocated $2 million in 2024, but what we are seeing here for the revised estimates is nil. Can the Honorable Minister advise why it is we are seeing that none out of this $2 million that was allocated in 2024 for the lifeguard was actually utilized?
Yes, in the review of the system, as I had earlier indicated, the ministry, and with the support of elements of the lifeguard services, is planning a number of training programs, including CPR and other first aid techniques in fiscal 2025. And it is an anticipation of that we have the allocation that you make reference to.
Well, Minister, it looks as though the training has gone to sleep for 2024 in this ministry because none was utilized. And out of 2 million that was utilized for 2024, we are only seeing 100,000 being estimated for 2025. Can you explain the disparity there in what was planned to be executed for 2024, not being executed, and that figure being cut down by $1.9 million?
Said the entire operation is under review as we speak, and we hope that once this is complete and new systems implemented, we will certainly have a more efficient and dependable lifeguard service that can really present itself to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Because as far as this minister is concerned at this stage, it does not.
Item 013, immigration Tobago. Item 014, Defense Force Headquarters. Item 015, Cadet Force. Item 016, Air Guard. Item 017, Immigration Detention Center. Item 018, Volunteer Defense Force Reserves. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, we are at page 148. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Fire Service, item 002, Fire Service. Item 004, Prison Service. Item 005, Regiment. Item 006, Coast Guard. Item 007, Immigration. Item 008, Probation Service. Item 009, Forensic Science Center. Item 010, Fire Service Tobago. Item 012, Lifeguard Service. Item 014, Defense Force Headquarters. Item 015, Cadet Force. Item 016, Air Guard. Item 017, Immigration Detention Center. Item 018, Volunteer Defense Force Reserves. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. We are at page 153. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 0, Households? All right. Item 009, Other Transfers. Barataria San Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm at line item 02, the SSA Strategic Services Agency. Minister, this is one of the largest expenditure for the SSA over the period of time that this present administration has been in power, where the SSA is going to be allocated $270 million out of the appropriation coming out from the Ministry of National Security. This reflects a $67 million increase from the last fiscal year. Can the minister indicate to us how many persons are employed with the SSA?
I am prepared to make that available to you in writing at a later stage.
Minister, can you also provide to me the remuneration package for the director of the SSA?
Remuneration or remuneration?
Remuneration package.
Uh-huh.
For the director of the SSA. That's what I said.
Director.
Would you provide that?
Director. I would consider that.
No, not consider whether you would provide
I
it or
would
not.
consider that.
No, we have to have an answer.
You have an answer.
Minister, out of this $270 million, how much goes towards the expenditure for CCTV cameras?
The government of Trinidad and Tobago, in the interest of public safety, and more specifically in supporting law enforcement with good and sound intelligence packages so that they can better effect their work in the protection of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, considered that an improved CCTV network was necessary. In the circumstances, an arrangement was made to purchase and utilize 2,500 cameras of modern posture with modern services that could assist in the provision of the intelligence that is necessary in this fight against crime and criminality. And therefore, in those circumstances, an expenditure of $69,258,666.78 was expended in respect of that matter. In respect of the backbone, the wire, the fiber, to have supported this system, which I must tell you will support another 2,500, which are at the moment being approached or procured. The backbone was contracted and was done, and that would have cost $55.1 million.
So, Minister, is it correct to say that Johnson Control, the Canadian company that provides the cameras, were paid $69 million, and Digicel, which is in charge of the backbone, is paid $55.1 million?
I have just indicated to you what the backbone would cost.
And is it Digicel?
And the cameras would cost.
And that is Digicel?
Yes.
And the cameras is Johnson's Control?
Yes.
What's the cost per camera?
I can't tell you immediately.
Can you provide that subsequently to us in writing?
I would consider that.
So that's really a non-answer. Madam Speaker, I want to get to line item 28, the electronic monitoring unit. This particular unit is established through the electronic monitoring, the Administration of Justice Electronic Monitoring Unit Act. Madam Speaker, can the minister, through you, tell us how many monitoring bracelets are there available? Sure.
Yes. When we began this exercise, we started out with 300 units, 350 units, I think it was. And of course, a great demand. When we first started this, The anticipation was that it would be used for low-risk offenders, domestic violence, for the, and that kind of thing, although that could be very high risk and has proven to be very high risk too. But then the courts began sending persons, recommending persons as conditions, even in very serious cases. So we find it necessary to improve the stock, to improve the number, and that is underway to 500.
So do we have 500 right now?
We have 350 and another
350.
150
And
will add those very
those
shortly.
350 are the low offending units.
Huh?
Those 350 were the ones for the
No,
low
what we are
offenders.
doing now is upgrading the existing stock and purchasing upgraded stock.
Because Minister, you would remember that there was an incident where one offender would have cut the bracelet and escaped.
Yes, that's the fellow who was eventually arrested and sent to 15 years for human trafficking.
But it
offense.
showed in fact that that the system can be compromised.
Of course, and I can tell you from my research and overview of this situation everywhere in the world, whether it is in the United States from where we bought the equipment, whether it is across Europe, whether it is in England more particularly, wherever in the world, in Canada, there have been breaches of the electronic monitoring tools. So that is not unusual. As a matter of fact, we have a very, very, very proud record in that regard. We are better than the international average.
Can you provide me with the cost per unit of the?
Most certainly,
yeah?
Most certainly.
Member for Orupuch East. Yes. Item 011, transfer to state enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund. Item 004, social infrastructure, we're at page 57. Honorable members, item 004 spans 4 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. A, Coast Guard, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can the Minister provide us with an update on the line item project 54, upgrade of wastewater treatment system at Tobago base? 1 million was estimated in 2024. None was utilized in the revised estimate, and none is being allocated for 2025.
5 for upgrade of wastewater treatment system at Tobago base.
What is this question? Discontinued until further notice.
All right, and where the $1 million went?
The work was done using the skills of the Defense Force, and that money was expended in that process.
Honorable Minister, Project 51, upgrade of electrical power shore supply at Coast Guard Jetty in Tobago. 1 million was allocated in 2024 for this project. However, what we're seeing here is non-utilized. Can you explain if any work itself was conducted?
Yes, this work is well underway. In fact, I'm advised that a down payment has been made and the performance of the contract actually started today, very coincidentally. No coordination by the minister.
Member for Sanwa Barataria Sanwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With respect to line item 52, integrated support services for the naval assets of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, $100 million allocated, $75 million spent. In relation to, in the context of the Prime Minister giving us a statement yesterday that one particular vessel had to be decommissioned, can the Minister give us an update as to the state of the repairs of the remaining vessels?
Said yesterday was that a vessel known as CG-60 so labeled by the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, which was purchased, I think, around 2012, following a visit by the then Prime Minister of the People's Partnership to China, purchased that vessel for $32 million US, boasting at the time that it was fit for purpose and that it could be a good replacement for the offshore patrol vessels, the three of them that Trinidad and Tobago had ordered and paid for. Well, it turned out, and this is what the Prime Minister reminded us yesterday, that that vessel is now dysfunctional. It was never fit for purpose. In fact, it is described by the military experts, some elements at any rate, as a riverboat. It was not a military craft. And of course, it gave 8 months service to the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, no more than that. The hull integrity is now questionable. The generators are all out of commission. And we spent another 1.5 US million to outfit it. And it just did not cut the bill. So it is now there. And when there's a storm or some tempestuous seas, it rocks hard against the pier at the Coast Guard, threatening that. So it has now become a risk. And I am told by the experts that it is on the verge of sinking. And so the Defense Force would have asked the government to consider its formal disposal, which is what you have just reminded me of. But insofar as the Damen vessels are concerned, these are a set of 12, 4 patrol vessels, 2 supply vessels, and 6 ships, boats as the military people would call them, or seamen will call them. They were purchased in 2014 without a payment program, and they were just ordered, they came, and of course, Madam Chair, it was left up to the incoming government of the PNM in 2015 to pay for them, which we did, and they went into service, of course. And Madam Chair, the Dutch police would have contacted the government to indicate that even in that transaction, for the purpose of purchase of those vessels, there was some discovery of corruption. A finder's fee was paid to somebody of $200 million, and they were able to seize $100 million. And that investigation is still underway. Bubble, corruption in its purchase by the then government. So these vessels would have come into service, and like all other assets and equipment, there will come a time when they require regular, routine maintenance, sometimes maintenance as a result of unplanned and unforeseen circumstances. And the bottom line is, we have just contracted with Damen, those are the people who manufacture and who we have a maintenance agreement with, for 3 years to maintain them. We have contracted with them to recertify and to make serviceable all of these vessels again in the service of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
can the Minister directly give me an update on CG 41 and 42? These are 2 of the hostile vessels that were purchased by this government, and they were commissioned in 2021. That I am now being informed that the hull on the vessels were in fact affected. These vessels have been out of commission since February this year. They have purchased these vessels for almost $1 billion TT, Madam Speaker. And I just want an update on whether or not these vessels are working. I believe the Minister and the Prime Minister spent a night on one of those vessels. Can the Minister give us an update on the brand new hostile vessels that you recently purchased, whether or not they are in fact operational?
Information from the experts who operate these vessels in the Coast Guard. There's no question, no issue around the hull of those vessels. Those vessels, like other vessels, require service, as I have just explained, in respect of the Damen vessels, and they are now undergoing some level of maintenance and service. We having refreshed a contract with Hostal for their maintenance, and we expect both those vessels to be back in the water in support of the people of Trinidad and Tobago by the end of this month.
So after 2 years, these vessels went down service.
Well, in the absence of the Damen vessels and in the enthusiasm, properly so, on the part of the Defense Force to protect the borders of Trinidad and Tobago, those vessels were made to work a little more than they ordinarily would have worked. They normally would work a 7-day on, 7-day off routine. But in the absence of the Damen vessels, they were made to patrol a lot more and do stuff. So it transpired that based on the highly technical management of the equipment, they needed some attention. They are getting those, and they will be back in the water at the end of this month.
Can you give us an update on the statement?
In fact,
may I?
Madam Chair, just let me finish. One of them was quite operational, and it is an anticipation and to prevent the risk of it falling otherwise that we put it into service, and we deal with what we have to deal with in the meantime, and we expect them in full service again at the end of October.
Can you confirm or update us on the statement made by the CDS earlier this year that we have no long vessels monitoring our borders in Trinidad and Tobago by the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard?
I don't know what you mean by long vessels. I don't think he said that.
Okay, you want the statement?
You feel free.
Right. Are there any vessels, save and except one interceptor, that is currently providing coverage for the Coast Guard?
There are vessels providing coverage around Trinidad and Tobago.
How many?
I am unable to tell you now, but I can tell you in respect of the larger vessels, the Damen vessels.
So you just now told me you don't know what is a larger vessel.
In respect of the hostile vessels, they will be back in service by the end of this month.
So how many larger vessels we have right now working?
We have altogether
working.
Oh, working. Yes, as I said, we have put a program in place. One of the Damen vessels have returned to Trinidad after its development or upgrade and repair in another country, and it is expected to be back in service in short order as well.
So we have none right now?
We have vessels, but
none
not
working.
those particular vessels.
None of the larger vessels working?
We have vessels, but not those vessels.
It's a direct question. Do we have any larger
And I'm
vessels
answering
working?
you, we do have vessels that patrol our coast, and in addition to that, we use the riverine patrol of the coastal and riverine unit of the police service to do some work as well, and they will be back in service as I have explained.
Right, member for Old Pooch East. Member for Couva South.
Ma'am, you read page 60 and 61.
No, we're not there as yet. B, Regiment. C, Air Guard. Member for Baratarisano.
Thank you very much. Line item 40, purchase of vehicles and equipment, Air Guard. In the budget statement at page 94, I think it was about 3 hours later, the minister announced that there will be the purchase of 2 search and rescue surveillance fixed-wing aircraft. However, I'm seeing the allocation here. It's only $616,700. Why the allocation was not made for the purchase of these 2 aircrafts within the this budgeted item?
The process for procurement has not yet been completed.
So we are not sure that we're getting those 2 aircrafts for this.
We feel confident that we're getting them, but the process is underway.
So you're confident, but you didn't allocate any money for it.
And in any case, those are major items that will be financed in special ways.
Okay.
Member for Couva South.
Yes, Madam Chair, 60, page 60.
Okay, so just now. So Defense Force Headquarters. E, Defense Force Reserves. C, Prison Service.
Yeah, very quickly, Madam Speaker, 041, the establishment of an elders complex at Golden Grove Prison. As a new project, $2 million will be spent. Could you provide us with some details, Minister?
Prison Service, led by recently appointed Commissioner Karaspi, has identified, and properly so in my view, a number of persons who would have acquired senior years in the system and believe that they don't, in some assessed cases, pose any particular risk to the society. So while others might be looking at other things in relation to them, in the meantime, it is considered that an elders facility within the prison, a low security elders facility with different arrangements, more congenial for the use by senior citizens, should be established. I think it is a wonderful thought, and the government supports that.
Will bring this project to fruition.
It may not, but it is an allocation to support a very honorable purpose and intention. And if more money is required, as I have indicated ad nauseum earlier, adjustments will be made one way or the next, and it will become their reality.
Just now, Kuvas South, are you finished with C? Right. E, immigration, Barataria Sanwa.
Thank you very much. For the acquisition of a property for a southern migration center, I think that should be Southern Immigrant Center. It should be really for the immigration detention in South.
It is called the Southern Migration Center.
Okay, all right. And it's $500,000 for the acquisition of a property. Where is this property located, Minister?
That is being sorted out. We have a number of options which the technocrats are looking at to make a final decision in that regard, but we are aiming at getting it done promptly.
So they haven't selected as yet the particular property that they're going to
No,
acquire.
there's no settlement on it. Different options are under review at the moment.
F, Fire Service, member for Kuvas South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, with respect to line item 156, purchase of vehicles and equipment for the fire service, we noted that in 2024, $11.2 million was allocated. Only $714,400 was spent. And taking into consideration that we were informed by you some moments ago, more than 50% of the vehicles are non-functional within the fire service. And the leadership of the Fire Services Association has indicated that it costs approximately $4 million to purchase a new fire tender, and that it is in the public domain, for example, that the Point Fortin, Mayaro, Mova, Belmont, Woodbrook fire station, among others, are do not have fire tenders at this point in time. How many fire tenders will be purchased or equipment with this $4 million in 2025?
Madam Chair, I'm not so sure whether the member was quoting me accurately. I wouldn't waste time rehashing it, but I did give a long list of the stations that are possessed of water tenders, emergency response vehicles, and otherwise. So I don't want the member misquoting me. Get your facts right. However, I am proud to say that I went to the cabinet and the cabinet approved $30.1 million to purchase 12 vehicles, including one for Penal, one for Mayaro, one for Point Fortin. We received, and other items. In that regard, we received, having paid for it, a breathing apparatus trailer that carries around the breathing apparatus, of which we have spoken. We received a dinghy rescue boat, paid for, purchased. We received a double cab pickup, paid for, purchased. We have issued letters of award and made 50% down payments in respect of 3 water tenders. In respect of 1 hose layer, similarly. And that hose layer is to support a piece of equipment that we obtained within recent times, which can allow the fire service to extract water from any open source. That is to say, a nearby river or swimming pools or wherever in the fight against fire. And Madam Speaker, that hose layer would lay 7 miles of hose, so it can get to a water source 7 miles away. So it could treat with issues inside of Port of Spain as well. So we got the hose layer, letter of award, and issued, paid for 50%. 1 emergency tender, Similarly, letter of award, another breeding apparatus trailer, a letter of award in respect of a chemical industrial tender, and tenders to be issued in the first quarter for 1 ambulance and 1 double cab pickup. Altogether, to correct the record that the member has just spoken about, the expenditure in 2024, as at September the 30th, was $11.398 million.
So, Minister, there is no validity into the concerns of the leadership of the Fire Services Association.
Well, I might tell you, just before I answer your provoking question.
Provoking?
Yes. On September the 26th, 2024, this minister went back to the cabinet for an additional 17 million in order to settle the procurement of the matters I've just raised with you. And as regards your question, Trinidad is a land of noise, scandal, bacchanal, and confusion. Too much. Move along.
So
I am saying,
you are saying that the leadership of the Fire Services Association is involved in bacchanal and scandal?
Just 1 minute, Minister. Could we have some order? I really don't want the minister having to raise his voice. Thank you very much.
Gentlemanly as I always am, Madam Chair, I thank you. I am saying that notwithstanding the beautiful and talented and wonderful and progressive people we are, there are elements in this society that thrive on bacchanal and confusion. So you might be listening to those voices. I pray that you ignore them and confine yourself to the nobility that we expect of you and the facts.
So
there's no issue.
Minister, are you telling me that I must ignore the sentiments of the leadership of the Fire Services Association?
Madam Chairman.
You can interpret it as you may. I have just given you the facts, and I trust that you will carry them in your bosom.
Madam Chairman, what line item is that?
So we are going on to item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, item 005 spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. A, administrative services, member for Barataria San Juan.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, line item 045, upgrade of the automated fingerprint identification system for the Immigration Division. A sum of $5 million was allocated for this project in the last fiscal year, and none of it was spent. Is there a reason? 045. Is there a reason why none of these monies was spent for this item?
Automated fingerprint?
Yes, for immigration.
Yes.
Which line item you on?
Yes. 045?
Yes, 045.
Yes. What is the question, member?
Why no money was spent for this particular project?
Why no money was spent?
Yes.
There was a protracted period of negotiation and interface with the service provider, which has now been settled, and a letter of award has been issued in that regard.
Who's the contractor?
I can't off my head remember, but it can be made available.
And can you give us the contract price also?
Not a problem.
Yes. And with respect to the upgrade of the machine-readable passports to the e-passport, this was another promise we heard for some time. $5 million allocated last year, none again spent. Is there a reason why?
It required cabinet approval, and that was recently received, and therefore we proceed in terms. And we are indeed moving from the machine-readable passport to e-passports consistent with best practice around the globe.
But is there a reason why the original allocation in 24, when the project was first announced, was $5 million, but now in this fiscal year, only $3 million is allocated?
Yes, the question of moving to the electronic passport, which is a passport with a chip in it, it's quite a costly exercise. So we had to look at the feasibility of continuing with the existing machine readable passports for a period of time, a cheap alternative, or moving to the electronic chip passport. And eventually we looked at it quite comprehensively and determined that this is the way the rest of the world is going. So we need to get into it. But the contract was only just approved. The concept of doing that was only just approved by cabinet. So it will take a little while to get to the point of expenditure.
Basically, those passports may not be available in this fiscal.
I can't answer that. The minister might be.
Would the passports be available for this fiscal year, the e-passports?
I cannot truthfully tell you an answer to that. It is hoped that it would be sooner rather than later.
Sure.
Of course, we would have taken into account as well a number of factors. So I can't truthfully tell you an answer to that.
Sure, no problem.
But it is the ambition.
Yes.
Buildings. Yes, member for Barataria Salmon.
The first center, Madam Speaker, can the minister indicate whether or not the land dispute has finally been settled with respect to the center?
The answer is yes.
Yes. And when will the project start?
The answer is that it has started already. The design has been completed, recently approved, and the arrangements, because it is a gift from the partner government, and the arrangements for the financing is underway.
When do you anticipate a breakground?
Well, I am hoping sooner rather than later,
So
in the circumstances. Right now, to be quite frank with you, we are waiting on a communique from our partner.
Sure.
G, equipment and vehicles. Infrastructure Development Fund, item 004, social infrastructure. We are pages 191 to 193. Honorable members, this item spans 3 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, Coast Guard. B, Regiment. C, Air Guard. D, Defense Force Headquarters. C, Prison Service. Yes, member for Samo, Barataria Samo, sorry.
Yes, please. Madam Chair, 011, the construction of a special court on the compound of the maximum security prison. Minister, 011, the construction of the special court at the MSP. 192. Yes, Minister, $500,000 was allocated for the last fiscal. None was spent, and then no allocation for 25. Is it that you're not continuing with this project anymore?
No, as far as information available to me suggests, you're talking about the perimeter fence?
No, I'm talking about the special court.
Oh, the special court. That matter was left to the judiciary. Based on our consultation and communication with them, it was felt that it would be better in the judiciary. So you will see it under the head for the judiciary.
Noted.
E, immigration. F, fire. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. This is at page 194. F, buildings. G, equipment and vehicles. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,327,539,400 for head 22, Ministry of National Security, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,327,539,400 for head 22, Ministry of National Security, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you to the both ministers, to the PS, and to all the other representatives of the agencies. Thank you very much. Head Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service.
Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Welcome, Mr. Minister. Welcome to Permanent Secretary and the senior executives of the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, $278,103,400. I will now invite the Minister of Youth Development and National Service to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my distinct pleasure to present today at this sitting of the Standing Finance Committee of Parliament review of the budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry remains steadfast in our commitment to the holistic development of the nation's youth. This fiscal year in particular, the Ministry has concentrated on 5 key strategic areas: skills for work programs, youth and women in agriculture, entrepreneurship, national service, and community engagement and empowerment. The Ministry continues to take the lead in advancing youth development and national service over the past fiscal years by adopting a comprehensive government-wide strategic approach. This has enabled the Ministry to design well-planned programs and projects geared towards the development of the nation's youth while empowering them to become co-architects of our sustainable future. Mr. Chair, investing in youth skills and personal development remains a primary goal of the Ministry. Consequently, we have implemented many technical vocational skills training programs focused on preparing the nation's youth, in particular, our youth not in employment, education, or training, the category referred to as NEET, for the workplace, through the provision of training and apprenticeship programs. Furthermore, the Ministry remains committed to recognizing and celebrating the accomplishments of our young citizens through initiatives such as National Youth Awards, Youth on Stage, and Youth Week. It is with this in mind that the Ministry created a platform to connect and inform the nation's youth on the essential resources and programs that can support their personal and professional development. That can only be obtained from the MYDNS, but also from ministries, state agencies, and the private sector. In fiscal 2024, the MYDNS continued the implementation of the Youth Health and Education Caravan throughout Trinidad. Mr. Chairman, these initiatives align with our goal of creating a comprehensive and empowering environment for the holistic development of Trinidad and Tobago's youth, paving the way for a prosperous future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $278,103,400 for Head 81, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $278,103,400 for Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. And we are at page 377, subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cooperatives. Item 003, friendly societies, page 378, and I recognize the member for point of view.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, line item 06, remuneration to board members for the friendly societies. Allocated this year is 545 million. 545,000, sorry, 45,000 increase. Could you state how many friendly societies this amount will be covering and throughout Trinidad and Tobago?
This allocation is for remuneration to members of the Advisory Friendly Societies Council. So it is not per se for members of the Board of Friendly Societies.
How many members on this advisory board?
Information can be provided at a later.
And just one last question. For my own elucidation, what is their role, these members? As far as advisory on friendly societies?
These members of the Advisory Friendly Societies Council work along with the Registrar of Friendly Societies in the regulation and promotion of friendly societies within Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you.
Item 005, Youth Affairs. Item 006, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship Centers, page 379. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Hold on one sec. Item 001, General Administration, and we are at pages 379 to 380. Member for point of view.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, line item 16, contract employment. 4,800,000 allocated for 2025, 4.924 million was spent in 2024. Could you state, you don't have to, you could do it in writing, how many employees or persons in 2024, the 4.6 million was spent for? And what were their terms and conditions of work, whether it's a 3-month contract, 6-month contract, and what is envisaged for the 2025 estimate of 4.8? Is it a continuation of how many people will be employed for 2024, 2025?
Employment, I will be happy to provide that.
Sure. In writing, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Member for Couva North. Recognize you.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'd like to refer the minister's attention to line item 22, short-term employment. What we see for this line item, which was estimated at 7.26 million for 2024, the revised estimate was 9.49 million. Can the Honorable Minister explain to us what has been the reason for this increase in the allocation?
Yes, there were several contract positions that would have expired during the period, and those employees would have been put on short-term employment pending the approval for the continuation of those contracts.
Honorable Minister, can you provide us, perhaps in writing, a list of all persons who would have been on short-term employment, all persons who would have been on short-term employment, and the constituencies those persons were recruited from?
We'll be able to provide you with the positions that fall within this category, but not the names of the individuals. We can provide that at a later date.
Can you provide us also the area in which they come from, the constituencies, without providing the names?
No, you can get the positions that fall under the short-term category, but not the names. So if you're not getting the names, then it follows that you will not be getting what location they come from as well.
Yeah. With respect to this short-term employment, we expect a certain level of accountability and transparency in the spending of this line item. Especially when we see what we agreed upon last year, more monies were actually spent based on the revised estimate as to what was actually allocated. So what I am trying to get from the minister is the beneficiaries of this line item and where these beneficiaries came from. How many of those beneficiaries would have, how many persons from within the constituency of Couva North would have benefited from there? Because I will tell you something, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Not URP.
What we, if I may finish, please, what we...
Hold on, Mr. Minister, you'll have the opportunity.
What we would have seen in the review of the economy and in the budget, Mr. Deputy Chair, is that the unemployment rate continues to increase in this fiscal year. The unemployment rate continues to climb. But we are seeing persons being recruited here on short-term employment in this ministry, and we cannot find out where these people are going to come from, where these people are being.
Okay, member. And again, Mr. Minister, you will have the last say. Proceed.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I was very clear in the English language, and I hope that the member for Couva North understands English, that many of these persons that fall within this category are contract employees of the ministry. And the reason you will see an increase is because their contract would have expired, still going through the process of getting approval from PMCD, etc., before it goes back to cabinet to extend the position. And during that period, that intervening period, they will go on short term until such time as the contract. This is standard in the public service. I know that the member for Couva North may not know that, but this is quite standard.
No, hold on 1 second. Is it on the same line item?
Reference to another line item
Okay,
related
proceed.
to in response to what the Honorable Minister would have stated.
No problem.
Because under contract employment, as highlighted by my colleague, and that is line item 16. Under contract employment, as highlighted by my colleague from Point of Pair, what we see allocated here in 2024 for 4.4 million, more monies again was also utilized for that line item of 4.6 as to what was allocated of 4.4. So more money is being spent there, more money is being spent in under short-term employment, persons being hired, taxpayers' money being utilized to pay these persons, and we cannot find out where these people are, from what constituency these people are being recruited from.
Member?
I'm not asking for the identity of the persons. I'm asking that there be some transparency in the recruitment of individuals across the country. And it cannot only be persons from La Hoqueta to Alparo, but it must be from other areas along the east-west corridor.
Member, I think the minister has made it clear in his statement. Okay? And again, Mr. Minister, you care to respond?
I wanted to add that we would have received approval during 2024 for some contract positions, and therefore those contract positions would have been put in place, and that would account for any or either all of the usage or slight increase at item 16 for contract employment. I hope that helps the member for Couva North, but if it doesn't.
Right. And again, members, as identified by the minister, the information will be provided as stated. Right, Mr. Minister? Mr. Minister, right? The information will be provided as stated. Yes. Lovely. Nice. Item 002, cooperatives, page 381. Item 003, friendly societies, 381. Item 004, youth centers, page 382. Member for Couva North.
Again, under line item 22, short-term employment, what was allocated at 3.5 million for 2024, we see 4.26 million was utilized in the revised estimates, and when the actual comes in next year, it may even be more. Can the minister provide us with the areas in which these short-term employment beneficiaries came from, the persons who would have received short-term employment under this line item, and the areas in which these persons came from by constituency?
And members?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Chairman, if I may, the continuing insinuation by Couva North about short-term employment by constituency is not what we do. We do not hire by constituency. There is no favoritism, and I think the record needs to reflect that.
Okay. all
Well,
right.
then be transparent
No,
and submit the
member,
information.
please. Member, please. Again, we have been going fine all day. And again, as stated by the minister, whoever not, you will be given the opportunity to ask your question. I cannot determine what question you will ask, but again, we'll be guided based on the minister's response. Members, please, right, based on the minister's response. Right, so Mr.
Can
Minister, I think you have an opportunity to respond now.
Yeah, Chairman, I think that the member for Couva North is misguided. This government doesn't operate like the other government.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Couva North, member.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and other governments have been very transparent in the recruitment of individuals and have no hesitation in providing all information that have been asked. I expect a certain level of transparency from the minister, because I will tell you there are youths across the country, across the East-West corridor, who expect to benefit from several of these programs and these opportunities.
And again, member, the minister has responded. Another light item?
Go forward, if the honorable minister can provide us with the positions which these persons would have been employed in when these persons, and the process of how the persons would have been recruited.
And again, remember, the minister has made it clear already that it will be provided as stated. So we move on. Item 005, Youth Affairs. Proceed. 282, 283. 382, 383.
Yes, same information being requested for short-term employment under this head, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and to save us time, if it is that the honorable minister can provide us with the information for short-term employment across the ministry in the various sectors.
So minister agreed, right? Short-term employment, as stated, information provided. Okay, we had item 006, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship Centers. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 384. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Cooperatives. Item 003, Friendly Societies, page 385. Item 004, Youth Centers. Item 005, Youth Affairs. Item 006, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship Centers. And we're on page 386, members. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 005, Nonprofit Institutions. Item 007, Households, page 387. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to refer the minister's attention to line item 06, Youth Skill Development Program. 700,000 was allocated for this program. However, I'm seeing in the revised estimates of 2024, none was utilized. Can the honorable minister explain why it is and no funds was utilized for this program?
Mr. Minister.
This particular item was run in the latter end of the year, closer to the end of the fiscal, and therefore that will move on. In terms of covering the cost of it, we'll move to the new fiscal.
Thank you most kindly, Minister. Minister, line item 04, National Mentorship Program, which the actual spend in 2023 was 1.234 million. In 2024, it was estimated at $1 million. However, only 400,000 was utilized. Can you explain why it is the full sum allocated for this line item was not utilized?
Previous answer.
Sorry?
Similar to the previous answer.
And when we move on to line item 09, the military-led program of apprenticeship and reorientation training, my part was allocated in 2024 $2 million. However, what was utilized is only 80,000. From 2 million utilized, 80,000 in the revised estimate. Can the honorable minister advise why it is this 2 million was not utilized for the My Part program?
The My Part program, we plan to roll out in 2025. We had initially planned for this program to restart in 2024, but the space in which it has to be implemented is still under refurbishment. And as a result, we could not have realized the program in 2024, but we expect to do so in 2025, at least in a pilot way.
And continuing with another very important youth program, what I'm seeing here, Minister, is a trend where from 2023 and even before that, several of these youth programs that were properly funded and had a lot of participants, less and less youths are benefiting from it. Moving to line item 08, the military-led academic training, the MILAT program in 2023, the actual for this was 17.6 million. However, the revised estimate of 2024 is 16.3. That's a difference of $1.3 million decline in this MILAT program. Can the minister explain what's going on here?
The fact is, as the member should know and would have realized from interaction with other ministries, is that in fact, we are operating in different times. We have to manage our expenditure based on our income, and that is all that is happening.
Member?
Move on to the next one.
Item 009, other transfers, and we're on page 387. I recognize member for Chaguanas East.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 02 National Service Gap Program. Minister, can you indicate how many persons are currently enrolled in this program? And given that you have a 2025 estimate of 22,965,000, what changes are expected with this $1.3 million?
Mr. Minister.
We have been doing some work on expanding that program. You're aware of that because you send very regular requests for persons to get assistance from GAP. And we have increased the number of caregivers in the program. We can provide you with the number at a later date.
Okay, so yeah, sure. I do write letters to you with requests from persons across the board in the constituency. So I do look forward with this increase of 1.3 million to get some caregivers for those persons requesting in this financial year. I really do look forward to that.
We were at 520, we're now at 600, and we have cabinet approval to take that number up to 800.
Okay.
Item, my apologies, member for Couva North.
And me too.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 01, National Entrepreneurship Development Company Limited, NEDCO. The actual spend for this line item in 2023 was $30 million. However, the revised estimate of 2024 is $21 million. Can the minister explain why it is the significant decrease in allocation and revised estimate?
Stated to you earlier, we can only spend based on our income. So you would find that some items that would have been reduced over time based on the fact that we cannot spend more than we can in any particular year. We do have challenges, as the Minister of Finance would have indicated, and therefore, in some areas, we have reduced the expenditure for those programs.
Honorable Minister, when we go about reducing these expenditures that will benefit youths out there, in all these different programs I highlighted earlier, National Mentorship Program, Youth Skill Development Program, Civilian Conservation Corps, MILAT, MIPAT, and here we're hearing the same excuse again for the National Entrepreneurship Development Company Limited, the NEDCO program, talking about allocation and how much money we have. When on the other side, youths are seeing an increase from less than 1 million to 50 million for FET at the Prime Minister's residence.
Well,
we don't have money to invest into this youth program, but we have money to invest into FET after FET after FET after FET.
Member,
May I come in?
Member, we are at a different meeting today. We are at standing finance. Please keep it within the particular.
Can I just say, Chairman, that
give you the opportunity to respond.
Can I just say that contrary to the previous government's operation of closing down programs, instead of shutting down programs, we work with the budget that we have, and we make sure that our young people have development programs available to them. So that we properly utilize the monies available to us. And it is not true to say that young people do not have opportunities. We have expanded the range of opportunities. We are doing more with less instead of shutting down the programs, as opposed to the policy of the previous government.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Hold on. Kuva not, hold on. Minister of Finance.
Yes. In the budget statement, there are demands from all sectors for what one would call a lion's share of the budget. But there's only one lion's share. Everybody can't get everything that they ask for. And we are investing a significant sum of money in youth development. It's a new ministry. It has a very large number of programs targeting the youth. And I just wanted to ask the Minister for an assurance. I was listening to the member for Shogunas East talking about the number of successful applicants from that constituency for the GAP, for the geriatric adolescent program. I would ask the Minister to give an assurance, now that I'm hearing that Shogunas East is getting so much, that other constituencies will be equitably treated in like manner, especially PNM constituency.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification to the Minister of Finance, I do not get, in terms of my requests, all are not fulfilled. That's why I'm asking for it to be facilitated in 2025, just for clarification.
Point of view, you need to say something also?
One, you give me?
All right, Kuvanot, you comfortable?
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. And Mr. Deputy Chair, just to correct the record, Mr. Deputy Chair, I refer to line item 03, Community Recovery Program. And on this line item, what we see is the same trend. Yeah, we're still here under these items, right? Yeah. So, and I'm also correcting the record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because you see line item 03, Community Recovery Program, also have a similar trend of monies being allocated and not being utilized. Monies being allocated and less funding. And the Minister of Youth Development and National Service, he attempted to mislead when he made reference to previous administration shutting down program.
Hold on, hold on, one second, right? The Minister has answered your question, right? And again, we need to be careful. Let's get on with the business of it. You ask your question, you are given an answer. You may not be pleased with the answer, but he has given an answer.
But we shouldn't allow the records to reflect untruths. We should not. And it is here we should correct the records. And if it is my correction is not accepted by the Honourable Minister, he has the opportunity to not accept, and we can agree to disagree.
Okay. Point taken.
So with the greatest of respect, Deputy Speaker, what I was going is that the beneficiaries of these programs, if we look at the beneficiaries of these programs under the People's Partnership Administration, we will clearly see that it was a significant greater number of persons that would have benefited from these programs versus those who are benefiting now, and that is as a result of the underfunding, underutilization of the
ruling. The Minister made it clear in terms of the reasoning behind the question you asked. So again, Minister
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a ruling, as in previous Standing Finance Committee sessions. It has been accepted. We go back to the last year that is in the estimates, which is 2023. We do not go back to 22, 21, 20, 15, and 10. So I'm asking for a ruling that we deal only with matters 23, 24, 25. I'd like a ruling, please.
Right. And again, Mr. Hold on. And again, Mr. Minister, the precedent has already been set and laid down in terms of how far back we can go. As we said, 23 and 24. But again, no, hold on. But again, a statement, a comment can be made, Mr. Minister, please. A statement can be made, likewise, from on both sides with regards to any previous period. But again, we are not going into the financial aspects of those particular years, right? And that's the ruling, Mr. Minister.
I'll have to get clarification.
Right, no problem. Yes, Mr. Minister, your comment on
what has transpired? I have no comment on the incompetence of the UNC chairman.
Okay, we move on.
100,000 allocated in 2024 for the community recovery program, but none was utilized. We're seeing a repeat of this promise again for this year, even though none was utilized. Can the minister explain why it is this 100,000 that was allocated for this line item, we are not seeing any being utilized in the revised estimate?
Particular
response?
Mr. Chairman, the answer is the same as I indicated on a previous item, that the program came on late in the fiscal, and therefore it will be paid for in the next fiscal.
Right. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. We are at subhead 09, development program, new book, and we're on page 168. I recognize the member from Mayaro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, line item 001, that's NEDCO Business Accelerator. Minister, based on the $5 million allocation, right, what are the specific outcomes that you look for in this investment of $5 million? And how do you measure the post-training success of these small business mentorship training applicants? How do you do that in the ministry?
This program, of course, treats with micro entrepreneurs and exposes them to a level of training in how they should operate and their business in terms of keeping books and statutory requirements and that kind of activity. It will also assist them in how do you develop your business plan, etc. Coming out of that training, they'll be paired with a mentor who is in a similar type of business. And there is a monitoring and evaluation unit that monitors and work along with them post-graduation. So that there is support following the graduation as well that comes from NEDCO.
In terms of the allocation itself, the fact that it's broad in terms of training and mentorship, any part of that $5 million is actual capital injection?
No.
Okay, so there's no funding in part of that?
No, there's no funding in there. As a matter of fact, after you're assessed in this program, there's some level of assessment. And following that assessment, recommendations can be made to treat with the capital issue that you're raising and based on a needs basis.
Is there any plans, Minister, in terms of this allocation to get these programs out into what I would call underserved communities? I mean, more so in places like Mayaro and so on, where I have not been privy to a lot of that information. Is it being done? Is there any plans to use part of this allocation to push into those communities?
Well, it may not come particularly from this allocation, but our caravan program that goes into all of the communities has a NEDCO booth at all of these caravans, so that persons coming in will have access to all of the information, as well as we have it online, so that you can advise your constituents to liaise with the ministry's website, talk to the youth officer from the district, who will provide them with all those details.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 003, economic infrastructure. G, business services. Item 004, social infrastructure. D, youth development, pages 169 to 170. And I'll take the member for Tabakit and then I'll go to Kuvanot.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Minister, I'm on line item 002, the implementation of the National Youth Policy. I'm seeing that we are estimating $3 million for the implementation of the policy. Can you give me some idea of how we intend to expend this $3 million over fiscal 2025, please?
The policy was approved, the last policy was approved up to 2025. So that part of that will go into the consultancy work that has to be done to have the new policy put in place, as well as cover some expenses from the last fiscal.
Yeah, thank you.
Member for Kuvanot.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to refer the Honorable Minister attention to this same project 002, implementation of the National Youth Policy, where $5 million was estimated in 2024, only 800,000 was utilized. Can the Honourable Minister advise us why it is these monies that are being allocated? We're hearing lots of plans that the ministry will have to roll out at the beginning of financial year. And then when we sit here now and review what took place in 2024, it's not being done. So can the minister advise us why it is this $5 million was utilized for what it was put aside for?
And rest assured that the allocation that is in for 2025, all of it will be spent, but I can assure you again, I keep having to repeat the same answer because all of your questions seem to be going along the same line. Those sums, some of these programs run full fiscal, some of the expenses are engaged late in the fiscal, and therefore, as I said in my previous answer, some of these funds will be utilized for the new policy, and some of it will be utilized to pay some bills from the last fiscal because the program may have rolled late into the fiscal.
You see, Honourable Minister, this
And that
program,
is the answer.
Yes, Minister, this program did not begin in 2024. This is an ongoing program where in 2023, the actual spend under the same program was 3.96 million. So monies were spent in 2023 of 3.9. Monies were allocated with plans, programs, policies to be rolled out in 2024 of 5 million. But what we're seeing here, it was not. And we are hearing that, well, maybe next year.
There's no maybe next year. I answered the question.
Well, I understand. You
I
may
know you
not
don't
be
like
here,
the answer,
you may
but
not
that
be
is the
here
answer to the
next
question.
year, but let's move
Members,
on.
we need to address the chair. I'll now take the member for Tabakit.
Thank you. Minister, I'm on line item 005, youth social programs. Now, I assume this is a catch-all, but we are looking at the revised estimate of $2 million and $3 million for going forward into 2025. So could we get some specifics in terms of the youth social programs?
Involve programs such as the Youth Talent Search program, which was launched very successfully, and that program was completed throughout last fiscal. Then there's also the social media engagement program, social media management, where we train young persons how to manage online businesses instead of block and mortar businesses. Then we as well have that is called the Project Trending. Those are two of the programs that come to mind immediately. And then there as well is the National Youth Convention, which was held earlier this year, treating with combating climate change. And it was very well, it was a very successful program. It also includes the Youth Week activities that are usually held in the month of August. And the Relationship 101 program, which is a program on how to navigate relationships among youth, particularly those youths in high-risk communities, where we go into the communities and we actually engage the young people in discussions to assist us with our policy direction in terms of what are some of the things that they would like to see the government implement within their communities.
Thank you. In terms of the... Yes, I'm continuing on the same line. Yes? So looking at with the social media, is that the trending program? Can you tell me how many persons benefited and how many persons do you plan on accommodating in the next fiscal?
In this program, we targeted 200 small business owners, but I can provide the exact number later.
That's fine.
I just got the figure, it's 400.
Okay, 400. And we plan on meeting our 400 target in 2025 as well?
We will endeavor to do so based on our budgetary allocation, but we'll work as closely as possible to that.
Okay, and one final question on this line item. In terms of meeting the target audience, finding persons who may need to participate or want to participate, is it included in here, the advertising budget, getting the program into the spaces it needs to get to?
Yes,
that's
it
included
is.
here
Yes,
as
it
well?
is.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I
Minister,
have a question.
Line item 009, Youth Development Project Formulation. When one reads the PSIP and you look at the purpose of this particular program, entrepreneurship development, social media management, skills development, there seems to be some overlap again with some other programs that we've discussed already for the evening. Is there some specific target under this $7.9 million that you are looking for that is different from the other programs? And if there is, how would you manage the success of these participants going forward?
The programs that you're speaking to under that particular item will refer to, there's not really an overlap. The wording might suggest that, but in terms of the actual implementation of the program, that features our programs such as the Amplifying Music Production and Life Skill Training Program, All Set, which is the Heavy Equipment Operation Training Program, Skills for a Diversified Economy. This is a program instituted in conjunction with MIC dealing with web design, coding, and web introduction to mobile application development, web design and coding. Programs such as STEP TT, CRISP, Drive, and UTech. And those programs, the UTech deals with soft skills, Drive deals with auto mechanical work and so forth. CRISP is an air condition and refrigeration program. And STEP TT is a program that involves persons who may not have achieved their full CSEC certification and underemployed, and they are then taken into a program where they are brought up to the 5 CSEC level so that they can matriculate into higher learning.
Minister, I have an idea of, can you give us an idea of the number of persons that would have benefited so far in this project since it's ongoing? And how many of those participants have gone on to develop their own business in that training area that this program would have sent them down that path? Do you have that information?
Yeah, I don't have all of the numbers available, but I did give it in my budget presentation, and I would be happy to provide the numbers. But as I said earlier, we do have a very active monitor and evaluation unit that gives us feedback in terms of assisting us in whether we expand or continue with the program based on the success and the numbers. But I should also add that all of our programs are heavily oversubscribed in terms of applicants, and we have a very we have a high rate of success in terms of persons graduating out of the programs. And from all the information we have gotten so far, quite a large number of persons either moved to employment or get into their own business. Additionally, the government has launched a micro-entrepreneurship grant program to assist with the same capital you spoke about earlier for micro-entrepreneurs who need that capital injection but cannot start off with a loan. They are assessed, and then they can, once they apply, they're assessed and they can apply. They can then utilize those funds to start their small business.
Finally, Mr. Chair, Minister, is there a report that you receive as Minister through your ministry in terms of that success, in terms of those persons who are being trained, who are going on to get into their own businesses? Do you get a report like that that you can share with us?
The M&E unit does that on a continuous basis. We can share the information with you.
If you can, we'd be happy for it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Deputy Chair. To the Honorable Minister, line item 09015-005. This line item, and I'll be specific to line item 09, because what the trend, Honorable Minister, is that what we are seeing is we are seeing monies being allocated. We are hearing of all these plans and programs that the ministry will want to roll out in the upcoming financial year, which we heard last year. But the trend that we are seeing is that in the revised estimates, we are not utilizing the funds being made available. So for example, in 009, Youth Development Project Formulation, $6 million was allocated to that line item, but only $2 million was utilized, and 7.985 is now being estimated for 2025. Minister, can you advise us what has been the challenges within the ministry to prevent you or the ministry from utilizing this $6 million that was allocated in 2024, and what you're going to be doing differently this year so that this 7.9 million can actually be utilized?
If you ask the same question in a different way 20 times, it doesn't change the fact that it's the same question. I've answered that question several times. And I know that you've not served as a government minister before, and you may very well never do. But the fact is, as I said before, that some of the programs are the rollout will take place closer to the end of the fiscal. And we do have the bills in hand, and those bills will be satisfied in the next fiscal. It doesn't mean that the program itself is not happening. It's happening all the time. And some of it may happen later in the fiscal. Doesn't mean that the program itself is not happening.
Yes, Mr.
Well,
Chairman,
Minister,
would I be allowed to comment
I'm
on that
hearing
point?
what you're saying, and I'm trying to help you here because it's different programs that
I don't need your help.
initially referring. Yeah,
Chairman,
it was different programs that we were referring to.
Member, please. Make your comment briefly.
Sure.
And let's move on.
Sure. So for this a same problem we're seeing with different programs, and I use different agencies within the ministries rolling out these programs, but the programs are not being fully rolled out. The funds are not being fully utilized, and perhaps the problem might be the only constant across the ministry, which is you, Minister. It might be you are the person who seems to not be willing.
Member.
I don't see Spanish.
And I can tell you it in Spanish.
Member for Couva North. Member for Couva North. The minister has made it clear you're going to be provided with the information. And again, right, you continue. Again, I cannot tell you what to ask, but again, the repetition of the particular question over and over, he has made it clear what is going to happen. So again, I need to move on, member. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, it's a far more fundamental issue. We in finance prepare these estimates of expenditure. And as I indicated, there are four different columns actually. The actual expenditure in 2023, the estimated expenditure in 2024, the revised expenditure in 2024, and the estimated expenditure in 2025. Now, in Trinidad and Tobago, the Ministry of Finance and the government as a whole operates on the basis of something called a cash accounting system. Now, in a cash accounting system, a payment is recorded in the records when it is actually made. In an accrual system, an obligation or liability is created and is recorded in the accounts. We do not operate on an accrual basis. We operate on a cash basis. So even though the Ministry of Youth Development would have awarded a contract, that is not going to be recorded in a cash accounting system. If we were doing an accrual accounting system, it would be picked up so that the Ministry of Youth Development would have awarded many contracts for the supply of goods and services, construction works, etc. That work is ongoing. The services are being provided, but the contractors and the service providers may not yet have submitted their invoices for payment, or even if they have, the invoices are being reviewed, certified, and then presented for payment. So what would have happened in 2024, and it will happen in 2025 again, because we operate a cash system, is that there are liabilities that the Ministry of Youth would have accrued with respect to these programs. So work is in progress, it is in place. It is simply the type of accounting system that we have, that you cannot record a liability when it is created in a cash accounting system.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Where are we now, member for Couva North?
Next line item, next project.
Next line item, yeah.
Thank you most kindly,
Not the same question, please.
Thank you most kindly, and I have never asked the same question, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I've
Same
been
type
speaking
of
on,
question, correction.
okay,
Yes,
thank you.
I'll come to you now.
So,
Yes,
on
no,
project
Couva North.
28, I would like to refer the Honorable Minister's attention to project 28, the CCC program 28, we're on page 170. You with me?
Go ahead.
Page 28.
Yes.
Page 170.
Youth
sorry.
Health and Career
Project
Education
28,
Caravan.
The CCC. In 2024, 7.6 million was allocated for this project. I take it that the revised estimate doesn't have any figures here. It's nil. I take it that there may be existing liabilities, that the bills have not been submitted to the ministry as yet. However, can the Honourable Minister provide us with an update of what was done with respect to this project item for 2024?
Mr. Chairman, the particular item of work was not executed in 2024, and part of it will commence in 2025.
Thank you. Thank you most kindly.
Member for
Honourable
Tabaki.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I'm on line item 031, Skills for Work Program. We have a revised estimate of 8 million and an estimate going forward for fiscal 2025 of $11.7 million. I'm asking if we know the number of participants from the last fiscal 2024, how many persons participated, and additionally, since this is a skills for work program, are we also tracking from the participants the number of persons who have successfully gone on to gain some gainful employment or start their own business? Are we tracking those numbers as well?
Thank you for your question. The Skills Work Program is an apprenticeship based type of program and involves tower crane operation, mobile crane operation, drilling rig operation, plumbing skills, linesman and line clearer program. That's with TNTech. The plumbing skill program is WASA, horticulture, prior loading assessment and recognition program, healthcare training, industrial welding, industrial mechanical apprenticeship program, and wastewater management. So most of these programs, if not all, are apprenticeship type programs. So after the training, there's some level of on-the-job training with it. And the expectation is that some of these stakeholders who partner with us to provide the on-the-job training, if you want to call it that, will be able to absorb some of these persons where it's possible, and others will move into the workforce in other areas, in other companies, and or go into their own business. And we, as I said earlier on, we do some level of monitoring of the success of our participants, and we are able to track where they eventually end up.
Able to make available to us the number of persons who would have participated in the last fiscal,
Yes,
as well as the anticipated number of participants that we expect in fiscal 2025 as well, please.
Yes, we can provide that, and we have cohorts that would have graduated, and we have cohorts who are currently involved in these programs I mentioned before.
Excellent, thank you.
Member for Mearu.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I wanted to turn your attention to item 026, short-term action plan for national service. Again, in reading the PSIP, this program is focused on cultural awareness, environmental sustainability, and community engagement. There is a $5 million increase in this fiscal year to $6.3 million. My question is, what is the engagement strategy? How does the ministry engage youth in these national service initiatives under this specific program of cultural awareness, environmental sustainability, and community engagement?
So the national service program was launched only this fiscal. Prior to that, we were involved in the design of the program, coming out of a committee that Cabinet appointed that produced a report for us. What is currently underway is the development of the curriculum, which we have signed on to, and is currently being put together. And the plan that we have to roll out for this fiscal. Now, this program is one that involves utilizing volunteers as well, who have been successful in society and wish to give back through volunteering their services to mentor many of our young persons. And so you see we speak about the establishment of a volunteer corps, and it will focus on young persons between the ages of up to 35 years. And coming out of the curriculum, that is currently being developed. We'll be piloting a lot of programs coming out of that.
Quickly, is the $6.3 million going to be used for in terms of the resources for this particular program?
I don't have it immediately in front of me, but I can provide that information to you.
Okay, in writing will be fine. And last question, Mr. Chairman. There is also a component of the creation of national service ambassadors. My question is, what role are these ambassadors going to play in terms of the objectives of the plan, and how would they be selected? Who are going to be the persons being put forward for this national service ambassador?
You'll appreciate that I would have to also add that in the written response to you.
Okay.
Because I do not have that information immediately available here.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, line item 030, Youth Employment Policy. Mr. Chair, this line item had an estimate in 2024 of 1 million. However, the revised estimate shows nil. Can the Honorable Minister advise what work has been executed for this project in 2024?
The allocation for this item would go towards the consultancy work for the National Employment Policy, and we have already entered into a service level agreement with the Cipriani Labour College to undertake this assignment.
And can the Minister advise who provided the consultancy services?
I just said that. The Cipriani College
Thank
of
you.
Labour.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. F, public buildings, page 171. Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, social infrastructure. D, youth development, page 242. I recognize member for Tabakit.
Thank you. I'm at line item 004, refurbishment of youth development apprenticeship centers. There was an estimate of 15 million, and the revised estimate is $25.8 million. How many of the youth development apprenticeship centers were refurbished, and how far along are we with this project?
Does you asked about the youth development and apprenticeship centers?
Youth development apprenticeship centers, line item 004 underneath.
Okay, I'm with you now.
Yes.
We have, under this item, work is ongoing at the El Dorado Youth Development and Apprenticeship Center, the Chatham Youth Development and Apprenticeship Center, and the Presto Youth Development and Apprenticeship Center, and they all at varying percentages of completion, with El Dorado being the one closest to completion.
And so we anticipate that the $13 million estimated in 2025 will complete these projects, or are they ongoing?
No, it will not. There will be projects that will be ongoing that we will engage in discussions with the Minister of Finance as to how we proceed after that $13 million expended.
Okay, and one last question on this item, line item for me, but not this line item, on line item 019, National Service Centers. Similar question, which service centers are benefiting under this idea of funding?
We have two national service centers. One is at Mausika, and yes, one is at Mausika, and we have varying levels of work taking place at that facility, which involves the classroom, the kitchen, the medical room, dormitory 1, 2, 3, storage building, electrical and plumbing, fencing and drainage, etc. That's the type of work taking place there. And we expect to utilize part of this allocation to bring that work further advanced. And we also have the National Service Complex at Palo Seco, where work is also ongoing. And in that area, we are focusing on the agricultural area, as well as the areas, the sporting facilities at that location. and we expect to utilize another part of that allocation towards those types of work. And also in this area, we will approach the Ministry of Finance as is required.
Thank you.
Vancouver North.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to Project 11, the Youth Business Park, which was allocated $3 million in 2024. I'm not seeing any for this fiscal term. I'm not seeing any for the revised estimate of 2024. Minister, can you advise if any work was executed with respect to this project?
So we were in the land, locating the land for this project during the last fiscal, and that posed us with some challenges because we have to locate land that is close to existing infrastructure to reduce the cost of putting this facility out. NIPDEC is the agency that is currently doing the preparatory work in relation to this project, and we will be able to advance it as soon as that is completed. So that's why you will see that nothing was done last fiscal, because we're still trying our best to locate land as close as possible to existing infrastructure, so we can utilize, we can best spend the taxpayers' funds.
Minister, can you advise us on the status with respect to project number 12, Youth Entrepreneurship Hub?
That contract would have been awarded in that particular case, and I think work is ongoing.
Out of the 4.6 million allocated, I'm not seeing any in the revised estimate, but I am seeing some for the estimate of 2025. Would you be able to provide us with the ongoing work on, perhaps in writing, what work was actually
Well, I can tell you
executed
now
thus
that that project only started way down to the end of the fiscal. So I don't imagine that it has even reached 5% of works completed.
All right, with respect to project 13, the Youth Business Incubator, 3.5 million was allocated in 2023. Can you advise us what took place in 2020?
Again, that particular program, we are looking for existing public infrastructure that we can retrofit and use instead of building out new and expensive construction.
With respect to project 14, the Civilian Conservation Corps Development, 4 million allocated in 2024 and 1.4 allocated for 2025. Can you provide us with an update on this project?
We can do so. That project involves the CCC in the Port of Spain area. We were unable to execute that work in last fiscal, and we revised what we plan to do at that location. That is at where the VEMCOT property, and what you see there in the allocation is about what we plan to utilize in the next fiscal.
And with respect to project 24, the National Youth Council headquarters, that 2 million that was allocated there, none of it being in the revised estimate, but there's an allocation of 1.9 million for 2025. Can you advise what progress has been made with respect to this project, project 24?
Cabinet has approved the refurbishment of a particular property, the acquisition and refurbishment of a property in the Tunapuna area for this project. And we expect that during this fiscal, we will be able to start the refurbishment of that particular building so that the National Youth Council can continue to execute their work.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, with respect to project 23, acquisition and refurbishment of Friendly Societies building, 3.5 million allocated in 2024, but I'm not seeing anything for 2025, nor in the revised estimate for 2024. Has this project been abandoned or did?
No, it has not been abandoned. Cabinet has approved the acquisition of that particular property in Port of Spain that will house the Registrar of Friendly Societies and staff, but the Ministry of Public Administration and Evaluation Division, etc., going through their normal due diligence before the actual acquisition is materialized.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister. And lastly, with respect to project 003, 004, and 007, the same question will hold for all three projects with respect to refurbishment works and construction works. at youth development apprentice centers, youth development apprentice centers, and training facilities. Can the minister provide us, perhaps in writing, the works that were actually executed, the contractor who executed the works, and the amount paid to the contractors or the amount to be paid to the contractors with respect to these three projects?
These projects are managed by the National Maintenance, the MTS. So percentages that we have reached on these projects so far, at El Dorado, we're at 80%. %75%, and at Presto, 77% completion.
So is it that the ministry doesn't have visibility of who are the contractors working on the project, and one payment is made directly to MTS, which disburses the funds to the contractors?
Well, I don't have that information available immediately. I've given you the percentage of works completed in each area so far, and it's not a secret as to who the contractors are. We have no difficulty providing that and what payments would have been made to MTS on their behalf.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $278,103,400 for Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $278,103,400 for Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you, PS, and also the senior executives of the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Thanks for coming. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. We'll just give the minister and her technocrat in order to come in. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. I'd like to welcome the Minister of this particular ministry, also to the permanent secretaries and also to the other senior executives from the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, $5,697,927,700. I will now invite the Minister of Social Development and Family Services to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Madam Minister.
Mr. Deputy Chair, as the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services continues to effectively carry out its mandate of maintaining the nation's social safety net, I am honored to appear here today to discuss with the Standing Finance Committee the Ministry's budgetary allocation for fiscal 2024-2025. Today's examination of the line items will focus on the Ministry's operated and intends to use this allocation to implement a number of its interventions, strategies, and initiatives as we continue to strive towards transformation and the empowerment of the vulnerable among us to build their resilience and self-sufficiency. The Ministry remains mindful of its mandate to address the social challenges of poverty, social inequality, and social exclusion. And as a result, particular emphasis is placed on developing and executing programs and services to protect and assist those who are vulnerable and marginalized, such as the poor and indigent, elderly, persons with disabilities, the socially displaced, families, widows, and persons living with AIDS, HIV. As our digital and institutional transformation continues, the Ministry, in keeping with its fiduciary responsibility, looks forward to today's discourse to explain in greater detail its ongoing intervention measures that are currently in place and planned for this fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $5,697,927,700 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $5,697,927,700 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, and we are on page 347 of the recurrent expenditure booklet. And I recognize the member for Shigona Cease.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to the Minister and members of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. 01000101, salaries and cost of living allowance. Minister, I note an increase of $400,000. Can you please provide a reason for this increase?
The reason is because we have been filling positions in the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Minister, can you please indicate how many, what are the number of vacant positions in the ministry under this line item?
We have 175 vacant positions, 102 with bodies, 73 without bodies.
73 without bodies.
Yes.
Minister, given the caseload for officers, as well as the challenge in addressing backlogs in the ministry, can you indicate, what mechanisms are being contemplated to address the critical shortfall in personnel at the ministry? You mentioned 73 persons, vacancies not filled.
Yes, this is in the established positions. We have been liaising with Service Commission to have these positions filled.
So it is expected to be filled in this fiscal year?
Well, it's up to Service Commission's department. It will not be up to us, but we have been pushing and we have been liaising with them.
Sure.
Item 003, Social Welfare, page 347. Item 005, Child Development Center, page 348. Shawna Cease, you here? Go ahead, member.
Minister, 005 Child Development Center 01 Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance. I note the increase of $50,000. I note previously, last year at the Standing Finance Committee, you would have indicated that these personnel would have been absorbed in the primary school system. What I would like to find out today is how does this increase impact on that arrangement?
Some of the positions here were reassigned to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. That's the reason why. One manager, one clerk, two clerk typist, cook, cleaner, janitor, and so on.
So they are no longer in the primary school system?
No, from this establishment, they were reassigned to the ministry. So that's why they're being paid under this.
Okay.
5 positions.
Item 006, National Family Services.
National Family Services 01 Salaries and Cost of Living. I note the increase of $50,000. Can you give a reason for this increase under National Family Services?
Some of the established posts were filled.
Some of
and
them.
We are still awaiting Service Commission and expecting these to be filled this year.
Minister, just like my previous question, how many vacant positions are there under this line item?
18 established positions are vacant.
18 positions are vacant.
Yes.
Minister, I note last year in the SFC, you would have also indicated that 18 positions are vacant, and you were working with the Service Commission and CPO in charting a way forward and attempting to deal with this issue as soon as possible, given the backlogs in the ministry, and given that arising out of the COVID-19 pandemic, the National Family Services Division was critical for various families within the country. We are in a new financial year discussing, the budgetary allocation, and it's still 18 vacant positions.
Yes, still 18 in the established positions because they have to be filled by Service Commission's department.
So, Minister, given last year's explanation and this year's explanation, it seems you're having a little challenge within the National Family Services Division in filling those 18 positions.
Yes, I agree.
So, are you having, any form of headway? How soon do you think this particular issue can be resolved, given the need for this division in terms of what's happening nationally?
Well, I've actually asked for a meeting with the Director of Personnel Administration because the problem is not only in National Family Services Division, but there are many established positions that we are waiting to be filled.
Okay, so we should look forward for some headway.
We hope so.
Or chatting a way forward very soon, sure.
You're on the same expenditure, or which, Wes?
Yes, same National Family Services.
Okay, proceed.
Sub-item 05, Government's Contribution to NIS. I note, Madam Minister, and welcome to your good self and your technical staff. I note that for 2024, so this is sub-item 05, for 2024, your estimate for government's contribution to NIS was $200,000, but you're only suggesting a spend in your revised estimate of 50, with a projected for 2025 of 50. My question is whether or not there are arrears or whether this allocation based on your revised being less than your initial allocation, whether your current allocation would cover all arrears and your current requirement for fiscal 2025.
I think if you look at what was spent before, as you mentioned, so I believe that this was allocated to us because of the trend in the expenditure.
Sure, and I accept that, but I noted that you last year when you would have been here, you would have requested $200,000. So I assume that that was because you would have accumulated some NIS arrears, and therefore you would have paid those off in 2024. But I saw that you went back to the trend before.
Oh, okay.
So the question is whether or not you at today's date have any arrears for NIS?
No, we have no arrears. I guess this is because the positions have not been filled.
Ah, okay, thank you very much.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, pages 349 and 350.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions under, a couple line items here. 08, rent or lease office accommodation and storage. Minister, I note an increase of $1.8 million, a little different to 2024. Can you give a reason for this astronomical increase?
Oh, this increase is because one is that we will soon be opening an office in Arima. So we hope to split the Tunapuna office. We also hope to split the Chaguanas office as soon as possible.
Minister, I note in the SSIP book, it was stated that the Chaguanas office split was completed. So is it that it was not done in reality, but it will be done in this financial year?
Well, not to my knowledge. I know of Arima. We have already gotten the place lease, and we are now arranging for the outfitting and so on in Arima to split the Tunapuna office. If that information is in the book, then it is incorrect.
Okay. Minister, can you also provide a listing for us of all accommodation and storage offices within
Chairman,
the country? If you can do so in writing in the interest of time, we would appreciate that.
Page 349. 348 and 349, Mr. Minister. You're not following with us? Oh, you're not following. Where are we?
Mr. Chairman, I was asking the minister for a detailed list of accommodation and storage information nationally. If you can provide that in writing in the interest of time. Sure? Yes. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move to item 16, line item 16, contract employment. Minister, can you give a reason for this increase of $1 million?
Well, we have been actually filling the contract positions. As a matter of fact, 74 persons assumed on contract at the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services during this past fiscal.
74 persons. Minister, in 2024, the original estimate was that of $43 million. In the revised estimate for 2024, it went down to $24 million. Now in 2025, you have an estimated figure of $25 million. So basically, only a little more than half of the allocation in 2024 was utilized. And you would have indicated to us in this meeting that you have a desired level of improved service delivery for the ministry. Hence, in 2024, you would have had such a large allocation. But of course, it was not utilized. Can you give an explanation for that specifically, given that you are facing challenges with service delivery?
Fill positions. We continue to fill positions. And of course, it's not just filling for filling's sake, but we want the best persons. So there have been a lot of recruitment taking place in the ministry.
Do you have a proposed a list of positions you intend to fill under this fiscal year utilizing this allocation? If you can provide that for us in writing, it will be greatly appreciated. Okay. Sure. Mr. Chair, moving on to training, item 17. I note in 2024, the original estimate of 400,000, the revised estimate in 2024, 50,000, and in 2025, 75,000, a pretty small amount, an increase of 25,000. Minister, can you indicate what is the proposed training exercises to be undertaken with this small increase?
Thank God for the increase. Okay, we want to do some leadership training, procurement management, Preparation for retirement, pension and leave training, customer service, of course, ethics and accountability, mediation, registry procedures, cabinet note writing, orientations, supervisory training, and we also would like to have a special training for the local board members.
Okay, Minister, I heard your explanation, but given I just want to ask you this, given that it's a common complaint, given the frequent complaints, whether substantiated or unsubstantiated, surrounding attitudes towards members of the public or applicants, can this allocation, I note you said, thank God for the increase, can this allocation for training be directed to really address this concern of, some level of labeling of bad attitudes towards clients?
We definitely will address, and of course, we will prioritize the training based on the need.
So this allocation you are saying would be sufficient to deal with this particular issue in terms of improved customer service and service delivery?
Yes, we will, definitely. And we also will be using the Ministry of Public Administration to assist us with some of the courses. Okay. So we will not have an expenditure as such.
All right, sure. Minister, item 22, short-term employment. In 2024, you would have had an estimated figure of 20 million. The revised estimate for 2024 is 16.5 million. In 2025, you now have an estimated figure of 17 million, an increase of 500,000. Can you provide some reasoning for this increase, given that in 2024 you did not use the full allocation of $20 million?
Well, actually, there is an increase because of the need. What I mentioned before, where we're having some issues with regards to filling a vacant position, the Service Commission, we have had to hire some persons on short term. The fact that some persons' contract expired, and there's a need in particularly the social welfare area and family services to assist us with short term, and those are some of the key areas where we have been having persons on short term.
Mr. Chair, Minister, you mentioned some persons' contracts would have expired. Some of my colleagues mentioned to me, particularly Barataria San Juan, some persons at the social welfare offices would have reached out, mentioning that their contracts expired and it was not renewed. So are you saying that, contracts will be renewed given the allocation here for short-term employment?
No, well, the contracts, there's a process. If this is short term, because I don't know it, this sometimes we fill where persons on long-term contract expire and the position is needed, then they are rehired on short term. So that's what I'm speaking about. With regards to what you're saying,
yes,
right? You understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, sure. Moving on to insurance, item 61. Minister, given that there was no actual expenditure in 2023 and no revised estimate in 2024, can you indicate what is the need for this $350,000 being estimated for in 2025? What exactly this $350,000 would be utilized to fulfill in terms of commitments or plan?
Check on that.
So maybe you'll provide it later on?
Yes.
Sure.
Seeing, this would be for our IT equipment because of our digitalization efforts.
So this would be utilized in this financial year. Any reason why it wasn't utilized previously?
Because we are now, where they are with the digitalization efforts, there was no need for this at that time.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'll wait until you go to the next page.
Okay. Item 002, Division of Aging, page 350. Proceed, Member for Shigona-Cease.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 002, Division of Aging, line item 16, contract employment. Minister, I note you had an allocation of 2.5 million in 2024 original estimate, and the revised estimate 850,000. Now in 2025, 900,000, an increase of 50,000. Can you give an explanation for this increase?
Okay, we have been filling the positions this year. We have a total of 11 field contract positions.
Okay. Minister, previously you would have indicated that you would have had some positions vacant, Inspector 2, Inspector 1, Project Support Officer, Social Research Assistant. Have those positions been filled under this line item?
Yes, we filled 2 Inspector 2s, 6 Inspector 1s so far.
Sure. Minister, additionally, can you provide the proposed listing of positions that you intend to fill under this fiscal year with this allocation? You can do so in writing in the interest of time.
Yes, we'll send that.
Okay, then, member.
Yeah, 351, if
Item-
no one else.
Item 003, social welfare, pages 350 and 351. Proceed, member for Shigonasis.
Minister, page 351, 02, goods and services, 003, social welfare, line item 16, contract employment. Minister, can you advise why no expenditure in 2024 took place and why no allocations are provided in 2025? Is it because it's not needed?
No, I'm trying to figure.
Excuse?
Oh, what happened is that these positions here were hired under general administration.
Fair. That's the 2 social welfare officers, finance coordinator, business operations coordinator.
A few positions were hired under.
Because I
under
note you
GA.
said you had to fill those particular positions
Some of them
previously.
were hired under general administration.
Okay. So you now have messengers and attendants, which you need. Okay. Minister, repairs and maintenance of buildings. I note a decrease of $125,000. Can you provide an explanation for this decrease and whether this decrease would disrupt any of the services provided by your ministry?
The money that we have here is adequate.
It's adequate, you're saying?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Short-term employment, line item 22. I note you have an increase here of 30,000. Minister, in 2024, you would have had an allocation of 5 million. In the revised estimate for 2024, it's 870,000. So this means that you would not have utilized a significant amount of your 2024 allocation. Now you are being allocated just $900,000. Could you indicate to us whether this revised estimate, well, not revised, allocation for 2025 would, impact on your service delivery?
No, because I think this money is adequate, and we are hoping that some of the other positions, long-term contracts, established positions, will be filled this year. But we will continue to use this allocation to hire persons on short-term to assist.
Mr. Chairman, Minister, in the last 2 standing finance committee meetings, under this particular line item, I note you would have given detailed explanations about the citizens engagement unit under this line item, and it being used to have communication between the MP offices and the local boards. This was your reason for that 5 million allocation in 2024. What has happened to that unit, and in whether it's being done or it's not being done, the progress of this particular unit and the allocations being provided for that unit?
The unit is indeed in operation, and at this time they have been assisting us in particularly in the Tunapuna area, to assist on the field, because we have a backlog of persons who applied and have been waiting to get a home visit and so on. So they have really been helping out, and they have been helping out in some of the local board areas with regards to the customer service aspect of it.
So, Minister, is it that in this fiscal year you would continue to fund this unit only in Tunapuna, or it would be extended to other areas within the country?
Well, we are using them all over, but right now, because of the backlog in Tunapuna,
okay,
we have assigned some of them to Tunapuna to assist, and they have been working, very good, because we have been checking on the reports where there are persons who applied and have been waiting, and they have been doing the home visits. They have been assisting together with social welfare, going out on the field visits to end the backlog.
Sure, but in terms of the unit, the liaison which you explained with the local board and the MPs, is that happening, or they are just assisting the board itself and the office?
It is happening, but they are the ones, for example, when you write to me,
right,
they are the ones who send the information to me from in the boards.
Sure.
With regards to, like, if there's a query, they're the ones who answer the query for me.
So it's
that
really a liaison
so I can respond to you.
Sure, so it's really a liaison with the MP to you, then the engagement unit.
Yes.
Okay. My colleague had a question under this line item.
I'm just, thank you very much. Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chairman. I intervene at this time based on my concern with the Tunapuna Social Welfare Office, which the Minister is very aware of, and the question about the backlog. There has been a significant backlog in the Tunapuna Social Welfare Office for some time. I'm happy to hear that you are putting measures, you have put measures in place to deal with the backlog. My concern is when do you think you would have dealt with this backlog? What is your projected date, or based on how they are going, when you think it will happen?
But they have been doing very well. I looked at just last week, I looked at some of the data with regards to what they have done with regards to the backlog. Wouldn't be able to give a projected figure now, but hopefully next month or two, I should be able to see how far. But they have been doing very well.
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if this is usual, but based on the serious concern with the Tunapuna office, I would like to ask the minister's commitment to share a written update within the next, I would say 2 months. I know 1 month is a short time, within the next 2 months.
Member is just following up based on her question, right, based on the same line item, in order to request some information. So I'll give her the opportunity, and then you will respond. Right. So
Yeah. No, I was just asking if the minister would provide an update in the next 2 months in terms of the progress, because this impacts on St. Augustine constituency significantly, and the minister is aware. All right. So I know you said within 1 month, but I would like if you could.
So again, Madam Minister, again, based on the request, again, are you in a position to provide the information within the time span or the time frame that has been identified?
They are now, and they are now working. I am not sure if I can provide that information as yet. I don't think I want to provide that information as yet. Okay.
So, so again, so is it then possible, Madam Minister, member, that some sort of communication can take place outside of these precincts in order to, right? Member for St. Augustine, fair enough? Right. Okay. Before I come back to you, Shigona Sis, I want to take Urupuch West, and then I also want to take Kuva South, and then I'll come back to you. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Minister, I am referring you to line item 04, electricity. I note that your average has been between.
Are we? We are on page
350 to 351. It's page 350 under the head 003 social welfare.
Right. Okay.
So we under that.
We are the correct place. 004 social welfare we under. Right. Proceed.
Right. So 04 electricity. I know that your average would have been about 700,000 on average, thereabouts, right? But in 2024, when you came here on the last occasion, you had requested $1.3 million. Presumably, again, this would have been for the settlement of arrears, etc. But in 2024, you actually have revised that figure to something that is on par with what was on 2023. So is it that we have not paid the arrears that you would have envisaged in 2024, or is it that you have no arrears at all? But I'm trying to gauge what would have caused your concern in 2024 last year when you were here, and whether that concern no longer exists today.
It is also the fact that we have planned to split the boards, so we anticipated having to pay additional electricity at that time.
All right, and since they have not yet been split,
Yeah.
all right. So then that brings me to my related question. Since they have not yet been split, but you propose to split them in 2025 fiscal, shouldn't the increase for 2025 fiscal be higher to cater then for increased electricity usage?
Well, if that happens, then we can file.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In terms of issues which have been raised previously by St. Augustine and Chaguanas East, I would really want to
but
plead.
again, remember, in all fairness, we still have to identify a line number.
Yeah,
even though you want to refer to the other.
The line item has to do with 003 social welfare,
right?
16 contract employment,
Right.
and also 28, I think, under, well, other contracted services are another issue. But Minister, we continue as members of parliament at all of our constituency offices, where persons, old age, disability, you name it, whatever grant, but primarily with old age pension, the request, the time factor in terms of getting field officers to go to homes, do an assessment and so on. I would really urge you to pay particular attention because that challenge also exists with the Chaguanas office, and I'm sure throughout the length and breadth of the country, to address this issue of backlog and timely assessment. So when people give off to Trinidad and Tobago and they reach that old age and they meet the qualifying ceiling, they look forward to getting it within real time. And I would really urge you to pay attention to the Chaguanas office also.
Very much, and it is an area that we are working on because we understand that some people have, a longer than normal wait, and we are really trying to work on that.
Before we move on, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, before we move on from this, given the comments of my colleague for Couva South, this issue at the Chaguanas office in particular, I'm not sure if other areas are facing it. Clients are now being told to leave their documents.
Remember, distinctly, we are discussing the financial aspect.
Correct.
Again, I know it's an important aspect that we are on. So again, I don't want to prolong the operational sort of semantics, right? But I'll give you the opportunity in all fairness.
Yes.
Right, Madam Minister? Right.
Clients are now forced to leave their documents with security guards. And, I'm dealing with the allocation specifically to have personnel to collect these documents because security guards are not personnel you would want to hand your documents to because you are unsure whether it will reach the appropriate caseworker or liaison officer. So, under these line items of 16 and 22, your citizens engagement unit as well, would this be dealt with here?
Yes, because if that is happening, that is not supposed to happen.
Okay.
All right? If they're leaving documents with security, that is not the role of the security. Yeah. It's not supposed to happen.
Sure. Thanks, Minister.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, line item 28, other contracted services. Minister, in 2024, I note your revised estimates are actually more than your estimated figure of 7.5 million originally in 2024. Now you have a 2025 estimated figure of $10 million, an increase of basically 200,000. Can you give an explanation for this particular increase?
Money was spent here to pay First Citizens Bank for the processing of food support funds into clients' account, as well as for the new debit cards. Also, this is where we pay PTSC for the elderly to travel on the bus free of charge.
Mr. Chairman, I note Minister gives this response usually about the PTSC service, and you are saying for the elderly. Minister, can you give any information to members or users of the Eldamo service under this line item? This particular increase, given that it also deals with PTSC as outlined by you, whether this Eldamo service will be, improved significantly in this fiscal year?
The area I'm speaking about here is mainly senior citizens who travel on PTSC. All right. With regards to Eldamo, we have been having discussions with PTSC with regards to this because I know that there is a need for more buses. So PTSC is supposed to. Ministry of Works. Yes. We have been having the discussions with Ministry of Works with regards to this, and they are supposed to purchase new buses.
Sure. So it's not just an issue with one driver, 6 buses. It's an issue with buses as
it's
well.
buses, yes. Yeah.
Sure. So we should look forward for an improved service in this fiscal year.
Well, that's not under the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services with regards to the buses.
So you don't pay for the Eldamo service?
Yes, we do pay.
Right. So definitely you may need
But the
to have some-
buses come from PTSC,
Yes.
Ministry of Works.
So definitely there needs to be some discussion to
Yeah, so
improve
we
this.
have been having discussions with them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll wait you to reach 354.
Item 005, Child Development Center. We're on page 351. Item 006, National Family Services, page 352. Item 007, Disability Affairs Unit. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration, page 353. Item 002, Division of Aging. Item 003, Social Welfare. Item 006, National Family Services. Item 007, Disability Affairs Unit, page 354. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions, pages 354 and page 355. I recognize. I'll go to Urupuch West first and then I'll come to you. You'll give way? Okay, yes. Urupuch East. I mean, Shagona C, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 005, non-profit institutions. 02, other social programs. Minister, given the increase of $70,000, can you provide a breakdown of how the monies were expended and why is there a need for an increase?
This is other social programs.
Correct, yes.
Okay. $20,300 was expended as one-off grants to 4 institutions: Network of NGOs for Women Empowerment, Down Syndrome Family Network, the Shelter for Gender Violence Initiative, Gospel Light Church, Gender-Based Initiative.
Sure. So those were the organizations who received.
Yes.
What's the need for the increase in this fiscal year?
Well, what has happened is that we have found that some of the persons who apply is really not for our ministry, but the other ministries. So we will be doing some education with the NGOs to assist them so that they'll be able to apply for the funding. So one of the areas that we would be doing is we will have a compliance and governance session, communication and proposal writing, and also our social investigations department and our disability assistance unit. They are also supposed to utilize this vote.
Sure. Item 29, senior citizens centers. Minister, I note in 2024, you had an estimated figure of 1.3 million, 2024 revised a figure of 75,000, and in 2025 you have 200,000, basically an increase of 125,000. I note that the COVID-19 pandemic had an impact on senior citizen centers, and you were opening on a phase basis. Can you give an update on the reopening of the senior citizen centers, and how many centers will be opened in this fiscal year of 2025?
This fiscal 2025, we are sure about 3 centers based on reports from our Division of Aging. They have been having discussions with three of these centers, and they're hoping to open this year. One of the reasons that they have not opened is some of them do not have the same space that they had before. And I understand that they now have to regroup in some of the areas. So they have, I think they have met with all of them, and they are now trying to assist them get together so that we can open at least 3 of our senior activity centers.
So in 2024, any was reopened?
No, none was reopened.
So in 2025, 3. Okay, Minister, we look forward to that. Item 31, contribution to non-profit institutions. I note a decrease here of $66,000. Minister, given that these institutions play a critical role in, the improvement of lives, etc., in society, socially, in maintaining social order, can you give a reason for this decrease?
It was just based on the trend of expenditure, more or less, but we continue to support these NGOs.
Sure. Minister, can you state whether all non-profit institutions listed, which usually give subventions to, would have received in fiscal 2024? The allocated funding?
Yes, all received.
All received?
Yes.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, can I move on to 355?
No, one sec.
Page?
On that same non-profit? Once it's under non-profit?
Yes.
Right, proceed.
Right. Minister, item 43. Minister, can you provide some information for us? In 2024, you had an estimated figure of 800,000. 2024 revised, and the 2025 estimated 600,000. This is for other social parenting. Minister, can you state for us what is the number of non-profit institutions that will be receiving funding in this allocation for 2025, and the amount each non-profit institution will receive? If you cannot now, you can provide it in writing.
I will provide it in writing.
Sure, and the same for item 44, contributions to non-profit institutions, other social family. You can do
Okay,
same.
but this one is not about, this is the one where we have our funding for our family shows under
This
other
is your
social
radio
family.
program?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, well, for
44.
43. 43,
43.
you'll provide the listing for us.
Okay.
Sure, no problem, thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 006, or await you?
Item
Oh, sorry.
non-profit, which was? Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to treat with 3 sub-items under non-profit, the 28, 29, and 30. Senior citizens' homes, senior citizens' centers, and social programs for aging, because they're all 3, I assume the answers will be in sync. Of those 3, I'm looking specifically at the 2024 estimates compared to the revised estimate, and therefore your additional estimate for 2025, which reflects your 2024 revised. So in 2024, just for the example, senior citizens' homes, you had proposed to spend $1 million on senior citizens' homes. Your revised estimate says that you're only going to spend $500,000, and you've expected that in 2025 you'll spend another $500,000. The same situation for senior citizen centers. You had proposed 1.3 million, but you're only proposing to spend 75,000. For seniors, for social programs for the aging, you have planned to spend 950,000, but you're only spending 60,000. Those are substantial drops in what you had proposed to spend on senior citizens to what you have spent, to what you have actually spent. So you have a significant drop from what you had proposed in 2024 to what you actually spent. And that drop continues into 2025. Can you indicate what was not done, but what was planned to be done in fiscal 2024?
Well, with regards to, I'll start with 28. And it's not about what was not done. These homes failed to comply with the statutory obligations and the recommendations of the ministry's internal audit department. There were many areas of non-compliance. Some of them were not in possession of license. Some failed to provide audited financial reports. Some had a very low occupancy rate. Some were not registered. Some were not registered with Inland Revenue, National Insurance, a whole plethora of information. So with regards to these homes under 28, we had to be very careful about this, okay? Because the reports coming out may not be good. So we have asked them to, we have given them advice, and hopefully they will comply, and then we will continue to keep them. All right, that's one.
Thank you. Let me try to address that one. So I'm going to say I'm very grateful to hear that we are pursuing compliance to ensure that homes meet the relevant standards for delivery of care. I mean, that is exceptionally good news. So does that mean that half the money was not spent because those homes were not compliant? Can you just for the information then indicate which homes have not been compliant or which homes have been compliant? You can provide that information if possible in writing.
Because I wouldn't want to call out the names in public.
Okay, well then let's go the other way.
I can send that to you, okay?
But I want to go the other way as well, Minister. Has any indication been given? Because I'm seeing the same allocation for 2025. So is it that we have not given them a deadline for which they must become, to which they must become compliant?
Yes, they normally will be given a deadline.
Okay. So,
and we also not only just give them a deadline, they also get advice and they're assisted by our Division of Aging.
Thank you very much. So I look forward to you in the media review, if we get to that before the election, coming back for additional funding on the basis of these homes now having met their requirements. So we go on to, I guess, 29.
So with regards to 29, the senior citizens home are not in operation. So we are hoping to have some in operation soon for this fiscal.
Yeah, but these will be for senior citizens centers.
The centers. These are the activities. These are activity centers.
Excellent. So the reason for those centers, for the allocation being as small as it is because we have not yet implemented, but we have not gotten to the point where we have the centers operationalized.
Correct.
Okay. And is it the same for item 30, social programs for the aging?
Well, yes, because some of what we assist some of the homes and we assist like for the activity center, we provide support, additional support. But under this, we also use this to have programs for like World Elder Abuse Day, World Awareness, Elder Awareness Day, United Nations International Day of Older Persons. So this is where this money comes from when we have our celebrations.
All right, so Minister, thank you. Thank you, that's fine. That's fine.
And also, I want to tell you, this also, our National Centenarian Program, the funding comes from here as well. But we have also partnered with the private sector. So our expenditure is not as heavy as expected.
Excellent. Thank you.
Bonuses? Any more questions there? Or?
007.
All right, let me call it. Item 006, educational institutions. Item 007, households, pages 355 and 356. Member Fisher Bonuses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 02 Senior Citizens Grant. Minister, I note in 2024, you had an allocation of 4.4 million, 2024 revised 4.4 million, and in 2025, 4.4 million. Minister, can you indicate whether this sum will be sufficient for your ministry for senior citizens grants?
Yes, this sum will be sufficient.
So, Minister, given that your revised estimate and your new allocation is the same, how does this facilitate outstanding applications?
Some of these, we would always have outstanding applications. So some of the money that we spent this fiscal would have been from the persons approved from before. So it will balance off.
Okay, so Minister, can you indicate here for us today how many outstanding applications are there for the senior citizens pension at this time as at September 2024?
2,040.
2,040. And how many senior citizens pensioners do you have as at September 2024?
114,242 senior citizens pensioners.
Minister, given that you have given a figure of outstanding applications, what commitment can you give that those 2,000 plus applications will be taken care of early in this fiscal year?
That commitment already, we have the citizen engagement persons assisting us, and we also intend to increase the number of staff in the Ministry of Social Welfare to be able to deal with that backlog.
Sure. Minister, I note you stated Tunapuna before, but it's a countrywide issue of outstanding applications. Hence, we need that commitment because there are several persons, you know, visiting their respective representatives. You would get a lot of letters from me, which you know, persons are waiting 6 months, 7 months, 8 months for their pension. So it's throughout the country, and we do hope that the 2,000 plus will be facilitated in this allocation. I note you would usually come back at mid-year review. Are you saying here today that if you are unable to facilitate early in the fiscal year, you would be coming back at mid-year review?
Definitely.
Sure.
But I want to say before you go on, as you talk about the backlog, we also have to note that sometimes persons don't bring in the required documents, and that sometimes is a kickback. Also, you find persons not speaking the truth, so therefore the social welfare, the field officers have to do a bit more investigation. So there are other factors that also cause the delay. We have to get NIS information, which sometimes is not as forthcoming as we would like, immigration information, but we signed an MOU with immigration so that we can get the immigration information as fast as possible. So we have been doing our part too to try to speed up the process with the small things, but there are some areas that we don't have control over.
Sure.
Again, members, please, again, Madam Minister and member, right? I know it's a very important aspect that all of us in here would like to benefit from, but again, we are still going down into some of the operational aspects, right? As the case may be. So again,
well, Mr. Chairman, it's 2,000 outstanding applications
I understand,
to be facilitated.
Right? And this is why I'm trying to identify the point, because I don't want to hold back on anybody's information coming forth. So I'll give you the opportunity and I'll get the minister to respond. But again, remember we are dealing fiscal matters. Of course. But I understand clearly. Proceed.
Not strain at all, Minister. The 2,000, so just to clarify, based on what you just said, the 2,000 plus applications that are outstanding, it's approved applications, right?
Applications.
So can you provide the outstanding approved applications for us at a later date if you don't have it?
And that's no problem. I'll do that.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, 03 social assistance. Minister, I note an increase of $30 million. Can you explain here for us today what changes are expected in 2025 with this increase of $30 million?
Well, this is because we have been looking at the trend with regards to social assistance, and therefore we expect an increase. That's the reason. As of now, we have 15,472 persons on social assistance.
So this is specifically public assistance grant?
Yes, this is public assistance grant.
Good. Minister, how many persons are approved and awaiting this particular grant?
I don't know how much approved and awaiting, but I know we only have 131 outstanding applications, and we received 3,475 new applications for the past fiscal.
Okay. Moving on, thank you, Minister. 04, urgent temporary assistance. Minister, I note an increase of $10 million. Can you indicate why this allocation has been increased by this amount?
Well, this is a disaster relief grant, which covers, we have been receiving, well, because of the climate change and so on, and more persons have been experiencing disasters and so on. So that's the reason why we have an increase, so that we can assist them.
Sure. Minister, I note you would have had a revised estimate of $15 million in 2024. Can you provide for us, if not now in the interest of time, a breakdown of how many persons would have benefited under this particular line item and stated as well the categories?
I'd like to tell you, 1,309 persons benefited.
Disaster relief?
Yes.
Minister, any COVID-19 relief grants are outstanding under this particular line item?
No, not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. Okay. Minister, 08 disability grant. I note that in 2024, you had an allocation of 643 million, but the revised was that of 630 million. 2025, you have 640 million. Can you explain for us what changes are expected under this particular line item?
But more persons have been applying for this grant, so we know that because of the trend, we needed more money here under this vote.
Sure.
Not just adults, but also disability assistance for minors as well.
Sure. Minister, can you just provide to us the total number of persons who would have been in receipt of this grant, minors and adults, as at September 2024?
Adults, 21,828 persons. And for minors, 4,080 children.
Sure. And how many outstanding applications?
Outstanding for minors, 62. For adults, 250.
So this funding should be able to facilitate.
Yes,
those
this will be
outstanding
this will be adequate.
Sure.
Item 009, other transfers. Are you on this same line item? Remember, Couva South?
Yeah.
Couva South. Remember.
Just very quickly, Chairman, and my colleague Shagun Aziz has asked the majority of what I wanted to find out. But under 03 and 04, I see an increase of $40 million, Minister. And we hope that this $40 million, this increase is disbursed in a very equitable and transparent manner into 2025. And we continue to hear from members of the public that they don't know which grant, how to access, what is the criteria. With respect to, and I'm sure that many of them are looking on at you in terms of the information that you are providing. With respect to 04, urgent temporary assistance, could you elaborate a bit on how vulnerable members of the society may be able to access this?
Other Minister.
Okay. Urgent temporary assistance, this can be accessed through any of our offices.
Categories they are disbursed under.
This would be the general assistance grant. It is called general assistance, and it's also disaster assistance. So because if you have a disaster, we have household items, clothing grants, rental assistance, minor house repairs, sanitary plumbing assistance, house wiring assistance, and we also provide psychosocial support.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Item 009, other transfers, page 356, subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. We go into the new book and we go into page 517. No, wrong book. Statutory. (004) statutory boards, page 517. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 15, Lady Ho Choice Centers of Trinidad and Tobago. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, Lady Ho Choice Home North. Item 002, Lady Ho Choice Home South. Item 003, Penal Daycare and Training Center. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, Lady Ho Choice Homes North, 517 and 518. Item 002, Lady Ho Choice Homes South. Item 003, Penal Daycare and Training Center. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 519. Item 001, Lady Ho Choice Homes North. Item 002, Lady Ho Choice Home South. Item 003, Penal Daycare and Training Center. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. 41, Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, and we're on page 525, members. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Hearing impaired. Are you?
Yes. Yes. I want to ask.
I recognize you, member for point of view. That's not for the records.
Thank you. Minister, and it's just a statement under this good work that this association does, the hearing bed. Let's just take anyone, 01 traveling and subsistence, right? And the goods and services. And all the line items past that are all decreased, Madam Minister. And they do tremendous work. I was wondering why you're allowing them to get a cut in their expenditure, given the good work that they do for the hearing impaired, including myself in this country. So I just want to...
Well, I just want to say all this allocation is based on the projected expenditure trend. It's based on the projected expenditure trend. That is why there's a decrease here.
You would be able to assist them?
We've been checking the trend over the years. So this is adequate.
Okay. Thank you.
You okay, member for point of view? You heard me. Subhead 02. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. We're on page 526. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, other transfers. 42, Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association. Point to pay, you okay? Nice. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, 532 members, page. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Page 533, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. And we are in the development program book. We're going to page 158, subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund. Item 004, social infrastructure, C, C, welfare services. I recognize member for Shogunasis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. C, Welfare Services 044, Establishment of Social Displacement Centers. Minister, I note you had an allocation of 8 million in 2024, and your revised estimate was that of 5 million. In 2025, you now have an estimated figure of 5 million again. Madam Minister, can you explain here for us what is the status and estimated date of completion for this project?
Okay, well, these cover a few projects. One is a penal transitional facility, Carapo House, Hernandez Place, and a transitional facility for victims of trafficking. The penal transitional facility is 95% completed, Carapo House 99% completed, Hernandez Place is 100% completed, and the transitional facility for victims of trafficking 70%. Hernandez.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Chairman, so Minister, in all, how many social displacement centers have been established to date? Given your percentages explained.
Well, what we are seeing here is that it will be established. These centers will be established. So 99% completed, 98, 75, 70%.
Sure. So we have no established social displacement center to date.
No.
So these are new centers.
Yes.
Minister, I note previously you would have explained that Mary Jenny Pool Facility, the Couva Transitional Facility, and the YWCA Center were also facilities that works were being done at. Do you have any updates on these particular facilities given your allocation provided here?
I can provide that information for you.
Sure. Minister, given that Hernandez Place is 100% completed, when will it be available to those socially displaced persons?
Well, we're hoping as soon as possible, but the problem is the management. We sent out 2 RFPs with regards to the management, and we have not been able to get a suitable company to manage.
Okay. Minister, given the issue with socially displaced persons, in this fiscal year, I note that Carapo is 95% completed as given by you. Do you have at least 2 centers, Hernandez and Carapo, that will be opened to
This
those
year,
persons in need
definitely.
in this fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I now move to 096 Development Center for Persons with Challenges. Minister, I note that you were not able to use your figure, your allocation for 2024, 5.5 million. You used, well, the revised estimate was that of 2 million. In 2025, you're being allocated 7 million. Madam Minister, can you give an update on the status of this particular project?
Okay, the NTRC, a lot of refurbishment works took place already. It has already been outfitted with some equipment, furniture, appliances. Repairs conducted on the swimming pool, plumbing, air conditioned, and other remedial works were completed. The external fence is supposed to be completed by the end of this year.
So,
We
Minister,
received from therapeutic equipment also from Digital Foundation. So we are hoping that by early next year, by March, most of the other work should be completed so that it can be opened. But there's one area, an elevator, an additional elevator, that will not be ready, but we will open.
sure. Minister, noting that you only used 2 million in 2024, can you state what works were not completed in 2024
What was not completed?
that you had planned to complete?
Well, we recognized that we needed to upgrade the ceiling and the flooring because some of the tiles started to raise up, and really for a place of persons with disability was not suitable. So the floors will be done over soon, and the installation of the wheelchair accessible elevator, because the elevator there is not accessible or is not really proper for persons with disability.
Sure. Minister, given the need for this facility in previous years, and as soon as possible now, looking futuristically, would this center be operational in this fiscal year? I know you're saying you're looking to do
Definitely,
it.
based on where we're at, it definitely will be operational.
Moving on, 129, social mitigation plan implementation. Minister, I note your allocation of 500,000. Can you indicate what phase of this plan will be implemented in this fiscal year with using this allocation?
We have a payment of a retention fee for one of our outreach buses. We want to roll out our internal values, attitudes, and behavior campaign. That is part of our social mitigation plan, and also a public education program on financial security in collaboration with the National Financial Literacy Program under the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
Kuva, not? You okay?
The colleague, the MP for Shokonas East, is doing an excellent job, and she has asked, and the Honorable Minister has answered the question
No
accordingly.
line item. I'll go down to Kumutu Manzilina then.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honorable Minister. On the same line item 096, I just want to know what sort of measures would be taken to place to ensure that the development center will be accessible to all persons with disabilities, particularly those in remote or underserved areas, such as mine.
Actually, that is a center that will be for all. And it's the service and therapy would be free.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, hold on, A, administrative services. F, public buildings, page 159. Member for Shokonas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 032, establishment of an integrated social enterprise management system, EPAS system. Minister, I note your allocation in 2024 and revised estimate remains the same. In 2025, you have a $3 million allocation. Minister, can you state for us what phase of this particular system is expected to be conducted in 2025?
All right, in 2025, the following activities will be undertaken: the launch of our pilot offices, data migration, design and development of additional features with regards to the assessment of Division of Aging and our Disability Affairs Unit, We want to develop the public portal. This will serve as an online platform where citizens can easily access information and services related to the social safety program. This is what will be happening in 2025.
Minister, I know that this project has been ongoing. You're saying it will happen in 2025. Given the need for easier access to social services from the senior citizens and persons with disabilities, as explained by yourself, would this system be up and running, fully functional in this financial year?
Well, we are hoping that this will be up and running.
Thank you, Minister. 036, Digitization and Migration Social Service Management Information System. Minister, can you give some information on the status of this project?
2024, the ministry accomplished data cleansing and validation of clients' files. This is ongoing and it is at the various stages at the local boards. About 75% of our clients' files have been validated. We have procurement of 100 all-in-one computers at a cost of $748,900. Of course, the ministry secured the support of the Ministry of Digital Transformation to collaborate with us. In fiscal 2025, we hope to see the completion of the digitalization policy through collaboration with the Ministry of Digital Transformation.
Okay, so the 30% would be taken care of in this fiscal year.
Yes.
So we would see an improvement in terms of the timeliness in persons receiving assistance.
Definitely.
Sure. 038, Enterprise Business Continuity Solution. Minister, can you give some information? Well, Minister, in 2024, you were allocated 5 million. The revised estimate is that of 450,000. This means that you would not have used majority of your allocation. In 2025, you are now being allocated 2 million. Can you indicate here for us today what phase of this project will be implemented in this fiscal year of 2025?
That also involves an infrastructure issue, and a vendor was already selected. A letter of award issued for the external fencing for the Cuba Social Service building.
Okay.
Part of the problem here is that a number of the projects had to be retendered.
Sure. Minister, you are mentioning a Cuba office. Does this mean that the split with Chaguanas?
No, we already have a Cuba Social Service office, and this is where some of this will be operating from.
Sure, so the split with Chaguanas will be going where?
That's a separate office.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
42, Enterprise Wireless Solution. Minister, I note in 2023 you had no expenditure. And in 2024, 500,000, revised 950, and now in 2025, 500,000. What phase of this project will be implemented?
The ministry completed the tendering process and selected a vendor for an application development platform, and the letter of award and contract was drafted.
Okay. Is this the same 4040? The ministry's website development?
I don't have the top on it. Yes, it is.
As well as 044, database monitoring tool?
Yes. Yes, it is. I'm missing the figures here.
Minister F, Public Buildings, outfitting of buildings for Ministry of Social Development divisions. Minister, I note you had an allocation in 2024 of 10 million, the revised estimate of 7 million, and in 2025, you have an estimated figure of 7 million. In 2024, you did not utilize 3 million. Can you give an explanation for the, can you state what is the status of this project and which buildings will be outfitted in fiscal 2025?
Well, we have completed the refurbishment and outfitting of the Henry Street office. So we recently opened a new office on Henry Street in Port of Spain. And we also outfitted the Cuba Social Service Building as well. In fiscal 2025, the following will be initiated. Some work is to be done in the Princestown Social Service Office. Works to be undertaken at Tunapuna, Rio Claro, and Separia, which would include the installation of surveillance cameras and biometric and silent alarms.
Sure.
We want to do the relocation of Point 14 office and the Aranguez office.
Okay, member. Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. C, Welfare Services. Item All right, go ahead, you're gonna see. Page 234.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welfare Services, C001, establishment of an assessment center for the socially displaced. Minister, I note your allocation of 23.1 million in 2024 and the revised being that of the same. In 2025, you are being given an additional $15 million. Minister, can you state here for us today what phase of the project will be implemented in fiscal 2025?
The project is 33% completed. The foundation is finished, plumbing, building, and groundworks in progress. We are actually waiting on the steel, which is supposed to be cleared from the port with regard to continue work on this project.
But
what is outstanding is the framing of the building and roof works, construction of walls, staircases, drainage, landscaping. Those are some of the things that we expect to be completed within this year.
Utilizing this 15 million?
Yes. Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Item 5, multi-sectoral and other services. F, public buildings, page 235. Shogunas East.
Yes, Minister. 001, construction of a head office for the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Minister, I note you were allocated 2 million in 2024. Same for the revised, 2 million. You are now being given $35 million in 2025. Can you indicate here for us today what phase of this project will be implemented in fiscal 2025? Because that's a huge sum of money.
Well, as much as possible, because the foundation was 90% completed. Parking structure, 90% completed as well. So we're hoping that we can do, as the Minister of Finance says, all.
So, Minister, given that you have already, 2 million, and now you're being given 35 million. So at the end of fiscal 2025, you would have been given $37 million. Minister, can you indicate here for us what's the overall cost that is expected to occur at this particular facility under this line item?
Around $151 million.
151 million. Sure. Minister, what's your estimated date of completion?
2026.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Member for Shogunas East. Honorable members, the question is the sum of $5,697,927,700 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $5,697,927,700 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you to your two permanent secretaries and also your senior technocrats at the ministry. Thanks for coming. Do get home safely. Or back to the office safely. Which one? Speaker. Speaker. Members, we're now going to head 12, Public Service Appeal Board. Administrative Officer 4.
Head 12, Public Service Appeal Board. Head 12, Public Service Appeal Board, $3,122,500. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Public Service Appeal Board hears appeals from decisions of the Public Service Commission.
Honorable members, question is that the sum of $3,122,500 for Head 12 Public Service Appeal Board stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $3,122,500 for Head 12 Public Service Appeal Board is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration, we're at page 52. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, Item 007, Households. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $3,122,500 for Head 12, Public Service Appeal Board stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $3,122,500 for Head 12, Public Service Appeal Board now stands part of the schedule. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much. Head 07, Statutory Authorities Service Commission. Authorities Service Commission, $5,959,370. I'll now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Sure. The Statutory Authorities Service Commission is a creature of legislation and has the power to appoint persons to hold or act in offices, to transfer, promote, remove, or exercise disciplinary control over persons so appointed. There are a number of statutory authorities which are subject to the Act. Just by way of example, the Port of Spain City Corporation, San Fernando City Corporation, and several other statutory authorities.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $5,959,370 per head, 07, Statutory Authorities Service Commission, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $5,959,370 per head, 07, Statutory Authorities Service Commission, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We're at page 36. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $5,959,370 for head 07, Statutory Authorities Service Commission, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $5,959,370 for head 07, Statutory Authorities Service Commission, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the Executive Officer. Head 08, Election and Boundaries Commission. Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, $143,189,800. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Well, you certainly won't get 5 minutes out of me. The Election and Boundaries Commission is established by the Constitution and has the responsibility to supervise general and local elections in Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $143,189,800 for head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $143,189,800 for head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We're at page 40. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, general administration. Item 002, election expenses. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, election expenses. Member for Point of Appeal.
Page 42, right, ma'am? Yeah.
Two general
Correct.
expenses.
Minister, line item 22, under election expenses, short-term employment. 2025 estimate is $22 million, as opposed to what was utilized in 2024, $550,000. Could you give us a breakdown?
Look at the overall allocation. The estimate for 2025 for the EBC as compared to 2024, the funds provided is in the region of an additional $40 million over the original estimate, but 61 million over the revised estimate. Now, when we were doing this, when we were doing the budget estimates, I operated on the basis that there will be a general election before the close of the fiscal year in 2025, or if there's not, because we can go until November 2025. By the time September comes around, most of the expenditure would already have been incurred. In a general election, there is need for the employment of very large number of short-term employees to do all sorts of things, operate in polling stations, presiding officers, deputy presiding officer, poll clerk, etc. And also at the various registration offices of the Election and Boundaries Commission, there's need for a lot of temporary staff during the period of a general election. So what I did is I looked at the last general election and I allocated sums similar to what had been allocated for the 2020 election.
Thank you. And Minister, this additional funds that you would have allocated, let's say 21 million.
Yeah, 21,450,000.
450. That would take care of all what you just described, given into account that the election might take place next year. Right?
I just asked the chief election officer that question and she said yes.
Okay. Good.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program, subhead 09, development program consolidated fund. We are at page 13. Item 004, social infrastructure, J, research and development. Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under research and development, the National Field Verification Exercise, 2024, $8 million was spent. 2025, $2 million is being asked additional. Question is the exercise still ongoing, or has it been completed, this field exercise?
Told it's ongoing. So far, the commission has completed just over 51% of the 41 constituencies. Okay.
And the additional of $2 million, if they completed 51%, utilizing 8 million, I'm assuming in mid-year they might come back for additional base to complete the remaining 50%, because it took 8 million to complete 50%.
Yes.
Okay.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, A, administrative services. Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under administrative services, Minister, 005, upgrading again of the electronic voter registration management system, $10 million allocated. This seems to be an ongoing project. And and I don't know if this is for elections or if this is just for the future. Why nothing was done in 2024?
Let's get the code. Is it 0203?
005, under Administrative Services, upgrading of the electronic voter registration and election.
Page 14.
14.
14,
Right.
Okay,
05.
05. Oh, you mean the development program? Oh, I'm sorry. I was in the recurrent. That's probably why I wasn't seeing it there. Oh, you reached development already. Very good.
You asked me to speed up.
Very good. So 005, upgrading of, yes, this is an ongoing program. Software, right? Yeah, they have contractual arrangements. They have a contractual arrangement with an entity, Global. It's a 3-year contract.
And this has nothing to do with the upcoming elections in 2020?
No. Okay. This contract would have been entered into prior to this budget. Let's put it that way. It's a 3-year program. Okay.
Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. We are at page 183. F, public buildings. Member for Point of Appeal.
Madam Chair, Minister, 20 million is identified for a new head office from Frederick Street to Scott House, where they are located presently. Could you tell us where the new head office is scheduled to be built?
Well, a fellow like you, man about town, who lives in Cascade, certainly you would pass the Cape Oak Hotel from time to time on your way into Maraval. Immediately after the now Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the former Ministry of Agriculture location, where there was an attempt to build a St. Clair police station. It is on the left-hand side there. You would see it hoarded off, and if you look closely, you will see EBC. It's a UDCOT project.
Project?
I don't have that right with me. 89 million, I'm told, and this will illustrate why we have given UDCOT a block vote of 400 million, because the allocation within the EBC is insufficient to complete that building. So the balance will come out of that 400 million.
Thank you.
Okay.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $143,189,800 for head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $143,189,800 for head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you to the Chief Elections Officer and the accounting executive. Thank you very much. Head 37, Integrity Commission. Head 37, Integrity Commission, $9,865,470. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Well, I think we all know what the Integrity Commission is, but if you go onto the Integrity Commission's website, you will see that their purpose is to prevent corruption of persons in public life by providing for public disclosure and also by providing for the regulation of the conduct of persons in public life.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $9,865,470 for head 37, Integrity Commission, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $9,865,470 $865,470 for Head 37, the Integrity Commission, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. We are at page 222, item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. We are at page 86. Consolidated fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $9,865,470 for Head 37, Integrity Commission stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $9,865,470 for Head 37, Integrity Commission, now stands part of the schedule. I thank you, Registrar. I thank you, Minister of Finance. Honorable members, I want to thank you all for your efficiency today. We've reached the end of the matters we have carded for today. I want to wish you all a good weekend, restful, productive. The Standing Finance Committee is suspended to Monday, the 13th, Monday the 14th of October, 2024 at 10 a.m.
Dressing up in my red, white, and black. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and only mass bands. Them say I'm a bad. I'm telling you where I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Popo Trini, yeah, cause they know what Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they like Trini woman walk.